Chapter 51. Title, First Day. The next day Itake wakes up and gets ready to meet with other chore boys and go to the training grounds. He puts on his marine uniform, which consists of a sleeveless white top with the marine insignia in the back and blue pants. But at this time on the training grounds, a place where the marines take turns by ranks to be trained by Zephyr. The training ground has different weights that one can lift, from 10 kilograms to 2 ton. There were also track fields and wooden targets for sharpshooters. But in this training ground a tan-skinned, purple-haired man was already waiting for the new students while sitting on one of the giant weights. He is also using one hand to read a paper. The man is also wearing reading glasses and one of his arms looks like a mechanical construction. The cybernetic arm was wearing a glove and resembled his other muscular arm, except mechanical. The paper he is reading is about one of the recruits that was suggested by one of his old friends who was too lazy to train him himself. Garp knows that Zephyr is better as a teacher than him. He has been training marine recruits for decades now, though his arm last year was cut off and it left Zephyr with an emotional shock of seeing his students dying. Itake Uchiha. As he reads Itake's file he can't help but be impressed with his physical abilities and personality evaluation. This kid is talented. I wonder if I can train another admiral by now. Zephyr contemplates that. He knows that someone like Itake who seems to have been born with high physical strength. If he trains religiously then he will become strong. He himself was nothing special, but at the age of 38, he did reach the admiral rank. That was all just due to his training and hard work, unlike the other admirals which have devil fruits or are born unnaturally strong. Garp for example even as a kid would tame tigers and use them as his traveling method. Something that could rip apart an adult, was easily handled by him as a kid. Zephyr can't help but as he contemplates how to train Itake. The kid has potential and even caught Garp's eye. He definitely will be someone strong in the future. Half an hour later and the chore boys arrive to train at 6 in the morning. The lower the rank, the earlier one has to wake up and train. The training is obligatory and lasts for 1 hour, at least until they get the rank of Seaman First Class. They must train like this if they want to be Marines at the headquarters. Zephyr jumps off the training weight that he is sitting on and lands in front of the chore boys. Attention. Good morning teacher Zephyr. Everyone greets him simultaneously, even Itake does so. As soon as he saw the others do it, he just saluted and moved his lips making it seem like he is doing it too. 20 laps around the training ground in 20 minutes or no breakfast for you, says Zephyr casually. Immediately the chore boys start running at full speed. Some run faster, some slower and some have already given up on breakfast so they just jogged casually. Itake sees that the others have started running. He crouches down and immediately breaks into a sprint, immediately easily surpassing them all. He goes at top speed and finishes his laps under 5 minutes. This is just his running speed as he didn't use Soro to supplement his speed. In the end, he wasn't even breathing heavily. When Zephyr sees this he just smirks slightly. Itake Uchiha, come with me. He remembers the names of every one of his trainees, no matter how weak or strong they are. Itake just looks at Zephyr when he hears his name being called. He casually walks towards his teacher. His walk shows that he is not nervous at all. As he comes close, he looks at Itake and points his palm at him. Punch my palm with all that you got. If I find it satisfactory, I will promote you. Itake seems slightly surprised when he hears this. He didn't expect a promotion option to come up so soon. On the other hand, Zephyr has other thoughts in his mind. Keeping him here as a chore boy would be a waste of time for him. In the end, Itake just nods and he has his usual calm look on his face as he clocks his fist backward. He has never been good at Fishman karate, even the lowest of levels were extremely hard to him. But he still knows how to throw a decent punch and maximize power output through it. He takes a deep breath and holds it in for a couple of seconds, making his body make blood flow faster to carry oxygen. Phew. He then exhales and that is when he punches forward. Pow! Hitting Zephyr's palm. Obviously the old admiral wasn't at all affected by it. But he did have a slightly thoughtful look in his eyes. At 12 years old and his Doriki is already at 800. Contemplates Zephyr. At 800 Doriki one can easily enter Cipher Pole and even be a good agent at it too. Itake already has the qualifications to learn the 6 powers. If this kid keeps up his training, he has an 80% chance of becoming an admiral level combatant. Kid, now you are a seaman first class. You will have to keep training though. Also, you can come and ask me any questions that you have. You will get your room in the headquarters too. In 6 months I will personally take you to go pirate hunting. Explains Zephyr as a smirk appears on his face. Welcome to the Marines brat, later someone will come and pick you up and show you around. Itake nods at this and just goes towards the weights and picks the couple 100 kilograms weights. He then starts training with them. He trained for 4 hours straight with no rest. Once his arms got tired, he trained his legs. If that got tired he would train his abdominal muscles and back muscles. Zephyr would also give him some instructions on how to exercise every now and then. Itake would also ask him questions and would follow what Zephyr said without complaining. 8 hours into his training and except eating breakfast or lunch, Itake again comes and trains. Everyone else in the Marines fished their training already. Zephyr didn't think that the kid would last that long. But Itake's willpower is truly something that is way more precious than his physical talent. His haki will be monstrous once he learns about it. Think Zephyr as he can see that Itake isn't as simple as he seems. His hard work is like that of someone with a mission. I wonder what his motivation is. 10 hours in his training, it's now 4 in the afternoon and Itake finally falls on the ground. The dirt feels like a pillow as he falls asleep. Immediately as he does so, one of his clones comes and picks him up. The clone then looks at Zephyr and asks, "Where do I take him? Do we change living quarters too?" Zephyr nods at the clone and says, "Follow me." Chapter 52. Title, N. As Zephyr guides Itake, clone, to the main building of the Marine headquarters, the clone just asks the instructor, "So, how strong do you think the original is?" Zephyr was unsure if he should answer, as that would make Itake arrogant if he says that he is strong or such things. But he remembers how Itake trained for hours upon hours. "Currently, you can easily be as strong as a captain of Marine headquarters," says Zephyr. And he wasn't exaggerating. At 12 he was about as strong as a captain. Of course, there are different categories of strength in ranks, but in a general overview, Itake would be a captain. The clone Itake nods at that. Then it seems like the original has a long way to go. Zephyr smiles when he hears that. As he suspected, Itake is ambitious. Someone like that is perfect for the Marines. At this time, in the Marine headquarters main building, Garp was laying down on Sengoku's office, sleeping in one of the couches. That is when Sengoku opens his office door with a loud bang. "Garp, the new recruit that you brought in is only 12 years old. He is supposed to go to the orphanage and train there. These are the rules. Bringing a child like that in the training place that is for people over the age of 14 is illegal." As he yells all of this, he looks at Garp to hear his answer, but instead, Garp is just sleeping still and snores loudly. "Garp!" yells out Sengoku loudly once again. His anger goes to new levels as he sees Garp just opens his eyes for a little bit, mumbles something unintelligible, and turns around on the couch he is laying down on. "Sengoku, can't you see I am sleeping, you stupid goat beard?" mumbles Garp. Anne is currently preparing some tea for Zephyr as he will be returning soon from training the Marine Corps. She is sitting in a modest-looking place with a table, kitchen, and a tea ceremony set. Teacher Zephyr has been in a bad mood ever since the attack. Contemplates Anne. She can't help but feel sorry for the old Zephyr. Even his health has been getting worse recently. "Garp, I said, wake up." Anne hears that scream as the building shakes slightly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp seem to be at it again. Thinks Anne aloud. She is already used to this. Usually, every time Garp comes to the Marine headquarters, he somehow annoys Sengoku to no end. Knock knock. Suddenly she heard a knock on the door and she heard the door open. She knows that it is Zephyr due to him always knocking, even though technically this is his living place. She looks at him and surprisingly sees two twins. One of them is holding the other on his back as he sleeps. "Who are they?" asks Anne with her curiosity visible in her voice. Zephyr smiles at her question and says, "Well, he is Itake and his clone." Huh. Anne is confused about this. What? The Itake clone starts explaining to her what his devil fruit does. "Whoa, that is amazing, Itake. You must tell me some more about it. It's not only strong but also very convenient," exclaims Anne in amazement. She also has a devil fruit, but it isn't that strong by itself. Nor is it that convenient, though she guesses that she will appreciate her fruit when she is older. The clone just lays the original on the ground and talks with Anne. Really? I always thought that my fruit was on the weak side. I mean, compared to the magma, light, or such other Logia fruits of the admirals. Mine is only at best mediocre." Anne just flickers. Clone, Itake's forehead and says, "Don't say that, your fruit is amazing." Zephyr interferes in this too by saying, "Just imagine that if you ever become a vice admiral or something like that, then even an admiral wouldn't be able to fight 100 vice admirals. Then if you awaken your fruit, it will be terrifying to fight against you." Itake's eyes widen a little when he hears this. Is this what Dad had in mind when he gave me this fruit? As Itake, clone, thinks this, the original stirs up and looks around. He looks at his clone and extends his hand toward the clone. The clone then gets up and gives the original a handshake. Immediately the clone deflates like a balloon and his memories are absorbed by Itake. Later on, Itake is guided to his room by Anne and she explains to him how things generally work around here. As they are walking, Anne can't help but ask Itake his age, who is about her height. "By the way, how old are you, Itake?" "I am 17 and wonder how did you get in the Marines?" Anne can't help but smile with a blush on her face as she asks that. Itake is handsome, strong, and very humble. He also is respectful and seems to be kind too. The perfect man. "I am 12. Answers Itake as he enters his new room. "Anyway, see you around, Anne. I am currently still too tired from the training, so I will sleep now and eat a very big breakfast in the morning." Anne can feel the world crushing her as she hears Itake say that. Him being 12 shocked her. He looks like he is at least 16. Itake on the other hand doesn't care about any of that. He noticed the signs that Anne was sending him. His father has a harem. He knows when someone is showing affection towards him. Anne is simply infatuated with him. As Dad used to say, it's just a simple crush. Thinks Itake, as his mind wanders at the most important part. Her devil fruit, it's quite interesting. He thinks that as he opens the window to his new room and contemplates it. Her fruit will be quite useful to the family. As he thinks that, a strange look appears in Itake's eyes. Unlike his usual eyes that he portrays in front of others, his eyes gain a certain coldness in them as he looks at the full moon out tonight. At the same time, Anne just walks back to her room dejectedly. Tomorrow comes in the blink of an eye. Itake wakes up in his new room, which is fully cleaned up by his clones before he went to sleep yesterday evening. As usual, he gets up and does the routine that he has always done, ever since he was a child. Brushing his teeth, some stretches, a shower, and he then goes to get some breakfast. As he walks in the cafeteria, he doesn't see Anne or anyone like that. The cafeteria is huge and has thousands of official Marines in there. They already had their group of friends and such. So he just goes and sits on his own. He takes a giant tray of food as big as half of his body. But that doesn't seem to be strange at all amongst the Marines, so no one pays him attention amongst the rowdy hall. Itake just takes his food on an empty seat and starts eating, unbothered by the loud sounds around him. Chapter 53, Bonus Chapter. Title, Itake vs Zephyr. 1 month has passed since Itake joined the Marines. Currently, he is in a green forest and looks at his teacher Zephyr, who is standing opposite of him and asks, "You ready, Itake?" Itake nods at this and confirms, "Yes, teacher Zephyr." Whoosh! As soon as he says that, Zephyr disappears from his place and his mechanical arm darkens, though Itake's eyes can't follow him. Itake jumps back and does a flip and lands in a one-handed handstand. His feet then move like snakes. Rankyaku ran, storm leg riot. In a split second, over 30 Rankyaku slashes were made by his legs and are sent at where Zephyr is as he intended to hit Itake. Zephyr has to use Tekai, Iron Body, to stop the wind blades from injuring him. He immediately disappears along with the barrage and appears in front of Itake. Itake can't dodge as Zephyr's metallic fist hits him in the stomach. It easily breaks Itake's Tekai and he coughs a little blood. Bam! His body crashes into a tree. Zephyr doesn't give Itake any time as he appears above his body and hits him in the stomach with a straight punch again. Itake's eyes widen as the fist hits him. Zephyr is, almost, not holding back. Well, he is not holding back his speed at least. His strength on the other hand, well, he doesn't want to kill Itake, so he is holding back. Itake immediately releases some clones from his body and they go to hold back Zephyr. Now that he is fighting against clones, Zephyr doesn't hold back his strength against them. Pow! His fist is like an afterimage as it obliterates the clones' heads in one hit. Itake winces slightly at this, but the clones still bought him enough time for him to get up. Immediately Itake can see that Zephyr is charging straight at him. Shimeikaken, Kami. Itake's body gets thinner and he disappears from his place too. At this time Anne is looking at her teacher and Itake sparring against each other and she can't follow their movements at all even as she tries her best. Fast, they are too fast. Think Anne with her eyes widened in shock. In only 1 month Itake has advanced so much. He learned the 6 powers so quickly and can already use them so effectively as a fish can swim. If she didn't know any better she would think that he has grown up observing Cypher Pole agents that use these powers. At this time she can see Zephyr punch Itake in the head, Itake back and he hits a tree head first. But immediately he gets up again and is full of vigor as he charges at Zephyr once again, even as blood flows out of his head. Zephyr has a smile on his face and punches at this and he punches at Itake again. This kid is something else, thinks Zephyr, full of pride in his heart. A child like Itake in his eyes is someone who only appears once a generation in the Marines. Itake this month has worked way harder than most Marines work in their lives. Though Zephyr thinks that, he still charges at Itake and this time Itake looks at him with a ferocious look on his eyes. Instead of blocking Zephyr's punch, he counters his own. Bam! Their fists clash, and for a split second Zephyr's eyes widen a little, he can feel his armament haki clash against Itake's. This brat just used armament haki. Whoosh! Bam! Still, Itake flies backward and his body bounces off the ground twice before crashing on a tree. Again, he gets up and charges at Zephyr again. He didn't lie down at all to rest or anything like that. Zephyr's smile widens even more as even he can't help but admire Itake's tendency to never give up. The kid should be at his limits, thinks Zephyr, and he appears behind Itake and punches towards his skull. But contrary to his expectations, Itake's head turned around and as Zephyr's fist hits Itake's skull, at the same time the old man too can feel Itake's fist sink into his stomach. Bloop. Zephyr spits a fistful of blood from his mouth. Itake is already using armament haki, though his haki hasn't darkened yet. His hits still have a higher attack power than normal. Suddenly out of Itake's back a clone, but it is only the upper body of the clone as it is still attached to Itake. The clone punches Zephyr in the face countless times. The old admiral has a smile on his face, even as it is bloodied. But at the same time, Itake's fighting performance was stellar in Zephyr's eyes. But Itake wasn't satisfied at all with himself. He has already sent back the feed to his family on how to learn the 6 powers and Shimeikaken, life return. His father and some of his siblings already beyond mastered it. He also for the first time saw his father's natural talent, and he understood that no matter how amazing his siblings were, his dad learned life return in most of it is. The most territory in the new world is held by Whitebeard, then comes Big Mom, then me and Kaido us last. I don't think Kaido cares about any of that. He has Wano, and after that, it has some islands around it. But at the same time, Wano is the place where it is said that Seastone originated from. So the place is bound to be very rich in resources and it's self-sufficient. It trades in weapons most of the time, while I trade in raw materials, and weapons too, but mostly for the world government. Big Mom trades in food and such things. Whitebeard does his own thing. He doesn't really care to raise his power anymore and just puts islands under his protection if he sees them being in danger or poor. We the other Yonko can yap as much as we want, but none of us can beat a Whitebeard at his current age, 64. He is beyond dangerous. I plan to get his fruit and give it to one of my children. But at the same time, I can't beat Whitebeard currently. Pride should at least keep him from running away. That would be my biggest problem solved if it goes to plan. Thinks Zhao. He has already put the old Shiki in his invisible web of lies and deceit. He knows that if Shiki wants to run away with his float devil fruit, then it would be almost impossible to defeat him. One of the lion heads made out of stone charges at Zhao, who just punches forward, easily breaking it. He could see that his children with their power and devil fruits have an advantage against Shikis. So this is what it feels like having a true strong advantage against an enemy. This is the first time. Contemplates Zhao. Chapter 56. Had no internet today. It actually turned off at a bad time. Currently at a cafe bar. Title, Running Away. Shiki immediately attacks Zhao with different powerful sword slashes and giant rock structures that are thrown towards him at different speeds. This is the advantage that Shiki has. He has now created a good territory advantage for himself. But Zhao on the other hand isn't that threatened at this. Shiki doesn't have the power to threaten Zhao anymore. This is especially so as a figure appears behind Shiki like a lightning bolt. It is Kakashi and he extends his hand toward the golden lion Shiki. 200 million volt. BZZZZT. The lightning goes towards Shiki, who dodges this attack easily as he levitates himself away from it while at the same time appearing next to Kakashi and hitting him with a chop to his neck. Kakashi brings his arm up and winces a little as Shiki hits him with a powerful hacky blow that shatters his arm. Don't interrupt when adults are doing their things, little kid, says Shiki with an annoyed expression on his face. But Zhao, while he saw this, smirks a little. Dumbass, underestimating Kakashi is the worst thing that you could have done in this battle. Though hit, Kakashi still turns into lightning and envelopes Shiki, paralyzing him for a split second. That is all Zhao needed as Kakashi moves away in his lightning form while his father descends upon Shiki with restless fury. Bam, 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 bam. Countless punches landed on Shiki in a split second, making him spew blood like a fountain. Zhao is still calm and can use his future sight observation haki, but he still doesn't like seeing someone hit his kids like that. So he bloodies up Shiki and breaks every single bone in his body. Shiki is no match with Zhao in a physical contest. Zhao grabs Shiki by the throat and takes out his Seastone coin. Shiki can feel the dangerous feeling coming from the coin. Seastone, thinks Shiki while panicking a little, but he is not someone so simple as he oriented his levitating islands in a split second to be above him and Zhao. He killed a lot of his crew members on this, but Shiki doesn't exactly care for those cannon fodder. So with a difficulty in his voice, Shiki warns Zhao by saying, "Touch me with that coin and I will be taking me with you to the depths of hell. Is that so? I would like to see you trying then, old man," says Zhao as he touches Shiki with his Seastone coin. The islands above Zhao immediately lose their floating properties granted to them by Shiki's float fruit, so they start falling towards them. Shiki smiles a little at this. Well, that was the wrong choice, you up-jumped shark. Zhao doesn't mind the insults at all. He has the natural ability to not really care what people say about him. The islands start crashing towards Zhao and Shiki. The former still doesn't let off his grip on the latter's throat. Zhao also doesn't let go of the coin touching Shiki's skin. What to do? Contemplates Zhao. He knows that he will be able to survive this attack, with possibly some heavy injuries of course. Even though Shiki will die with him, he doesn't mind. He wants his devil fruit, but Shiki's fruit could be lost forever if it reincarnates as a sea fruit while being carried away by the currents. In the end, Zhao sinks his fingers in Shiki's abdominal flesh and drops his coin close to Shiki's stomach. Shiki is immediately weakened due to the heavy concentration of Seastone on the coin. He then looks at one of the ships with Kakashi and Mikoto in it. He looks at his daughter and says, "Catch." He throws Shiki's body away at breakneck speeds, and as he looks at the giant islands coming to crash onto him, he can't escape them due to their wide range. Welp, seems like I will have to do it, thinks Zhao as he pulls out his katana that he is holding in a scabbard on his back. The katana immediately crackles with lightning as Zhao picks it up. This sword is called Raijin and it has eaten the spark fruit, Paramecia. Zhao takes a deep breath, lighting slowly runs through his body from the sword. He doesn't resist it. Instead, he lets the lightning run through his body. The muscles in his arms bulk up unnaturally. He then puts the katana back on his scabbard, stopping the lightning from running through his body. He has already finished his attack. Lightning sword style, heavenly slash. Boom! Suddenly huge explosive sounds come out as the islands above Zhao are split in two. As this form isn't able to be sustained for long periods as Zhao doesn't resist the lightning actually hurts his body. So he always uses the ability in only one singular attack. The islands fall on the sea. Zhao then looks at where he threw Shiki and he sees an injured Mikoto bleeding out of her side while Kakashi is doing first aid on her. Shiki had escaped. Zhao POV. I use Jeppo and arrive at where the floating ships being held together by Mikoto's power are. She is still able to hold her mark fruit to the extent where the ships don't crash together towards the flying bird. Mokoto also now has a red glove on her left hand. I already predicted that Shiki might be able to escape, that is why I threw him towards Mikoto. Did you mark him? I ask Mikoto while I get close to her and examine the wound to her side. Kakashi has a calm look on his face while this happens. He knows and understands why I did what I did. He has one of his arms crushed, and even though Shiki is weak, calm belt, and many more areas of the world. But after a couple of months Zhao had to return home or else the other Yonko might get some strange ideas. At the same time, he also didn't allow any of his kids to go and chase Shiki, since Mikoto already had Shiki marked by her mark fruit, so there was no rush currently to hunt him down yet. Still, Ja was also having another problem. The Marines were sniffing around his territory. Currently, his territories are very divided and he needs to go through other Yonko's territories to be able to get to his other territory. Now to him, this is extremely inefficient. True, Whitebeard doesn't really mind as long as he doesn't cause trouble, but Kaido and Big Mom get very prickly about it. Ja is currently in his main warship, which isn't really anything special and it's mostly used as a method of transportation of materials. Also due to him using the coating on his shop to travel underwater with Fishman guards, that is why his trade ships never get stolen or damaged. One is because he is a Yonko and if someone decides to mess with him then he will destroy them. Second, it is that they travel underwater. That is also the reason Ja doesn't mind getting better territories on the outskirts and close to other Yonko's territories. Because these underwater travel methods are his way of absolutely ruling the underwater world. He plans to open some bases in the blues but he will need to be secretive about it. The world government won't like this if they know about it. So Ja's crew and businesses will have accidents as soon as he tries to establish overseas. As Ja is contemplating this he is just lying down on his bed inside his main ship. How do I handle this situation? Ja's mind goes through many different ideas and such. Though he might not be the smartest man in the world and he can definitely be tricked and even possibly manipulated by the people smarter than him. He still thinks and contemplates his future actions way longer than a genius would need to, but he should be able to come up with moderately good plans as a genius would be able to. Though the genius might need 1 hour to come up with what Ja would need 10 days to come up with. He also plans many of his future decisions and their possible derivations. While he was contemplating this, in Marijoi's, the Garosei, 5 elders, were in a lavish room waiting for someone. Suddenly the door opens and Sengoku comes in with a calm look on his face as he says, "You guys are sending the Marines to sniff around Yonko Ja's territory. You know how that guy can be. We will have all of our military bases in the New World destroyed and no celestial dragons will dare to step in Sabayati archipelago, as he will kill them all. This is a stupid decision. Also, that red-hair pirate who has been growing stronger in the New World is more of concern currently. If another Emperor of the Sea appears, then the balance of power will flip." As Sengoku says this his face morphs into an angry scowl. He knows that Marines will die in the thousands, and for what? For nothing that is what. Ja will slaughter them all just so he can send a message to these stuck-up old brain dead foo *ks. Angrily Sengoku curses the 5 elders inside his head. He can't stand the sight of people willing to sacrifice men and look at them as just numbers. They don't think of them as fellow humans, as men with families, aspirations, dreams, and a family waiting for them to come back. Garp was right staying as a vice admiral. He doesn't have to listen to these old fools at least. One of the 5 elders who is lying on the couch while holding a sword just looks at Sengoku and says, "It doesn't matter. Ja has dangerous plans, he is a dangerous man and his influence grows stronger by the day." Sengoku can't help it as he clenches his teeth together. "You are also goddamn working with him." The elder with the strange curls and scar on his face just shakes his head at this. "Sengoku, we never work with pirates. We are simply doing an exchange of resources. But you are still making him stronger. No matter how you put it, the devil fruit, sea stone weapons, and the leverage that you give him to go and just simply take 2 high-level scientists. While we do nothing. He is your problem now. No matter what I will not send men to clean your mess anymore." As he says that Sengoku walks away from the people who are technically his superiors. He doesn't care what they have to say. They could ask their little pet Admiral Akainu to do their bidding and go cause havoc in Ja's territory. But they know that they will be losing a very valuable dog if they decided to do that. Thinks Sengoku, knowing that Akainu is most likely to lose if he fights Ja on the sea. At the same time, on the first half of the Grand Line in a certain marine battleship, a purple-haired man with a mechanical arm was ordering the men around him. This man is the ex-Admiral Zephyr. "You there, take a hold of the rudders," orders Zephyr. That one of the recruits calls out. "Zephyr sir, a ship has been spotted not that far away." Zephyr looks towards the ship and sees an insignia that he is very familiar with. The ship looks like your average marine ship and it only has a crow head at the front of it. Zephyr smiles a little at this and announces to the people around him by saying, "Everyone, gather up and get ready to welcome Commander Karasu." Immediately as he says that a door from the ship is slammed open and Anne comes out with a wide smile on her face. "Itaki is here," exclaims Anne, and when Zephyr nods, she immediately squeals like a fangirl. Even the other marines in the ship were surprised at hearing who it was. They are about to meet Itaki Uchiha, who is also known as Karasu, Crow. He is the youngest person to ever gain the commander rank. He will be the same for the captain rank too. He will be the youngest captain and the one who was raised through ranks. It is suspected that Itaki will become the next admiral of the Marines. Already he has a terrifying reputation and no pirate under 100 million SS bounty can contend with Itaki. One of the younger trainees in the camp also has stars on her eyes, though she doesn't express her feelings about it like Anne just did. She is Isuka, a young woman with short vermilion hair, brown eyes, a band-aid on her left cheek, and a burn scar on the back of her hand. She wears a marine uniform with a collared, buttoned shirt, a tie, brown gloves, shorts, and heeled boots. She is a recruit to the Marines and she owes a huge debt to Itake. "I wonder if he remembers me from back then," wonders Itsuka. Chapter 58. Title, Commander Itake. As Isuka has different emotions inside of her, the ship gets closer and closer, until it anchors next to Zephyr's ship. Zephyr has a smile on his face as he sees Itake's clones managing everything in Itake's ship. This is what makes the kid an exception to any other marine, thinks Zephyr with a smile on his face. He doesn't even have a marine crew. He is what someone calls a one-man army, literally. And if the rumors that I have been hearing lately are true, Itake has become quite monstrous at using his devil fruit. In the end, Zephyr greets Itake or one of his clones, even he wasn't sure which was which. Itake, have you got any pirate scum with you? The Itake that he asked looks at him and answers by nodding his head. Yeah, I got 3 pirates with bounties over 50 million. They were kinda weak but that doesn't matter now I guess. Zephyr laughs at that. Ha ha ha, Itake, maybe you should go to the new world if you find the pirates around these parts too weak. Itake shrugs at this and just walks away while another Itake comes by. Sup, I am the original. Anyway, Teacher Zephyr, I will leave these guys with you. I will go back to hunting some pirates again. Zephyr nods at this. Itake is always hunting pirates. Even the ones with dangerous devil fruits. Are they devil fruit users? Itake shakes his head. Nope, if they have a devil fruit I usually kill them. They are too troublesome to capture. Zephyr nods at this. Itake is being logical here. Why waste time on capturing a pirate? Better just kill him on the spot. They went to a life of crime, so they are trash. If they are afraid of dying then maybe they shouldn't have chosen a life of crime. At least that is Zephyr's view on the whole thing. Being nice to pirates is not something that he believes in. In the end, Itake doesn't stay with them for long as he tells them that he is currently hunting a pirate with a bounty above 100 million. But as he is far away enough, he goes to J Island while under disguise. This is a pirate-infested town in the first half of the Grand Line, and it is also under the control of the Jaw pirates. Itake is currently wearing a dark brown cloak with a sack on his back. As he walks along a certain building that seems like a bar, he enters inside and rowdy pirates are partying around. He can smell the aroma of alcohol along the tables as he just walks towards the bartender. As he is walking along, some of the pirates start fighting and one of them throws the other in a sumo throw. The person flies towards Itake, who simply just walks normally and not even an inch away from him. The person flies and lands on one of the walls. Boom! The person is knocked out and the pirate who threw him away is basking in his temporary glory as the other drunk pirates cheer him on. In the end, Itake just walks and doesn't pay any attention to the person. In the end, he walks behind the counter where the bartender is wiping some glasses. The bartender has a mustache and seems around middle-aged. Strangely, the bartender seems to not notice Itake. Itake then enters the room with the staff-only sign, and as he goes inside, there are cooks, waiters, and other staff who always seem to be looking away as he walks through and goes towards one of the doors with no signs on it. He opens the door and behind it are some stairs that go down leading into a dark place. Itake walks forward with not even a sliver of caution nor worry. He walks along this way until he arrives at an underground lake. Immediately he jumps in, and as a devil fruit user, he can't swim so he starts sinking like a rock. But due to being half fishman, he can still breathe underwater. Even as he jumps underwater he still keeps the sack clenched on his hand. As he sinks for around 30 seconds, he can feel some giant sea kings looking at him. They seem like giant snakes, crocodiles, sharks, and many other variants of animals. Though Itake still couldn't see the end of the sea kings surrounding him. Suddenly a shadow descends upon them all and an island eater fish appears. It opens its giant mouth, swallowing both Itake and the rest of the sea kings. Immediately the water around him flows in the island eater's mouth and so does he. As he flows down he can finally see the end and when he enters it, he looks around and sees that he is just floating above water while looking at the sky, or more correctly the painted-on sky. Suddenly a blue-skinned man on a boat comes next to Itake and smiles at him. Itake, long time no see. As he hears that Itake's face morphs into a small smirk. Kisame, your entrance was 2/10 this time. Wha? No way, I even had the act of the mysterious stranger all on point, says Kisame, bewildered by this as he pulls up Itake and puts him on the boat. Your look and personality don't suit the mystery appearances at all, you are also very distinguishing looking, explains Itake, as he smiles a little. He and Kisame have these meetings quite often ever since he got his ship and was allowed to move around. Yeah, Mikoto keeps saying the same things, says Kisame with a slightly annoyed look on his face. So how has dad been? Asks Itake as he opens his sack that he has been carrying with him. Inside the sack, there are around 20 devil fruits. Kisame just takes the sack and puts it to the side as he smiles back at Itake. Well, he has been good. But as you know, whenever these meetings come around he tries to convince to make you come back. He is worried that one day you might slip up, explains Kisame, as he takes out some meat that he had cooked before Itake came here. He offers half of it to Itake. This is his way of caring for his siblings. Then Kisame continues saying, don't even know why dad let you go if he was gonna be this worried about it. Itake smiles at that fondly. Well, this is my way of protecting my family. Kisame frowns at that. We are not weak enough to need protection like this Itake, says Kisame as he tries to deter Itake from the path that he is going. He is my brother too. Dad is not the only one who is worried about Itake's well-being. Itake only looks down with a content smile on his face. This is my way of protecting the people that I love. Kisame's eyes widen at this. In the end, he can only sigh at the situation. He then looks at Itachi and smiles. Kaka. Itachi, enough talk about such depressing topics. How about something else now? So did you meet any cute girl while you were in the Marines? As Kisame asks that, Itachi's face blushes for a split second as he thinks of a certain girl. Kisame's smile turns into an ecstatic one as he notices Itachi blushing. Chapter 59, Bonus Chapter. Title, Problems. Kisame POV. I spent a couple of hours talking with Itachi and in the end, he still didn't give me anything to work with. I still have no idea which Marine girl he might have a crush on. Welp, I am an already married man, so I can't go around committing debauchery. Well, Shirahoshi is like only 9 years old currently, but still. I want to devote my romantic love to her. That is all that there is to it. I am saving myself for marriage and that is all that there is to it. I take the sack of devil fruits and start swimming away while Itachi will be brought back to his ship by a sea king. Itachi has been hunting pirate in paradise. This serves more than just a way to get his contributions, this is also a way for him to bring us devil fruits. Honestly, and a sound that sounds like a bullet being shot is made as a small cloud is made below me as I kicked off the air. Jeppo. Immediately I start flying off into the distance. Flying is faster than walking, so as I fly I suddenly frown a little as I feel something shift behind me. I immediately use Tekai to harden my back muscles, while on top of it I use armament haki to defend too. Bam! I feel a kick hit me on my back, but I don't even flinch as I turn around midair and try to grab the foot that kicked me. But as I do so, I can see the limb turn into some kind of cream before I even touched the foot. I look at my assailant and see that it was someone very familiar. Katakuri. I say calmly as my eyes narrow at him. You wanna die by coming here or something? Katakuri doesn't answer as his arm enlarges and gets covered in haki as he punches at me. Bam! It hits me head on and I am thrown down on the ground creating a huge crater under me. Boom! I just lie down as I look at Katakuri using a trident to attack me. Clang! But I too pull my heavy sword and clash against him. As we do so both of our conquerors' haki leaks out as every creature around us is knocked out. Damn, this will be hard. General POV. While Katakuri and Kisame were fighting, Kisame didn't know that above clouds, there was a cloud with a happy smile on his face. Standing on the cloud was Big Mom, Smoothie, and Cracker who was with his real body there. Big Mom has an annoyed look on her face. I thought the shark would come. Not his son. Smoothie on the other hand has a frown on her face. That kid is supposed to be only 13, but by his body size and raw strength which almost seems to match Katakuri, he is strong. He is someone worthy of being called that man's son. Cracker snickered at this. If Katakuri wasn't so honorable and wanted to fight the kid one-on-one, then Mother would have already slapped the little fish to death. As Cracker thinks he rubs his abdomen, there was a giant scar in there. That was the place in which Jaw punched him a long time ago. The punch had obliterated his bones and hurt some of his organs due to Jaw using an advanced form of armament haki. He had almost died from that punch. Smoothie on the other hand still has a worried look on her face and she suggests, we should kill him as soon as Katakuri defeats him. She is afraid of Kisame becoming another Jaw. That would be like two Yonko making an alliance. On the other hand, Katakuri and Kisame were still fighting as Katahiri creates hands made out of machi on his back and they all were covered in haki. Machi machine gun. Bam, 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 bam. Hundreds of hits rain down on Kisame and a little blood comes out of his mouth. In the end, he throws his sword away and uses one hand to guard, and pulls his other hand backward. 10,000 brick fist. Boom! All of Katakuri's hits are repelled backward and Kisame uses the water in the air as he slaps the air in front of him. Shark arrows. Dozens of small shark-like arrows made out of water appear. Katakuri on the other hand looks into the future a couple of seconds and dodges all of the attacks by turning his body into machi. His hand then touches the ground and immediately the earth below them turns into machi as it encompasses Kisame and it starts choking him and restricting his moves. There was not enough water around for Kisame to use to counter Katakuri's machi. *T, this is really bad, thinks Kisame as he is engulfed by machi. He takes a small knife from his pocket and he uses it to cut the machi around him like butter even though it was covered in haki. Katakuri looks at this and narrows his eyes slightly. The knife is coated on sea stone. Chapter 60. Title, Kisame vs Katakuri. As Katakuri notices that Kisame has a dagger coated with sea stone. Something like this can be only made by Wano craftsmen, or the world government. Does Jaw have a secret alliance with Kaido now? Or maybe he has some backhanded deals with the world government. *T seems like Jaw has been growing stronger again. Katakuri was contemplating how Kisame was able to get a dagger made like that. No matter the answer to it, he was sure of one thing. Jaw is preparing for something. In the end, Katakuri stops thinking about things like that and instead he concentrates fully on his battle with Kisame. He coats his arms in haki and machi donuts are made around Kisame. Pow, 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 pow. Countless fists covered in haki bash Kisame who winces a little as he can a slight internal pain at this. But he covers his whole body in armament haki as a mode of defense, his skin turns into a dark and he then grabs his sea stone dagger in a reverse grip. He tries to cut some of the fists hitting him, but due to Katakuri's future vision, all of the fists hit Kisame in weak points. So he starts feeling a slight internal pain as hundreds of hits hit him. Kisame then plans to use life return to bulk himself up so at least the hits will do less damage to him. But as soon as he plans to do that, the ground under him becomes a type of mochi quicksand as it sucks him in. Kisame frowns at this. Fighting against Katakuri feels like fighting against his brother, Kakashi. He always used tricks like this that make the need for raw power needless. I know just the way on how to deal with people like this, deduced Kisame as his mind was solely concentrated in the fight and all other thoughts became second nature to him. I can see it, there is no way you can beat me, affirmed Katakuri. To him it wasn't a brag, just a fact. From what he has seen till now, Kisame is good at getting damaged and can brush off most hits. But in the end, he still can't defeat Katakuri. Kisame can't even hit him. Oh, I might not be able to beat you, or maybe I can. Who knows, but I am pretty sure I can hold you here long enough till my family comes and rips you apart, confirms Kisame with a wide smile on his face. He then uses Haki and Jeppo allowing him to escape from the restrictions on his legs. He is now midair. One of his legs moves like a snake and it creates countless wind blades. Reinkaku Storm. As Katakuri sees this, he can determine that each of these slashes has Haki in them. So he just looks into the future again and transforms his body into Machi wherever the Machi was gonna hit. As he does he jumps straight through the blades and towards Kisame. Kisame's eyes widen at this as he sees Katakuri easily moves through his wind blades. Karakuri appears in front of him and before Kisame can react, Katakuri's fist turns into square-shaped and is covered with Haki. Keiku Machi, Square Machi. Bam! Tekai. He hits Kisame in the stomach and even though he tightened his abdominal muscles on top of his Haki, Kisame is injured as he spits out a handful of blood. Boom! He falls on the ground again and he makes a giant crater as he crashes. Kisame can feel his stomach cave in by that hit. It was painful as hell and he almost threw up his lunch due to it. What the hell? Acclaimed Kisame in his head, he has never been beaten so badly. He hasn't even put a scratch on Katakuri and already he feels as if his body is in extreme pain. I can't lose here. I am Dad's right-hand man. If I lose here I will be a disgrace to be called his son anymore. As he thinks that, Kisame is pumped up again and he stands up, though with a little difficulty as he breathes heavily at this. Katakuri is a little surprised at this. After all, a 13-year-old just took on his strongest attack and still got up. I think you should give up, suggested Katakuri. You will not be able to take another one of my hits. Kisame's frowning face turns into a smile as he hears that. He looks at Katakuri with a mocking look on his face. Stupid, my father is gonna rule the world one day. I can't give up to a mere Yonko commander. As he hears that, veins pop in Katakuri's forehead. He pulls out his trident and, whoosh, in a burst of speed, he appears behind Kisame and tries to pierce Kisame. But something surprising happens as Kisame kicks backward where he is. Bam! Karakuri uses his trident to block the kick and then he brings his Haki-imbued blocky fist backward and he slams it towards Kisame's head. But Kisame turns around and his eyes are closed and as the fist hits him, he flows with the power of the fist. Like a leaf in the wind, his body takes almost no damage and he does a backflip due to the power of the fist and he uses the power accumulated by the fist and kicks Katakuri on the chin. Bam! Katakuri can feel his brain is a little shaken so his vision blurred for a second. But his body moved by itself as he uses his devil fruit spins the hand which is holding his spear. Machi thrust. Whoosh! Kisame attempts to dodge again. This surprises Katakuri a little. But in the end, he hits Kisame on his side, and piercing through it. Cough. Kisame coughs a little and attempts to attack Katakuri again but Katakuri hits him in the head with his square machi. Bam! Kisame immediately starts bleeding from his head and he falls on the ground unconscious as his eyes roll to the back of his head. Though Katakuri won this fight he looks at Kisame's unconscious body and he can't help it but contemplate. That kid, did he just? After that ordeal, a couple of hours later, in York New Island, a place filled full of futuristic buildings, Jaw is standing in there on a private park, playing with one of the newborns, Surtsk. He is a red-haired and blue-eyed half-fishman. Come on now Surtsk, you wanna be able to go with Daddy flying right? Then you must eat vegetables and healthy food. One day, you won't even need to go with Daddy and would be able to fly by yourself. Stipulated Jaw, trying to have his son train harder one day. Okay, Daddy, answered Surtsk. Then we can go and fly together right Dad? Jaw nods at this with a smile on his face. Of course we will, and then we see a dash. Sir Jaws, there is a call from Big Mom. Interrupted one fishman as Jaw was about to say something. Though a little pissed off at being interrupted, he still has a smile on his face as he says to his son. Seems like Daddy will have some work to do now, so go and play with your siblings, Surtsk. Surtsk jumps off Jaw's arms and spreads his arms like a bird, and he lands on the ground and starts running away with his arms spread wide like a plane. Jaw then takes the transponder snail and opens it. Kasha, what do you want old hag? Asked Jaw as he answered the transponder snail. Mama, laughs Big Mom. I have something very precious to you Jaw. I have a certain little shark that sure looks a lot like his father. As soon as she says that a dangerous atmosphere appears around Jaw and his heart flows upward. Everything within his vicinity passes out as his conqueror's haki bursts out of him, cracking the ground below him. Big Mom, you are dead. Chapter 61. Title, Pain. More like pleasure. As Jaw hears Big Mom say that, he expresses his anger at this and threatens Big Mom with her life. But Big Mom is not at all intimidated by Ja. She is a Yonko too. She has never been afraid of Ja and is most likely to never be afraid of him. You will come to Whole Cake Island, unmanned and unarmed, stated Big Mom. You can come and get your son. As Big Mom says that, both of them know the double meaning behind that. Ja on the other hand can feel a heaviness settle over his heart as he hears this. His mind works faster than normal as he tries to figure out what he will do next. Hundreds of options appear on his head. His heart is all about saving his son and that. But his mind on the other hand is calm, absolutely calm as he contemplates. I need to think this more clearly. My mind is currently in disarray. In the end, Ja just clenches his teeth and takes a deep breath. He calms himself, and a dull strange look appears on his eyes as he blinks. You kill him, and the Big Mom pirates will never again set sail on the sea. I will kill and torture every single one of your children that I catch. I will r**p any of your daughters in front of their siblings before torturing them to insanity, and when the day comes when I will take everything from you, you will beg me to finally give you the sweet release of death, states Ja as if he is stating a fact. He doesn't allow Big Mom to speak as he continues saying, I will hunt you down Big Mom. Either you return my son to me or you will suffer a fate worse than death. There is no other deal. As he says that he just closes the transponder snail. Caching. He still has that cold look even after finishing his talk with Big Mom. He gets up and takes a deep breath. The air around his vicinity is sucked out as his lungs enlarge. Everyone gather up on the streets. Kisame has been captured by the Big Mom pirates. Let's go slaughter them. As Ja yells that the whole island shakes like an earthquake hit it. Everyone on the island winces a little due to the loud sound and even Kakashi who was relaxing while trying to think up new ideas on how to use his devil fruit. Everyone is startled, and the siblings are all enraged as their eyes are filled with rage before they can even be surprised at the situation. Immediately, hundreds of dendenmushi ring as countless people are notified within the island and out of it about what has happened. On the other hand in Whole Cake Island, Big Mom is mad as she looks at the transponder snail. While in the same room she is sitting on her chair, she has some of her children around and at the corner of the room, there is a bloody Kisame with chains around his wrists, ankles, and all over his body. His body has countless injuries and it is evident that he has had no medical attention, even the piece of his missing from his abdomen hasn't been bandaged to stop the bleeding. But he has already used Tekai to tighten his muscles to stop the bleeding. By the usage Sime-kiken, life return, he has been able to use his muscle fibers like stitches to close the wound completely. Kakaiki, laughs Kisame as he sees Big Mom angry. Everyone turns around to look at him, and Kisame looks straight back at them. You guys are so *ked. I have never heard Dad be so mad. I kind of feel sorry for you. One of Big Mom's daughters, she is a member of the Longleg tribe. Cinnamon is a tall woman that has a tattoo on her upper left thigh. Similar to her sister Smoothie, she has disproportionately large hands. She has long, mahogany hair tied in a high ponytail. She wears a striped blue hourglass corset, a short skirt, long dark gloves with elbow padding, a pair of high dark boots, and a long white cape. She is Cinnamon, Big Mom's 37th child. She has a whip in her hand as she gets close to Kisame, who when he sees her enraged look on her face he teased her. Well, you are a big girl, ain't ya? So what are you going to do with a whip like that, big girl? Whoosh. Pam? She whips Kisame along his torso, but he only has a smile on his face as that happens. You will have to take me to dinner before we get into S&M, baby. Mocks Kisame, angering Cinnamon even more as she starts whipping him even more. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. She whips Kisame countless times until she starts breathing heavily a couple of minutes later. She looks at Kisame with a triumphant look, but when she sees that he still has a smile on his face it angers her once again. Kisame looks at her face full of anger and says, do it a little harder, babe. If you keep being this soft, neither of us will be able to get any pleasure out of it. Cinnamon is disgusted by it and is about to whip Kisame again, but Katakuri appears behind her and grabs her hand. It's no use, Cinnamon, a whip doesn't faze him. Even a bullet wouldn't do much to him as he is tightening his muscles and is using haki at the same time as he sees where the whip will hit him. Kisame when he sees this has an annoyed look on his face. Oi, Katakuri, how about you mind your own damn business and let the girl do whatever she wants. He then looks at Cinnamon and smiles creepily as his tongue creepily waggles around. Do go on, Cinnamon-chan. I was just getting into it. Cinnamon becomes angry and takes out her sword and slashes at Kisame's forehead. Clang! But sadly for her, Kisame uses haki on his forehead and breaks the sword in two. Now that is what I am talking about, Cinnamon-chan. Next time bring some candles and let's light this *T up. Kakaiki. In the end, Smoothie is the one to intervene by saying, Cinnamon, stop it. You are only bringing more pleasure to the pervert. Use fire next time. There is no way he can resist that, no matter how thick his skin is. Now we are talking, exclaims Kisame in a joyous face. You should join us too, Smoothie-chan. Smoothie frowns at that and walks away, so do the other children and so does Big Mom. We will bring some professional torturers to do the job better, says Smoothie coldly. Kisame has a small smirk on his face as he hears that and replies by saying, hope it's a cute girl then. 12 hours later and Ja's army had gathered. There was only one flying ship, just for the devil fruit users, and to guide the troops. There were 30,000 fishmen and amongst them was Jinbe too. After all, Jibe might be a Shishibukai, but he is still under Ja. When he calls on you, you better show up, especially when he seems so genuinely angry. The Fishman has all surrounded the whole of Totland. They had surrounded every single island under Big Mom. Jaw is at the head of the ship as he looks at the giant cake-like castle of Whole Cake Island. He has Kakashi next to him standing as his right-hand man. Jaw then takes out his katana which crackles in electricity. BZZZZZT. Kill them all. Announces Jaw as his haki-imbued sword slashes faster than anyone's eyes can follow. Thunder sword style, heaven slicing slash. Whoosh. A giant blue flying slash is created as it charges towards the castle where Big Mom resides. Chapter 62. Title, Big Mom vs Jaw. As the blue flying slash goes towards Big Mom's castle, the owner of the castle, Big Mom, appears standing on a dark cloud. Her hair was up in flames and so was her sword. As she sees the flying slash she just frowns in slight annoyance. As the slash gets within slashing distance her sword, Napoleon, seems to be alive and covered in fire with a malicious look on its face. Big Mom then just swings her sword, putting all of her strength behind it. Hahaba. Boom! As the flying slash crashes with Big Mom it creates a deafening roar as the flying slash gets dispersed. Big Mom has a terrifying look on her face as her eyes land on Jaw. He has already destroyed some of her fleets by sinking some ships just going around. He didn't care what type of ships they were, whether carrying an army or civilians. If they were carrying the Big Mom flag, they were getting sunk. This is a power play by Jaw, showing other people what would happen if they decided to join or cooperate with Big Mom in any way. Yes, it was obviously unreasonable in the eyes of the average person. But to Jaw this wasn't anything about hate or such things. He simply plans to destroy Big Mom. Since this has already started, then one of them must do. At least that is so in Jaw's opinion. Big Mom brings her sword backward preparing to throw a giant slash at Jaw. She has an angry smile as she shouts out, Akoka sovereignty. Boom! As she slashes, her tremendous physical strength is displayed as the attack flies at Jaw. The attack is a powerful one as it obliterates everything on its way. Jaw has a calm look on his face. He needs to be calm or else his observation haki won't work at its best and he will lose his future sight while angry. He takes a slow breath and as he sees Big Mom's attack come towards him, he uses Jeppo and charges towards the attack. His body crackles with lightning that is emitted from his sword. As the attack of Big Mom is within his range, Jaw's sword arm becomes a blur to anyone looking at it. Thunder sword style, heavenly dicing. Boom! Big Mom's attack is cut into small pieces and dispersed. But he doesn't stop there and he charges against Big Mom. He has already laid his plans in motion. Kisame will be rescued and the Big Mom pirates will be completely defeated. That is all that there is to it. Jaw and Big Mom meet in the middle and clash their swords. Clang! This time there was no trick and Jaw could hold back Big Mom as his arms bulk up. Still, he looks into the future and sees that Big Mom will try to use Prometheus to shot fire at him. That is when Prometheus shoots fire at Jaw while he is preoccupied with holding back Big Mom's attack. Jaw doesn't care as he takes the attack head on and even uses it to allow himself to slip into Big Mom's guard and he swings his sword towards her midsection. Clang! But his sword is blocked by a trident covered in haki. Cracks appear all around the trident. Square Machi and Katakuri attacks Jaw with a square-looking fist. Jaw sees this future and immediately jumps back a little as Katakuri uses Square Machi to reinforce his fists while punching. He dodges and that is when he slashes at Katakuri's throat. Katakuri sees the future too and tries to dodge, but he is a little slow as a giant gash appears along his chest. Blood flows like a fountain out of him and he flies back. He didn't even have time to turn himself into Machi due to Jaw's fast attack speed. This is no longer a battle you can interfere in, Katakuri. Sneered Jaw, no longer seeing Katakuri as someone at his level. Go along and play with some of my children. Be careful though, some of them can bite. As he says that Jaw slaps the air creating a sonic boom. 10,000 brick palm. Pow! As if hit by an invisible force, Katakuri is thrown backward. Big Mom takes this split second to attack Jaw and punch him in the skull and Jaw crashes on the ground. That is the future that Jaw sees, so he uses armament haki in one of his arms and blocks her slap. Bomb! Though it pushes him down a little, Jaw can still use Jeppo to reposition himself and attack again. This time as he gets close to Big Mom, he can see the enraged look of the old hag and a small smirk appears on his face. In an instant, he used Jeppo and Suro midair. In combination it gave him a great speed midair that allowed him to maneuver around Big Mom. BZZZZT. Jaw POV. Thunder sword style, 1000 slash. UAAAAA. Screams Big Mom as dozens of deep cuts appear all over her body. She looks at it with a strange look in her eyes. I just smile at this and get close. Boom! I suddenly feel a giant lightning bolt hit me for a split second in which it paralyzes me. Big Mom smiles again as in that second she punches me in the face with her full strength. Bam! I can feel myself almost pass out as her fist strikes me, my brain rockets inside of my skull. *T. I did see the attack in the future but couldn't dodge it as it was happening at my blind spot. The split second when I need to again look into the future. Her strength is truly monstrous. I almost got defeated by one punch from her. That is when I have my concentration fully on and attack again. This time I sneakily pull out a small knife from my pocket as my sword slices through Big Mom's flesh, making a huge injury. I take out the small knife and stab it into her wound deep inside. Huh. Big Mom is surprised by this as suddenly she starts feeling a little dizzy and she falls of her could. Bomb! And she lands headfirst on the ground. That was a Seprism small knife. This is why I will never eat a devil fruit, for example, even if I am quite sure of myself about defeating Big Mom in this fight. The fight itself would take days for it to be finished. Also, I would be a fool that there was a high chance of Big Mom outlasting me in a fight of endurance. Thankfully, I used Seaprism Stone, an absolute weakness to devil fruit users. Also, my little way of beating the Yonko, I might not outlast them in a straight-out fight, and might even lose quite badly if the terrain isn't in my favor. But if I use this little trick of mine, I can beat the sh*t out of Kaido and Big Mom. I approach Big Mom as she is lying on the ground. This trick is unlikely to work twice on a person, so she got to die now. Her children and her whole family will have to go too, even the infant ones. They all threatened my family, so that is unacceptable. I just walk to Big Mom, I don't brag or even say anything to her as I swing my sword downwards at her. Swoosh! Chapter 63, Bonus Chapter, Daily Chapter will foam out in a little bit. Title, Split Second Changes. As Jaw swings his sword downwards towards Big Mom, Katakuri sees the future and many of her other children notice this. Katakuri's face pales as he sees the future, notices that his brother Cracker is next to him so he grabs him, and Katakuri's muscles enlarge as he grabs Cracker by his arm and throws him at Jaw. Save mother, says Katakuri as he throws Cracker with his full power. Whoosh! Cracker flies at top speeds as he hears Katakuri say that he imbues his swords with haki, giving it a shining dark color. Jaw on the other hand can see a candy and mochi wall appear in front of him, but he easily cuts through them like butter. But at the same time, his sword was slowed by a split second. But that was enough time for Cracker to appear in front of him and clash swords with Jaw. Clank! But at the same time, the difference between Jaw's and Cracker's armament haki was too much. So Jaw easily cut through Cracker's sword and he easily bisects Cracker. Bam! But at this time Jaw is kneed in the face by an angry Katakuri. Jaw's body flies away and crashes through a dozen trees. Boom! Katakuri has an angry look and wants to go and chase after him, but is stopped by a hand grabbing his leg. He looks down and sees the upper half of Cracker's body. Save. That is all Cracker can say as his eyes dull and he dies. Katakuri can only clench his teeth and use his mochi to pull the small dagger out of Big Mom. As he does so, Big Mom immediately gets up and her eyes turn red once she sees Cracker's corpse. What is this feeling? Wonders Big Mom as she can feel a certain empty feeling inside her heart. Though she couldn't exactly move when Cracker saved her, she could still see and feel what he did. What is this emptiness inside of me? Slowly tears appear on her eyes as she just looks at Cracker. Why? Why did you have to die, Cracker? Her eyes then wander towards Jaw and she sees him get up and crack his neck. He is wearing dark blue pants and a black tank top. He looks at Big Mom and a malicious smile appears on his face. Almost gotcha there, old hag, said Jaw. He truly could have killed Big Mom if Cracker didn't interfere. This is the truth of battle. One split second can change the flow of it. Especially a fight at their level, it is even more true. Just like when Jaw used Sea Stone to paralyze and weaken Big Mom, or when Odin lost against Kaido. One split second. Katakuri and Big Mom look at Jaw with a murderous look on their eyes. Perospero and Smoothie join them as they look at Jaw. On the other hand, Jaw still has a calm look on his face. If this was before, he would run away. After all, he can't defeat Big Mom and her children together. Not even now he can't. But he is no longer alone. BZZZT. In a lightning flash, Kakashi appears next to his father with a spear in his hand. Boom. At the same time, a giant ship crashes and Mikato comes outside of it, together with Escanor, who has an axe in his hand and his body is overly muscular. Boom. Another explosion is heard as a blonde-haired child wearing a brown winter coat appears. This is Deidara, and he is using explosions below his feet to propel himself midair. He lands at his family's side and he has a smile on his face too. As Jaw sees this, he can't help it as a smile appears on his face. Let's show the Big Mom pirates that no one messes with our family. At this time in Big Mom's castle, inside the main room where Big Mom would usually stay in, there is Cinnamon, who is guarding Kisame, who was still tied in chains. He was looking down and his stomach growled every now and then due to hunger. He hasn't been given food or water since he was captured. Also, he has already been tortured for countless hours already. Water, begged Kisame. As Cinnamon hears this, she gets a little closer and yells at him. Speak up. Water, begs Kisame again. Cinnamon frowns, but she just goes back to her position. She won't be giving him anything to him. But what she didn't notice was Kisame's eyes shine red for that. Prospero at this time is fighting against Deidara and is actually losing. He surrounds Deidara with candy, but Deidara simply explodes himself as soon as he sees that he is about to be restricted or hit by an attack. He is using his explosions as a defense too. I really should thank Big Bro Atake for getting me this fruit, mused Deidara as he has a smile on his face. The battle was currently in a stalemate once again, though Jaw's children weren't winning. They were still able to keep the Big Mom children occupied. Chapter 64. Title, The World Will Rotate. Jaw clashes Big Mom with ferocious clashes. Bayam? Their swords clash once more. The sky above them splits apart as a storm starts brewing. Neither of them talks or mocks each other. They are here to fight, not play around. And so Jaw again lets the lightning from his rage run through his body and increasing its capabilities for a split second. His sword moves like a snake, easily going through Big Mom's guard. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. In a split second, dozens of scars appear around Big Mom's arms. Jaw doesn't dare to keep the lightning inside his body for too long, as it will start shocking his internal organs, and that would hurt him more than it would hurt Big Mom. But if he uses the lightning in just split seconds like that, then there is no danger to him and the injury to his body is only minimal and it will heal along the fight. Big Mom is not bothered at all by the injuries that appear along her arms as she again goes to attack Jaw again. But she is still being careful now. She doesn't want to be taken by surprise with a C-prism weapon like before. She can't remember the last time that she fought cautiously against like this. At this time, Smoothie was also fighting against Escanor and Mikato. Escanor is clashing against Smoothie and their attacks countless times, and just when Smoothie is about to hit Escanor, hundreds of cannonballs and bullets shoot at her. So she has to jump back. Mikato, who has a small smile on her face, is quite far away from them. She is using her mark fruit to hinder Smoothie when she is about to hit Escanor. This is a delicate stalemate that they are in here. But Mikato smiles a little as he opens a small case that has 10 bullets on the inside. She can feel a slight feeling of danger coming from the tip of the bullets. That is because the tips are coated in sea stone. This is her own strategy against devil fruits. Especially since she doesn't have armament haki yet. The battle between Perospero and Deodara, on the other hand, is going completely in Deodara's favor as he simply approaches Perospero and self-detonates. Just like he is currently doing, by using his explosions to maneuver himself midair, dodging Perospero's attacks, and when he gets close to him, boom! Deodara self-detonates, engulfing both him and Perospero in the explosion. Perospero jumps back and covers himself in candy armor, but he still gets slightly burned by the explosion. Deodara, on the other hand, is in the middle of the explosion with a malicious look and smile on his face. Katakuri vs Kakashi, on the other hand, was a battle of minds. Kakashi was using his observation haki and strategizing every hit that he makes. Katakuri, on the other hand, is using his future sight to look into the future. So he imbues the tips of his fingers with haki and shoots them like bullets. Kakashi never gets close to Katakuri. He has already learned that is dangerous to him. So a long-distance fight is more favorable for him. But while he is fighting, he is also counting something else. 7 seconds. Thinks Kakashi. He can look 7 seconds into the future, and after those 7 seconds, there is a split second where he will get his next future sight. That is when I will attack. Katakuri was breathing heavily too, as he had been injured by Jaw beforehand too. So he has to be careful to not aggravate his wounds. Fighting someone like Kakashi is a whole lot different than Kisame. One uses raw power, while the other uses tricks against his enemies. But while this was happening, countless other fights were happening in Whole Cake Island and the other islands around it. Jaw was using his full force and has an all-out attack happening. On the other hand, in the other parts of the New World, Kaido and the other Yonko got news of this. Immediately Kaido had only one idea inside his head. I will destroy Jaw's territory. Hiccup, says Kaido drunkenly. It's nothing personal to him, it's just that Jaw has shown a weak spot and it would be a fool's action to not take it. King, we are going to attack that stupid shark's territories. Let's gather up everyone. It doesn't take long to gather some of the main members of the Beast Pirates to gather some of their own. Jack, Queen, King, and some other members join in. They filled up a giant galleon ship with around 200 Beast Pirate members. They travel quite fast through the New World as they use some Sea Kings to pull their ship along. Kaido has a joyous look on his face as he thinks of the annoyance this will cause to Jaw. Wororororo, what will you do now, you shark bastard? But at this time, in Jaw's York New Island, there is a red-haired man in the docks. He is relaxing on the deck of his own ship. That is when a man comes and says, Sir Shanks, as Jaw-sama predicted, the Beast Pirates are gonna attack soon. Shanks opens his eyes and yawns a little. Kaido, you say? Well, Jaw did say that he would give me some islands that he has if I protect his territory in case of an attack from Kaido or the world government. Ben Beckman comes and with a smirk on his face, he says, well, Captain, I am surprised that you even accepted the offer. Shanks pouts as he hears that. He couldn't just ask as a friend or something? I would have done this for free. Ben Beckman smiles at this slightly. He might have thought that you would use this favor to get away from your alcohol tab. Shanks stumps on the ground annoyed when he hears this. I thought the same too. What they mean by that is that Jaw allows Shanks and his crew can go to any of the islands under Jaw's control and resupply. Jaw will pay for it as a token of their friendship. Shanks hasn't been polite about it. He has had feasts on every one of the islands he goes to. He even resupplies on the islands which are under Jaw's control. Some could say that he has been really impolite about it. He is like the scummy friend who leeches off the other friend. Ah, this annoying. Complains Shanks. I won't be able to repay the tab even if I sold my right arm. Lucky Roo comes and laughs. Wahahaha, Captain, you think we can handle Kaido? Shanks yawns when he hears that. Yeah, don't worry too much about it. I can hold back Kaido. Jaw didn't say that we have to defeat them. Just hold them back enough so they don't completely ravage his territory. While many things were happening around the New World, the government's 5 elders were in a meeting with Sengoku. The Jaw Pirates are at full war against the Big Mom Pirates. Damn, that happened too fast. A fight between the two of them must end at a stalemate at all costs, or the winner will grow too strong, says one of the elders. And now the Beast Pirates are fighting against the Red Hair Pirates. This is a disaster. We must stop this war from erupting or the whole world will be engulfed in war. Damn that Jaw, he can call into other kingdoms to war. This is a foo******up situation, growled another elder. Sengoku blocks at this with a serious look on his face. Then, we should have Buster call, the meeting between Kaido and Shanks must be stopped. Maybe then we can think of something about Jaw and Big Mom. The world was moving along and this war between Jaw and Big Mom caused a ripple to resonate throughout the whole world. Chapter 65, Bonus Chapter, Regular Daily Chapter coming in a bit. Title, Kisame joins the battle. Kisame, as he went outside of the castle. He closed his eyes and used observation haki to sense where the strongest enemies currently are. He senses that the strongest, Big Mom and Jaw, are fighting in the sky, above the clouds. As he senses his siblings and many others, he senses that some weaker voices are fighting against some stronger voices. He immediately goes towards it. A little bit later, by using Jeppo to kick off the air, Kisame arrives at a place where he sees Ichigo and some of the other siblings are fighting against a giant genie created by Deifuku and Oven. The siblings are having a hard time against them. That is when Kisame decides to crash the party by landing on the ground and creating a crack beneath him. Boom! He has a huge smile on his face as he lands in front of himself and looks at Oven and Deifuku. His siblings look at him with a happy look on their eyes. You wouldn't be happening to be bullying my cute younger siblings, would you? Because that pisses me off a little. Only I can bully my younger siblings. Deifuku has an angry look on his face as he asks, what happened to Cinnamon? Kisame only smiles at that. Don't worry, you will meet Cinnamon-chan soon. Oven narrows his eyes at this. He immediately heats up his body and charges at Kisame. The latter just punches the air towards Oven. 10,000 tile punch. But contrary to Kisame's expectation, nothing happens to Oven as he punches Kisame in the face. Bam! Of course, before the hit touches Kisame, he has already covered his face in armament haki. Kisame flies off and crashes into a tree, but he gets up immediately. He wasn't hurt at all, even though Oven's high-temperature punches should be a Fishman's bane. As he hums, Kisame has a curious look on his face. Oh, I got it now. Because of your high heat around your body, the water can't transfer the shock to your body. The water turns to steam before even touching you. Kisame says that out loud and uses his observation haki if Oven has any fluctuations in his feelings. So what I said is the truth. Well, since Fishman karate would be useless. Kisame imbues armament haki in his fist, turning it completely dark. The giant genie summoned by Deifuku uses his halberd to try and hit Kisame. But the latter just disappears from his previous place by using Soro, and when he appears in front of Oven he swings his fist, putting all of his power behind it. Bam! It hits Oven straight in the chin and he falls on the ground. He was knocked out by Kisame with a fast punch. Deifuku seems shocked at this and he has his genie go to protect his body, but Kisame has no plans of attacking Deifuku. He looks at Ichigo and smiles. Ichigo, defeat him. Ichigo simply nods at this. Kisame doesn't have to say any more. He understands that Kisame wants Ichigo to use Deifuku as a training dummy. Kisame sees this, so he just starts using Jeppo and flying away. He knows that Ichigo is in no danger at all. He has the other siblings having his back in case he is in a pinch. Katakuri and Kakashi are in a stalemate as neither one can injure the other. Kakashi also isn't someone who is willing to take a risk and attack Katakuri yet. Though Katakuri can't see the future for that split second, he can still use his observation haki to sense the attack. But at this time Kisame appears and says, well, hello there Katakuri. It's time for round 2. Kakashi sees this and yells out to Kisame, warning him. He can see in the future for around 7 seconds. Don't interfere or you will only get in the way. Kisame's mood immediately plummets when he hears this. You don't have to be so cruel, Kakashi. You already lost against him once. You will lose once more if you fight him right now. Also don't get closer to him, because if he uses you as a shield against my lightning then we will both be fu*ked. Cautioned Kakashi. He knows just how delicate this stalemate that he has with Katakuri is. Kisame smiles at this and assures Kakashi by saying, don't worry. I know that. As he says that, Kakashi looks at Kisame for a split second and that is enough for Katakuri to shoot 20 beans imbued with haki. Kakashi turns his body into lightning and dodges them. But Kisame appeared in front of the beans. He kicks away a dozen or so of them, but the others all hit his body, some even in critical places. But Kisame has a smile at this as he gives Kakashi a thumbs up. Don't worry Kakashi, I can do this, trust me. Kakashi frowns for a split second. He doesn't exactly believe in useless things like hope, fate, or such dumb things. He would trust facts rather than fiction. But seeing his bull-headed brother acting like this, he just goes away. He will wait till Katakuri beats him, and then he can just throw Kisame away from the fight again. He looks up at the sky where his father and Big Mom are fighting in a stalemate. He wants to go and help, but he knows that he will only be in the way. Bzzzt. So he just turns into lightning and goes towards his other siblings are fighting the Yonko commanders. Smoothie was a little annoyed as she fought Escanor and Mikato, who kept interrupting their fight and stopping her from putting the finishing move into the now blood-covered Escanor, who was breathing heavily and seemed to be barely standing. Mikato on the other hand was a little distressed too. She had used more than half of the seastone tip bullets, but none had hit Smoothie as she easily blocked them. She was in clear distress, but she had no observation haki, so she couldn't use her devil fruit to its top potential. Smoothie was on such a high alert against sneak attacks that even when Kakashi appears behind her and is about to shock her, she immediately swings her sword backward. Fwoosh! Kakashi immediately jumps back, but a small cut appears on his torso. but he immediately frowns as he can sense that a huge chunk of his strength is sucked away from him. Smoothie is no joke as every single one of her hits is dangerous. That is the reason why SK Napair was defeated so quickly by her. Every slash she put on him sucked away his strength. Kakashi appears next to a bloody Escanor and pulls him away, putting him next to Mikoto in the blink of an eye. He then goes back to fighting Smoothie. This time he blitzed her and he appeared behind her and grasped the behind of her head. 200 million Vilt. BZZZZZZZZT. Ah. A thunderous scream comes out of Smoothie as she can feel the electricity running through her body. She has never in her life felt such a pain. Still, she isn't out of the fight as even while in pain she swings her sword at Kakashi, who jumps back and easily dodges the slash. BZZZT. He disappears again and appears in front of Smoothie and touches her smooth belly. 200 million Volt. BZZZZZZZT. The electric shock goes straight to her organs and critically injures them, but Smoothie swings her sword again. Though Kakashi dodges again, he doesn't do so completely as he gets a small cut on his arm. He can once again feel a part of his stamina get sucked. But once again, he blitzes and appears behind Smoothie and touches her back. 200 million Volt. BZZZZZZT. Once again, he attacks Smoothie's organs. He has a cold look in his eyes. He can clearly see that the giant Smoothie is quite resilient. This time she actually coughs blood as her kidneys shut down. She falls down on one knee, but she then uses armament haki all over her body, turning her skin and clothes in shining dark color. But Kakashi just appears in front of her face and touches her cheek. BZZZZZZT. That was the final attack, as Smoothie falls on the ground unconscious. Bam! Kakashi has a small smile on his face as this happens. Damn, she was definitely resilient. Guess her big body gave her a higher lightning tolerance. Chapter 66. Title, Blinding Slash. As Kakashi knocks out Smoothie, he contemplates going for the kill for a split second before dismissing the idea. He just takes out his spear and cuts off Smoothie's limbs, leaving her knocked out, but now without limbs, so she no longer is a threat to even the weakest fishman on this island. This way when we get some fruits in here we can kill her, reasoned Kakashi. His thought process completely cold. The Big Mom pirates threatened his family. I will never be lenient to anyone who threatens my family. Anyway, I wonder who will get Smoothie's devil fruit. BZZZZT. He uses the heat generated from his electricity to burn the stumps of Smoothie's limbs so she doesn't die before they get a sack of fruits, then she can die. Kakashi casually does this as if he is just watering flowers. The way he is so casual about it is what makes him terrifying. He is scarier than Kisame because with him you at least know that there is a limit to his imagination. Kakashi is intelligent and creative. He can terrify even the bravest of men if they saw this. After that, Kakashi has his observation haki active. With his devil fruit, he can hear any conversation going on Whole Cake Island. He can also sense every single person and their movements on the island. He can sense that Deidara has everything handled against Perospero and is winning. It's only a matter of time before he wins. But he at the same time hears a conversation and a woman who seems to be teleporting around the island. Through mirrors? She also seems to be trapping some of his siblings. BZZZZT. He disappears in a flash. Broly looks at the red-haired girl in front of her. She is someone troublesome who has the swamp fruit. A Logia which she is unable to hit because she can't use armament haki yet. The red-haired girl is Jaw's second daughter, Urza, the user of the swamp fruit. While Broly has trapped some of Jaw's children inside her mirror world, Urza too has trapped some of the Big Mom's children inside her swamp fruit. As Broly was about to say something, Kakashi appears behind her and grabs her by the back of her head. 10 million Volt Bari. BZZZZT. Immediately Broly is knocked out. Kakashi doesn't waste any time as he calls out to Urza. We need to find a mirror and then I can take Broly with me to enter the mirror world. That way I can free all of our siblings. Due to Kakashi's good memory, he can remember the entry about the mirror fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and the notes his father put in about the fruit. He will use that knowledge to save his siblings, having to put himself out of the battle. While Kakashi was doing that, the battle between Kisame and Katakuri is going on a little differently. Katakuri charges at Kisame for the dozenth time. Kisame uses kami, paper art, to move his body in such strange ways that together with his observation haki allows him to dodge some of Katakuri's more lethal hits. Katakuri uses his trident, rotating it and trying to hit Kisame, who dodged all of the attacks perfectly. As Kisame jumps back he uses his leg to throw a couple of wind slashes by using Reinkaku. Katakuri just turns his body to Machi at the place where the attacks will hit. Buff as Kisame is midair, Katakuri clocks his fist backward and infuses it with haki. The fist enlarges a little and reddens. Burning Machi. Pew! Katakuri shoots his fist like a rocket. Kisame covers his arms in haki up to his elbows and crosses them at where the attack will hit. Bam! The attack hits and crashes Kisame through a dozen trees before Kisame sinks his feet on the ground and stops himself from flying away by the attack. Katakuri frowns at this, as they have been fighting. He has confirmed his suspicion that he had during the last moments of when they fought for the first time. Kisame can actually predict and dodge his attacks. So, it seems like you have started seeing the future too, commented Katakuri as he looks at Kisame with newfound respect. As I suspected, you could do so ever since the last moments during our first fight. Kisame smiles at this as his arms are covered in armament haki past his elbows. Yep, I was surprised when I could first do so. I now understand that I must have a constantly calm mind to use something like this. I am not used to having a clear and calm mind during battle, but I am learning. Katakuri nods at this, but they both know that comparing Katakuri's and Kisame's future vision, they are on completely different levels. While Katakuri can see 7 seconds in the future, Kisame can't see even a full second into it. But at the same time, Kisame's durability was crazy as most of Katakuri's attacks didn't even phase him. At the same time, in the sky, above the clouds, Big Mom has surrounded herself in fire as she has noticed that the fire can hurt Ja when he gets close to her. So Prometheus has surrounded her like a fire cloak, while she is standing on Zeus, who shoots lightning every now and then at Ja. Napoleon on the other hand was covered in flames too. She has also been using the fire to forcefully burn shut every wound that she gets from Ja. Ja on the other hand is only breathing a little hard, but he isn't truly tired. It's simply that they have been fighting for quite a bit and the heat has increased. If he was at sea, he could just use the water to turn off the fire. But right now, he wants to see how good he fares against a Yonko even when he is not at sea. He is pretty much in a stalemate with Big Mom. He can hurt her, but she will burn her wounds shut. She can hurt him too, but way less than he can hurt her because Ja avoids most of Big Mom's attack. So he only has some small burns along his body, nothing too serious. But while Big Mom can handle his attacks, he has to be more careful than her. Because one attack from her hitting him would be a critical injury, instead of just a scar, like when he hits Big Mom. Big Mom then uses Prometheus to spew some fire at Ja, but he isn't at all scared at the fire as he just casually cuts the fire. He then sees that hitting Big Mom like that would not have any effect short term, so he just looks at her in the eyes and smirks slightly. He then lets the lightning from his sword run through his body, increasing his reflexes, strength, and speed. As soon as he can feel the lighting running through his body, he fully charges Big Mom, using Jeppo and Soro at the same time allowing him fast 3D movement. This move of his is called Razor Blade. As he does so, he dodges Big Mom's initial slash easily by using his future vision, and gets close to her even though he can feel the fire lick his skin as he has concentrated all of his haki in his sword, turning it dark. Lightning sword style, blinding heaven slash. Whoosh! His sword slashes at Big Mom's eyes, but Big Mom isn't bothered by this as she extends her hand to grab Ja. But he uses his newfound temporary speed to slash at Big Mom's hands, covering them in wounds, as he jumps back. He has a smile on his face as he sees Big Mom's eyes, who are closed and are seemingly crying blood. Chapter 67, Bonus Chapter. Title, Interference. As he slashed Big Mom's eyes, Ja can't help but rejoice a little. Big Mom is a person who is naturally prone to anger. This makes her lose her ability to use observation haki quite a lot. Her rage makes her worse than an animal in the usage of observation. She can't be calm and now with her lost vision, she can't really pinpoint where Ja is, as Ja hides his presence and attacks Big Mom from behind her. Fwish! Hundreds of lightning quick hits land on her back and Ja smirks slightly at this. Blood spews out of Big Mom like a fountain. Ay! Screeches Big Mom loudly, her conqueror's haki flowing out of her. But Ja isn't worried about none of this as he attacks Big Mom again. But as he is about to do so, he gets a vision of the future that will happen in the next 6 seconds. A giant magma fist will devour him and Big Mom. Ja immediately turns around and sees that a giant magma fist is coming towards him. He has a calm look on his face, and his mind calculates what could have brought such a response from the Marines. I see, so the Marines finally caught wind of this and interfered. Welp, killing Big Mom now wouldn't be beneficial for me and would only help the Marines. But if they want to fight me, I will show them that it isn't such a good idea to do so, mused Ja as he saw that Big Mom was now throwing Ikaku sovereignty at him, creating a huge blast towards him. So she is now moderately calm enough to at least be able to sense my location. He dodges the sword blast from Big Mom and sees that the blast and the giant magma fist were going to collide. Bomb! They clashed and the sword blast easily overpowered the magma fist, shattering it to a million pieces. Ja on the other hand is a little surprised by the nice coincidence. Well, I guess I better finish this here. I wanted to get Big Mom's soul fruit for one of my kids. But it seems like that day won't be today. Contemplated Ja, he knows that continuing any longer would get both him and Big Mom dead. So he will just leave Big Mom behind, and that then becomes a win-win situation for him. If they leave Big Mom alive, then he can later come and take her fruit by killing her. If they kill Big Mom, then he will just take over her territory. The Marines can't do anything in the new world, this is the place where the Yonko rule the seas. So Ja just uses Jeppo to fly off, and he takes a deep breath and yells out, "Children, retreat." His scream vibrates all through the island and everyone can hear it. His children and Fishman crew immediately start retreating, even Kisame who is usually very headstrong listens to his father and retreats, leaving his fight against Katakuri unfinished, and even Katakuri is no longer interested in Kisame as he heard Big Mom's scream of pain when her eyes were slashed. Not even a minute later huge explosions sound out as marine battleships start bombing Whole Cake Island. Ja just takes his children and Smoothie which now has all of her limbs cut off. They all start retreating to the depths of the sea, the non-devil fruit user siblings carrying the ones who have a devil fruit underwater. Of course, the escape couldn't be so easy as the water starts to freeze. But as it does so, boom! 2 marine battleships are cut in half. Ja is midair with his sword in his hand as he cuts the ships, and he looks at the perpetrator. Aokiji, he is touching the seawater as he looks at Jaw. He clearly gets the message. If he tries to freeze the ocean anymore, Jaw will start hunting the Marines. The Marines aren't here to exactly pick up a fight with Jaw, so they stop their attack against his children and start attacking Whole Cake Island. 1 hour later and the whole Jaw crew and Jaw's children are far away from the battlefield. Jaw is swimming alongside his children as he looks at Kakashi, who is being carried by Kisame on his back. Good job on catching someone like her. Congratulates Jaw, while pointing at Smoothie, who now has a bubble over her head. We can use such a devil fruit like hers. Kakashi opens his mouth and speaks a little tiredly by saying, "No problem, Dad. So did you beat Big Mom?" Jaw nods his head. "Yep, absolute defeat for her. I even took away her vision." Kisame smiles at this. "Cool. That means that Big Mom will lose her Yonko status then and we will take over her territory." Jaw smirks at this, but he shakes his head. "If it was only that easy, the world government will never allow me to even grow beyond a certain point. They know that they can't hold territory in the new world, because the resources required to keep it would be tremendous on their part. They can't exactly start recruiting pirates to hold their territories like some Yonko can. They have the warlords of the sea, but they know that trusting any of them is a huge mistake. I mean, Jinbe here wouldn't give a second thought to the world government's call if I ordered him to, wouldn't you, Jinbe?" As Jaw says that, he gives a side glance to Jinbe, who is swimming alongside him. Jinbe just nods at this. He knows better than to say anything in front of Jaw. Kakashi has a curious look, especially since he can't swim underwater. He has had a long time to think about the recent battle. "So, how do you think this war will end, like father?" asks Kakashi, expressing his usual curiosity in this situation. A mysterious smile appears on Jaw's face as he hears the question. "How do you think it will end, Kakashi?" "I think that the war will continue, and in the end, Big Mom will be destroyed. So after that either another Yonko will appear to replace Big Mom, or the rest of the emperors of the sea will rip apart Big Mom's territories," estimated Kakashi while looking at his father in affirmation if this is the correct answer or not. Jaw looks at Kakashi with amusement. He had a look in his eyes that said that he knows something that Kakashi doesn't. "Well, that is a solid possibility. But me and Big Mom will most likely end up in a ceasefire again. Or even alliance if push comes to shove. I did kill a bunch of her children. But this is war, she knows that people die. Plus she doesn't necessarily care for her kids. She is the cruelest to her children. Families are not as our family is. Also, you forgot to take into calculation outside forces like the world government or other Yonko who don't want me to grow stronger." Kakashi frowns at this. He still can't see how this will come to be. They went and humiliated Big Mom. He just can't comprehend how someone like Big Mom would decide that. He once again looks at his father's eyes. Jaw, like always, has that reassuring smile on his face. "Dad must have seen something that I can't see. I don't know how this would be possible, but if it's Dad, then he should be able to do it." Contemplates Kakashi as he goes back to planning on what his father is thinking and how he can predict something like that. Jaw, on the other hand, is thinking something completely different. "Also, Kakashi, you forgot to calculate the influence I have in the world and I will have. Big Mom, she doesn't really have any choice. If she survives this marine attack, which she likely will, after that, the new world will start to become my playground." Chapter 68. Title: Aftermath. After the battle with Big Mom, a whole year passes and many different things take place during this time. The prominent one is one of the emperors. The monster Jaw has expanded his territory quite a bit, and he also gave some islands on the outskirts of the new world to the new emperor of the sea, red-haired Shanks. Jaw's territories are now all connected and his trade of raw materials and weapons with the rest of the world is good as always. As Jaw had predicted, his relationship with Big Mom didn't go as bad as other people suspected. Though the Marines did react to their war, they didn't kill Big Mom after Jaw left the battle. Also, Big Mom only lost one eye in her battle against Jaw, as after extensive hours of the best medical attention, she was able to save one of her eyes. Though Big Mom and Jaw did arrange to marry 2 of their children together in the future, Jaw wasn't very polite about taking territory from Big Mom. He took half of her territory. Now Big Mom has the smallest amount of territory amongst the emperors, even slightly smaller than all of Shank's combined territories. But that wasn't all, as the new world once again erupted into chaos as Kaido, like a wild beast, fought with Big Mom out of nowhere. Of course, the fight ended in a draw, as it was interrupted by Marines once again. But due to those events, many pirate crews started leaving the Big Mom pirates, once again weakening Big Mom and making her the weakest emperor militarily wise too. The Marines have also tried their hand at stabilizing the new world and trying to build some new bases in there. It went horribly wrong, as Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Jaw didn't allow any to appear in here. Shanks didn't care about any of this as he was just going on voyages with his crew and protecting his territories. Still, the world government has tried to slow Jaw's growth as they have started seeing his ambition. Though they are still trading partners, their relationship is frosty now. Jaw's influence has grown too much for them to feel comfortable. Their CP0, Aegis, did try to incite a war between Jaw and Kaido. They wanted to see them weaken each other. But contrary to their expectations, Kaido discovered this plot, and just because he saw that the world government wanted that, he didn't do it. Contrary to that, their relationship even improved as different items made out of sea stone are traded with devil fruits and many other things between Jaw and Kaido. That past has been called the Year of Emperors, due to the many fights going on between them themselves and then against the world government. Many events happened over the rest of the world, like a certain dead Cuddy Flam returning back to Water 7, or a certain girl with forbidden knowledge getting recruited in a secret organization. Ja was currently in the Wano capital. He is with Kaido and they are both drinking. Well, Kaido is drinking sake while Ja is drinking green tea. No one, except their most trusted people, knew of this happening. Wararararara. Laugh Kaido loudly. Ja, the Zoan devil fruits that you have brought me are truly amazing. Kaido is obviously drunk, and he friendly slaps Ja on the back. Any normal person would have had his bones crushed, but Ja is completely still like a statue. Yeah, you already told me that, Kaido, says Ja. He doesn't necessarily care about some compliments from Kaido, but he looks at Kaido once again and continues. Don't forget the promise that you made me. When you decide to kill Orakai, remember to give me the Hydra devil fruit. Kaido has a smile on his face as he looks at Ja. Warararara. Ja, you should relax some more. I told you that I will give it to you. I gave you my word, the whole world could come and fight me about it. But I would still give you the fruit. Ja nods at this as he gives Kaido a side glance, or more specifically, he is looking at Kaido's countless scars around his body. All of them inflicted by Ja during their fights, except the one inflicted by Odin, that is. But most people assume that scar 2 was caused by Ja too. Still, Ja only narrows his eyes and says, is CP0 still trying to scheme you into fighting me? Nah, they are too scared to do anything like that. I will slaughter them if they try *T like that again. Hiccup, exclaims Kaido as he wobbles a little due to drinking too much. Ja smiles a little. He knows that if he attacked right now he could kill Kaido, but he won't attack. It won't be beneficial for him to kill Kaido right now. He would in a sense bite more than he could chew if he did that, because then he won't be able to control and manage his new territory. So in the end, Ja just takes a sip of his own home-bought green tea. The chance of getting poisoned is too high, so he isn't gonna eat anything from here. This was the truth that the world didn't know. Kaido and Ja didn't have a necessarily bad relationship. The world government made it seem like Ja attacked Kaido's territories to make them fight each other. But one call later and they resolved the problem and they have worked together against the world government ever since then. Of course, their alliance is a secret, and very unstable. Because they are pirates, neither of them would be surprised if they were betrayed by the other. Later on, Jo returns to his main island, which hasn't changed that much. Well, even he himself hasn't gotten any stronger by that much. He had plans to use the smoothie fruit in a sword or something like that, to allow him to steal someone's life force or stamina by stabbing them and giving it to himself. Sadly, that couldn't be done by the scientists that he has available to him. The best they could do was that the sword would absorb the life force of anything that touches it. Even the user of the sword would get its life force absorbed. Since such a good fruit like this shouldn't go to waste, Ja planned to give this to Naruto once he returns from his 3-year training now. He has been training in the place where Luffy would train for 2 years before he crossed to the other side of the Grand Line. The island is full of dangerous animals and has been under Ja's control for quite a while now. It is the place where only Kakashi, Kisame, and Escanor have survived on the island. One must defeat every single strong animal on there and become the strongest creature on the island. Whether one achieves that by trickery or raw power, it doesn't matter. But once someone accomplishes that, and they preserve through the trial and don't need to call their father to come and pick them up. Mikoto did that. This was before she got her devil fruit. After they complete this trial, then they can have an official position within their father's crew. Surprisingly, Naruto cleared it before Ichigo, who was the one that was expected to clear it next. Though Naruto took 3 years to clear the trial, while Kisame took 2 weeks and Kakashi a month, Escanor took half a year. But completing it is still completing it, so it doesn't matter how long it takes. When Ja got the news of Naruto returning, he was a little surprised and at the same time relieved. But when he enters where Naruto and the rest of the siblings are spending some time together, Naruto notices Ja immediately, showing that he has learned observation haki. He looks at his father and before Ja can offer him a devil fruit, Naruto happily calls out, "Dad, now I have a devil fruit. It's super cool." That immediately shatters Ja's plans of Naruto having the smoothie fruit. Chapter 69, Bonus Chapter, finished it at 6 AM. Title, Love. Ja would normally be mad at this, but he isn't necessarily surprised. Naruto eating a fruit he knows nothing about sounds like something he would do. Also, he can just give this fruit to another one of his kids, it's no big deal to him. Hope that Naruto at least got a good fruit. Ponders Ja, he isn't going to cry over spilled milk. He already has a dozen other candidates that he can give this devil fruit to. So Naruto, what is your devil fruit then? Asks Ja, with his face now going back to a smile again. Naruto smiles and does a pose before loudly announcing, "My devil fruit is the strongest out there, and it is the zipper fruit." As he says that, he drags a finger along one of his arms and a zipper appears along it and Naruto unzips his arm, and it falls on the ground. Where the arm was detached from is just a dark space. "Tada!" exclaimed Naruto. Ja and everyone else just looks at Naruto with unimpressed eyes. Kakashi just close to him and kicks Naruto's detached arm. "Ow!" winces Naruto a little as he does that. Kakashi just looks at Naruto. "So you feel pain from your detached arm, can you move it?" Naruto smirks at this with pride and says, "No." Kakashi uses the spear on his hand and by using a little haki on it he hits Naruto with its dull side. Bam! Don't look so proud when you say something like that, scolded Kakashi. Ow, 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 moaned Naruto in pain as he rolled on the ground. Kakashi, you gray-haired sh*t. That hurts you old man hair, piece of sh*t brother. That strikes a nerve within Kakashi and he goes to hit Naruto once more with the dull part of his spear. But Naruto smiles as he gets up immediately and uses Soro to flash past Kakashi. Whoosh! And an arm flies in the air, more specifically Kakashi's arm, as it has a zipper in it. Naruto smiles at that as Kakashi's arm falls on the ground. All of the siblings look at Naruto with an impressed look in their eyes. But Kakashi doesn't seem bothered by this at all as he turns his separated arm into lightning which gathers back to his stump, forming his arm back again. Naruto stops in the middle of doing his pose as he notices this. Kakashi, you really just have to ruin everything. I even had this whole cool segment about Dash. So your fruit is pretty much useless against Logias, says Kakashi, interrupting Naruto's explanation, which pisses off Naruto even more. Shut the hell up Kakashi, yells Naruto in annoyance. You love the way your voice sounds too much, you gray-haired old man. At the mention of his gray hair, Kakashi is immediately annoyed too. Shut up Naruto. I was gonna make some speculations on your devil fruit. You have me here. Why would you make speculations when we can prove the things in here? Ja and his children just look at the amusing fight between Kakashi and Naruto. My fruit can pass through any defense, announces Naruto as he turns back to look at his siblings and father. Even Seastone mockingly asks Kakashi, already knowing the answer. Kakashi, stop ruining the moment and nitpick at everything. Let me explain first, it's really simple to understand, yells Naruto in anger. Kakashi shrugs at this. I am not saying that your logic isn't simple, I am just saying that it's wrong. Holy sh*t Kakashi, I haven't seen you in 3 years and you are already pissing me off. Why? Is it because during your time with animals you finally found creatures in the same intelligence level? Speculates Kakashi with a truly confused look on his face. Half an hour later and Naruto is completely winded out by Kakashi's teasing and annoying personality. Ja and his children are now eating dinner as his throne room has now been filled with tables and food. Hundreds of children are all around playing and eating. Ja has temporarily stopped creating kids, so there are no mothers around to take care of the youngsters. Ja sits at his throne with a table in front of him eating. Naruto is next to him. He has a joyful smile on his face. Kakashi is showing the younger kids small animated animals made out of lighting. His control over his devil fruit is simply phenomenal as even when a child catches the lightning lion or any other animal, it only has enough electricity on it to make the child's hair stand up. Make a dragon Kakashi, says one of the kids. He has dark hair and eyes. He is Sasuke, Itake's brother from the same father and mother, though he has never met Itake due to being born after Itake was gone. During this time Itake was curious in his marine ship. His clones were managing everything. Though he was only 14 years old, his body was like that of a 20-year-old and leanly muscular. He was in his bed and has a blue-haired woman in his arms. She opens her eyes and looks at Itake's contemplating face. What is wrong Itake? Asks the woman. She is Anne, and she is currently in a relationship with Itake. In the beginning, Itake only went on a couple of dates with her, but now this has developed beyond simple lust for each other. Anne, have I ever told you of my father? Itake has a dull look in his eyes as he asks that. He already knows the answer to the question that he asked. Anne seems confused by the question, but in the end, she still answers. No, but you don't need to tell me anything about it if it's too much. I have never asked about your past. If have some secret, I know that you tell me about it eventually. I trust you Itake. Itake nods at that. Anne smiles sweetly at that. She knows that Itake was abandoned in Grey Terminal on East Blue. She leans her naked body closer to Itake. Anne, I love you, suddenly says Itake. This causes Anne to blush. She can hear the conviction that Itake has behind those words. It's no longer just him saying them. Anne smiles at that. I love you too Itake. I see. Itake winces a little. His heart is full of heaviness. He doesn't know what to do now. He has found someone else than his family that he loves. This is strange to him, extremely strange, but at the same time scary. He hasn't told his father anything about this. He is unsure of how his father would react to this. Itake suddenly wants to ask Anne if she would run away with him, but as his mouth opens up, no sound comes out. He knows how silly this is. He is only 14 and his father told him that in a man's life, only 3 great women will appear. So, after Anne, there will be 2 more. Contemplates Itake. He deep knows that isn't necessarily true, but he now knows just how naive he was back then. He never thought that he would develop feelings like this. A couple of minutes later both of them put on their clothes and go to the deck of the ship. They look at the ocean around them and feel the wind brushing their skin. Hopefully it stays sunny today, says Anne. She knows just how strange the weather can be in the Grand Line can be. Fwish! But suddenly out of nowhere, she feels something pierce the back of her skull as her world goes dark. Itake has a rapier on his hand, the one that he used to pierce Anne's brain. Anne starts falling and he catches her in a princess carry and brings her back to his bed. Sorry Anne, you just chose the worst possible person to be with. You were with me for my looks, at least initially. You will never be like family, who would be with me no matter what. Contemplates Itake, as he goes towards the food storage in the ship and sees that one of the apples had strange ripples around it. This fruit shall give my family immortality. Thank you for trusting me, Anne. It's just that you weren't that important to me. When I decided to kill you, I saw something that we both were in love simply for outlust. You were beautiful and I loved you for that. That is all there is to it, says Itachi out loud, as with a heavy sigh he puts the fruit in his pocket, planning to give it to Kisame the next time they meet. Chapter 70. Title: World Government. While Itachi did that deed, he already had the excuses prepared. Marines die every day. A lot of people in high places, Sengoku, Zephyr, etc., knew of Itachi's relationship with Anne. They would never expect that he himself killed her. At this time, in Mary Giose, the 5 elders were meeting. Sengoku wasn't there physically, but he was in a transponder snail call from Marineford. Ja, again, says the bald elder with a sword. They have had dozens of meetings just about Ja during these couple of months. That man is dangerous. He should be exterminated, as should his whole family, suggests the elder with the thick mustache. The other elders nod in agreement at this. They all hate Ja but still have to put up with him due to his usefulness at mining the resources at the bottom of the sea. Ja even sells them at the best price. It isn't that easy, exclaims the elder with the long beard and dignified appearance. Ja and his base are impenetrable. Khalifa has been giving some information that implies that Ja is looking out for spies. Thankfully we put Khalifa as a spy a long time ago. The elder with the big mustache speaks again. That didn't do us any good. I think that Ja might be suspicious of Khalifa. The information that she has been giving us is usually outdated and some is straight out wrong. She has voiced concern that Ja might be intentionally giving out wrong information to rat out any spy, so Khalifa has gone deep undercover now and won't be contacting us for 2 years straight. The other elders frown once they hear this. Ja is someone who has become the most dangerous pirate to the world government during these last years. Especially this last year, as his family grew stronger and even his territories grew exponentially. He also made Shanks an emperor of the sea. They have mixed feelings about that. What should we do about this then? Asks Sengoku as his voice comes through the transponder snail. The elder with the blonde hair and facial is the one who answers that question. We should hit at his foundation first. We should start by interrupting his resource trade with the countries outside of the Grand Line. That gives him just too much power. Remember what King Tako said during the last Reverie meeting. Then maybe we try to convince King Neptune to take over the undersea resource mining. I am sure that if we give him a seat in the Reverie, then he will accept. Impossible, exclaims Sengoku. Neptune and Ja have an arranged marriage amongst their children. The Fishman royal family and Ja's family are one and the same now. It's impossible to try and separate them now. Hums the long white-bearded dignified-looking elder. Then, even if that doesn't work, we simply still go on with our plan. Ja's relationship with the countries that attend the Reverie must be separated at all costs. The other elders nod at this and even Sengoku agrees verbally. I understand. I will prepare for the admirals to be sent out. They know that anything less, and they are just sending men to die. Ja is an emperor of the sea, so only admirals can deal with him. But sending out more than one admirals isn't quite that simple. There must be a process to this. Garp must first return to the marine headquarters in order there is an attack. So then Garp, Sengoku, and another admiral will be there as a defense. Under that lineup, any Yonko could come to attack and it wouldn't leave Marineford alive. Just like this, 2 more months pass, and that is when during one of the shipments to a country Ja gets the news that it was destroyed. Ja is currently on his island just looking at the transponder snail in front of him with a dull look in his eyes. He obviously never had all of his deals at once, instead, he had them throughout the year. So even if one shipment is destroyed, it's nothing too big. Ja already knows who it was, even though the shipment has been destroyed and everyone involved in it is dead. There have also been no signs of who it was. Of course, there is the possibility of a rookie pirate over his head, thinking that he can take on an emperor of the sea. But rookie pirates aren't this clean on their job. Neither was it any of the Yonko. Ja has good relations with Kaido, Whitebeard, and Shanks. Big Mom and Ja have an arranged marriage between their children and have a semi-alliance going on. So that only leaves one other factor in this little equation. Concludes Ja. The world government has finally seen me as too dangerous to let grow anymore. Ja contemplates colluding with Kaido to attack the world government. The crazy beast would probably be up for it. Ja just needs to get him a little drunk and Kaido will agree to it. Why do I feel like I am planning on having my way with a drunk girl? Contemplates Ja, but as he imagines Kaido as a woman, a shiver runs down his spine. Delete. I need to stop my mind from wandering like this. Thinks Ja as he puts these thoughts to the back of his mind. Creating an official alliance with Kaido would only make the world government take even worse countermeasures against him. They would go into a fight or flight mode. Because while 1 or 2 emperors of the sea banding together, that is still detestable by the world government. But as soon as a third one joins, then that becomes a critical situation, as 3 emperors and their crews are beyond dangerous. Well, they think they can outsmart me, we will see about that. Ponders Ja. In his mind, he is already thinking of countermeasures against this situation. 1 more month passes like this, 3 more shipments are destroyed again. Just like last time, there were no clues on the scenes of the attacks. Due to these events happening, some of the countries started distancing themselves from Ja, but Ja sends another shipment. This is a reimbursement about their losses and the countries don't have to pay anything. Of course, as they see, every country starts thinking that if their ships suddenly disappear too then Ja would send reimbursement too. So they get double for the price of one. Currently, in a marine ship, there are two taller than average men. One of them is wearing a red suit and the other is wearing a blue one. They are the two marine admirals, Aokiji and Akainu. They see the three ships flying Jaws flag and Aokiji jumps towards the water. But unlike other devil fruit users, water isn't a weakness to him. As soon as he touches the water, it immediately freezes at around 2 kilometers, making a platform for himself and any soldiers who might land on it. Akainu jumps down and his fists turn into magma as he points them at the ships. Twin lava dragons. Immediately two giant dragons made of lava are created and go towards the ships. But before they can reach them, boom! A huge tsunami of water explodes from under the ice and covers the magma dragons in water, immediately destroying them and turning them into obsidian, losing their velocity too and falling into the ice. Out of the hole in the ice from where the sudden tsunami came from, a figure comes out of it. Akainu and Aokiji only narrow their eyes at this, neither saying anything as they recognize the Fishman in front of them. Well, if it isn't my two least favorite admirals. What brings you all this way, gentlemen? Not anything bad, I hope. Grinned Jaw, his shark-like teeth shining as his smile turns malicious. I wish you some good luck, dear admirals, you will need it. As soon as Jaw finishes saying that, a huge explosion rings out. Boom! As the marine ships that escorted Akainu and Aokiji here got sunk. Both of the admirals were nonchalant to this. They both know better than to take their eyes off the man in front of them. Chapter 71, Bonus Chapter. Title, Floating Away. Jaw POV. I look at the two admirals standing in front of me. I can see Akainu's arms turn to magma and Aokiji's body releases cold steam. I know for a fact that I can't win against them, it's as simple as that. No Yonko can fight two admirals, especially Akainu. He has the single most dangerous devil fruit. One direct hit from it and I am done. The magma fruit has the highest attack power of any fruit that I know of. Aokiji on the other hand has his ice fruit, a fruit which will make any of my water attacks useless as he freezes them all. So the situation is very dire for me. If it was one-on-one, I could defeat either of them when on the sea. Akainu, I doubt I could defeat him on land, but on sea, that is another story. The world government is not dumb, they knew that sending one admiral isn't enough. So instead they sent two, which is kind of an overkill move, but whatever. I could have my children like Kakashi and Kisame try and hold back an admiral. But that is unnecessary, putting my children in danger like that. A little risk is okay, like them fighting against Katakuri, but both Akainu and Aokiji have dangerous abilities that could kill them. You aren't gonna start attacking now? Asks Akainu with a slightly mocking tone to his voice as he looks at me trying to goad me to attack. You scared little shark. I smile back at Akainu. How dumb does he think I am? I ain't fighting today. I am just buying time for a couple of minutes. What about you, dog? You finally got the world government's day *K out of your mouth. I inquire and can see that even as I say that I can see Aokiji smirk a little at his comrade getting insulted. Akainu on the other hand only has a cold expression on his face. You seem to be biding your time? Wonder why that is, little shark. He again calls me a little shark as if I would get insulted by it. When in reality I don't care. To me, caring about what your enemies say about you is unimportant. They can insult me as much as they want. Become words are just air that will flow into the wind and nothing will become of it. Of course, if they try to ruin my reputation or something like that, then I would interfere. That reputation is useful to me. Still, you will never hear the Marines speak well about pirates, so no matter what they say about me it will just be seen as lies by the other pirates. Also yes, I am biding my time. I tell Akainu. I even smile at him mockingly. Whitebeard will be coming here, so it will be you two against the Jaws and Whitebeard pirates. That is why I wished you luck. You will definitely need it. As they hear this, both of the admirals' eyes twitch for a split second. Whitebeard coming here will pretty much sentence the two admirals to death. They won't even be able to escape underwater or anything like that, as I am here too. Unlike the other emperors of the sea, who are mostly indifferent to each other, I have a moderately good relationship with all of them. We aren't enemies at least, and if war came about, I know that if I called on them, Whitebeard would have a 50% chance of showing up, Shanks has a 70%, Kaido a 60%, and Big Mom has around a 2% chance to show up. Maybe Big Mom will be an enemy even if she shows up. I can't wait till my children grow up so we can marry the children that we have arranged to marry. Then that way, Big Mom will probably show up to help me in case of a war. Now pirates don't do politics, but I do. I am not gonna limit myself to just the stereotype pirate just because someone calls me a pirate. I will do what I want and how I want it. Of course, this time I actually called Whitebeard for a feast as a celebration between our families. But still, none of the sides need to know that I plan to use Whitebeard as a threat. The admirals know of what I can do, so they just turn around. We will be seeing each other again one day, Ja, when that day comes, warns Akainu maliciously, leaving by saying that as he and Aokiji just walk away on the sea. I smirk at that and clench my fist and punch the ice below me. Boom! A huge Hiroshi. Kisame POV. I am currently sitting next to my friend, or I guess my future wife now. I look at her and see her giant eyes looking at me full of innocence. She is only 11 years old and I am 15, yeah. Kisame, this is so cool, we are gonna be married now. I heard that two people who are best friends, then they will get married. Says Shirahoshi to me, her smile widens as she says that. I can't help it as I smile back at her. Well, we can worry about doing the deed when we grow up. Currently, we just enjoy being friends. I will worry about it when the time comes. I nodded at Shirahoshi and grinned. Yep, I will also protect you now, since you will be my wife. As a husband I must protect you. Also, I will show you the outside world too. I will show you the world, Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi gets stars in her eyes as I tell her that, but then she appears unsure as she seems to remember something. But father says that. Mumbled Shirahoshi. Oh, so she is worried about her dad. Who gives a sh*t about Neptune? Only dad's blessing matters. Neptune is only holding on to his power as a king because dad allows it. Dad can kick Neptune off his throne whimsically, whenever he wants. Of course, dad won't do that as me and Shirahoshi are married, but he still could do it if he wanted. Don't worry about that, Shira-chan. I can convince your father by then. I reassure her. Wow, you are really cool, Kisame. Compliments Shirahoshi, and I can't help it as I blush a little at that. I don't exactly get called smart a lot. Also, her giant size doesn't matter, because I plan to take the giantification procedure as soon as Caesar Clown succeeds in his experiments. The mad clown who ruined Punk Hazard's ecosystem is kinda stupid, but he is a genius scientist. I heard that he already created some dumbed-down versions of ancient giants. Well, I don't want to be too big, that would slow me down. But maybe just around old man Whitebeard's size would do. Around that size I wouldn't lose my speed too, using Soro would keep me quick on my feet. Whoa, there is some delicious food here. Mind if I join? Asks a voice out of nowhere. I look towards where the voice came from. I see it is a man wearing shorts, a yellow shirt/jacket and an orange hat with two pins, one making a happy face and the other a sad face. He has dark flowing hair that looks like seaweed, and freckles on his face. His most distinctive feature is the polite smile on his face. Chapter 73. Title, Ace. As the young man says that, everyone at the party is looking at him. When Ja looks at him he immediately recognizes who it is. Poor Gasti Ace. Concludes Ja with a smile on his face. Seeing the son of his old captain brings quite some fun memories to him. Though he didn't really try to save any of them or their families, Ja wouldn't say that he wasn't fond of his friends that he made aboard the Oro Jackson, Roger's ship. As Ace looks around at the delicious food. As soon as he does that, behind him comes a muscular man with spiky long light blue hair, and wears a very long opened coat which stretches down to his knees and leaves his chest exposed. Captain? This place is dangerous as Fu*K. We need to get out of here. Criticizes the blue-haired man, scared out of his mind as he looks at the people around the tables. Each of them having bounties beyond imagination in comparison to Ace, who only had a 200 million SS bounty. Not only did Ja have a 4,800 million SS bounty but some of his kids had high bounties now too. The lowest amongst them was Shinigami Ichigo. Bounty, 300 million SS. His crimes include many, from killing a Marine Vice Admiral, to destroying the G5 Marine base in the New World. Ace had recently defeated a Vice Admiral too, but even that was barely so. Ichigo on the other hand defeated one, and his whole G5 base single-handedly. But Ichigo's bounty is quite low when compared to some others. One of the people with a bounty higher than Ichigo is another one of Ja's children. This one is sitting next to one of her younger siblings, Suzuki, and pinching his cheeks till they are red. Suzuki, your cheeks are so nice. I just wanna pinch them all day long. Mikoto Nichan, don't say something like that. Whines Suzuki. Sweet smile Mikoto. Bounty, 400 million SS. Her crimes include many, from extortion, murder, holding Marines hostage and even participating in the event dubbed as the Celestial Dragon Brutalization, in which Ja and a couple of his children publicly in front of Sabayati Archipelago in the middle of the day brutalized 3 celestial dragons. It was noted that Mikoto had a smile on her face during the whole process. Now come the big deals, as Masked Deuce looks at the Fishman whose resemblance to his father is impeccable. The Beast Kisame. Bounty, 700 million SS. His crimes include many. He too was part of the Celestial Dragon Brutalization, but he has also already killed some Vice Admirals and sunk many Marine ships, even outside of the New World. Also, he has his own crew which is part of Ja's overall crew. He has also destroyed the Wakuba Kingdom of North Blue, for publicly insulting his family one night when the king was drunk. Then comes the scariest one of them all, the one sitting next to his father Ja, Thunderspear Kakashi. Bounty, 1 billion SS. The one who contended with Admiral Aokiji and came out unharmed. Out of Ja's children, he is the one considered the scariest. Not only does he manage a huge part of the New World black market, but he is the type of guy who will never fight you unless he is sure of his victory. He is considered as a planner of the highest caliber and has already fooled the world government countless times. So Deuce, seeing his captain interrupting something Neptune in a whisper, I thought I knew he had a son. Says Ja casually. You did? Questions Neptune. Where has been all this time? And how come the Marines didn't find out? I mean at that time every pregnant woman around the 4 seas was checked if they were pregnant or were with a baby. Ja shrugs at that. Well, Garp was the one who protected Roger's child. The mother also held her baby for way longer than possible, though she died later on due to the difficult birth. Damn, curses Neptune silently. If the world government knew of this, they would do almost anything to kill Roger's son. They can try, shrugs Ja as he takes a big bite out of some meat. Neptune gets curious when Ja says that. What do you mean by that? Will you protect him? Ja stops eating and while chewing his food he looks at Neptune. We are pirates, I don't need to hold his hand. If he wanted a safe and quiet life, he should have just lived quietly in some corner of the world. When Jaw says it like that, Neptune understands that he won't protect Ace. After all, they are both pirates. One doesn't become a pirate and then beg to be protected because he is afraid of his actions and the rage they might entice. If one expects some other pirate to protect him, then he shouldn't become a pirate at all. Jaw just implied that if one doesn't have the stomach to be a pirate, he should just go and hide in a corner of the world, living away the rest of his life. Chapter 74. Title: Talking about the past. After the whole feast was finished, everyone went to sleep and the rest of Ace's crew had also joined along the way. Also, the royal family, Jaw's children, and Ace's crew all bonded together. While some of Ace's crew blacked out drunk, Jaw just looks at this with a smile on his face. He sees that Ace keeps sending him side glances every now and then. He probably never met anyone who was in Roger's crew. As Ace looks at Jaw, many thoughts run inside his head. First, the man didn't see Ace remembers the message that Jaw told him and he says that to Shanks. Oh, by the way, Jaw said that. Chapter 75. Title: Too Young. Oh, by the way, Jaw said that you have been running away from your bill and it will start adding up interest soon. Shanks is shocked by this. Is Jaw a pirate or a banker? He has so much money already. Can he stop being so greedy? My debt is nothing to his overall wealth. As Shanks says that, he remembers how Jaw used to call him about the money. He was like a sketchy banker bothering their customers whenever they could. When Ace saw Shanks acting like this, he was confused by it. After all, aren't both he and Jaw Yonko? What is this childish behavior from Shanks? One more year passes and Jaw's bounty has reached 5 billion SS. His bounty has long since surpassed both Kaido's and Big Mom's bounties. His bounty is close to Whitebeard's, whose bounty is only 46 million higher. Jaw has been funding the giantification experiments on Punk Hazard, but it seems like Caesar Clown has had very little success. So Jaw decided to put a little pressure on Caesar by saying that he will kill the clown if he doesn't achieve some results within the year. When someone like Jaw says that, it doesn't matter if Kaido and Big Mom found Caesar and such, neither of them is willing to fight Jaw for Caesar. The clown knows that, so he has now started to work harder and try to produce some results, however small they might be, so has now started experimenting on children too. Cavendish, a prince exiled from his kingdom due to his beauty, has made waves as a super rookie on the Grand Line. But as soon as he entered the New World, he was humiliatingly defeated by one of Jaw's children, Ichigo. A certain Ryokajayo also has the last feast of his for many years to come. But while this was happening, on a certain island in Paradise, first half of the Grand Line, pirates were robbing a kingdom. They had already killed the royal family and were occupying the island. Ha 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 ha, this is the pirate's way, says a bald pink-bearded man. He is the captain of the Pinkbeard Pirates and has a bounty of 20 million SS, but recently he stumbled upon a devil fruit that allows him to create wind balls and attack. It was a paramecia type. This is how it should be. The seas are ruled by us pirates, declared Pinkbeard. The civilians around him looked down in despair. But suddenly one of his subordinates comes and seems to be panicked as he says, Captain? Captain? What? Marine Captain Crow is here, says the man. His face is filled with fear. Pinkbeard has a slightly scared look that passes over his eyes. But he remembers that he no longer is some 2-bit pirate. He now has a devil fruit which allows him to defeat a whole kingdom's military. No need, we can take care of him by OU dash. Fwish. As the captain was about to continue talking, but he suddenly stopped out of nowhere. The subordinate was confused by this until his captain's head slipped off its neck and fell on the ground. Plop. Blood spews out of the back stump like a fountain as Pinkbeard's body falls on the ground. Bam! Behind the pirate's fallen body was a many that seemed to be perfectly covered by shadows. But suddenly, like the wind, he disappears, and suddenly the screams of the pirates ring out all around the camp. Ah! Help me! Please, I will never be a pirate again. Many of them begged to the wind as Marine Captain Crow, Itaki, slashed down the pirates like paper. The civilians' dull eyes were filled with hope once more. Fwoosh! All of the pirates fall on the ground, and Itaki finally appears in front of the civilians. He has a katana in his hand which strangely has no trace of blood in it. He is wearing a white marine coat on his back and a clean black suit with a black tie. He extends his free hand toward one of the civilians and says, Worry not, for I am here. The people could see it now, Marine Captain Crow, or as he is known else as Pirate Killer. The number of pirates killed by him is countless. He has a kind smile on his face as he looks at the people. To the pirates, he is a monster, but to the normal people, Itaki is a hero. He is currently only 17 years old. The only reason he hasn't been promoted higher yet is due to his age. After all, a high-ranking Marine must know more than just fight, they must lead too. But Itaki will have a mass promotion once he reaches the age of 18. Later on, the Marines were notified of this incident. Sengoku is currently in his office as he gets this news about Itaki. He is a little angry at this. Can't that kid let some pirates live? We need them for public executions. In his office were Kizura and Aokiji. Neither of them says anything at first until Kizura, who has his usual lazy look on his face, says, Well, it doesn't matter now. Should just give him the Vice Admiral rank already. He has been with the Marines since he was 12. Though the paperwork says that he has been officially out of his training at 16, but everyone knows that he has been hunting pirates way before that. No one would refute you if you promote the kid. No, yells Sengoku out loud. That is the problem, he has officially been a Marine for only 1 year. Giving him anything higher would make it seem too strange. There is a procedure for these things. Though the kid has contributed a lot, he is too young to be promoted to a vice admiral. Aokiji shrugs at this. Well, we need our own little hero too. Just like Garp-san was against the Pirate King. What are you on about? Questions Sengoku with a serious look on his face. Aokiji just leans forward as his face becomes deadly serious too. You know what I am talking about. Commented Aokiji. Ja and his children, they are all growing in power. It's not just his strength that makes him dangerous. Well, you got stalemated by a kid Aokiji, so who knows what you might consider strong nowadays. Teases Kizaru, trying to lighten the mood. But neither Sengoku nor Aokiji seem up for any jokes now. Sheesh, these guys are too work concentrated. I just need a way to get out of here now. I came here thinking that something entertaining might be happening. Kizaru is about ready to get up, but Sengoku looks at Aokiji and comments. Yes, also what was up with you letting the kid best you like that, Aokiji? You should have been able to defeat someone like Kakashi. No matter how strong he is, still only a kid. Aokiji looks down a little embarrassed as he remembers that occasion. That kid, he is a tricky opponent to fight against. Oh, they just weirded out the mood again. Now I can't just suddenly get up and walk away. Ponders Kizaru, truly regretting coming up here. Chapter 76. Title, Setting Sail. While Sengoku was doing that, Ja, Kakashi, and the rest of his children were looking at Naruto as he is trying to go on a cool adventure before he will be married. Ja drinks some tea as he looks at Naruto and then gives a side glance towards Mikoto. He could have just asked. I would have let him, stated Ja as he takes another sip of his teacup. Mikoto just seems uncomfortable by this, and in the end, she says, well, he looked so excited to be sneaking out like in those adventure books. I couldn't ruin that for him. Ja shrugs at that. Yeah, true, that would be way more fun. But he barely knows observation haki, even his armament haki is only barely good enough. The only reason he was even able to defeat the animals on the island was that his zipper fruit ignores most defenses and the animals themselves couldn't use haki. He is being very dumb by doing this, says Kakashi as he has a nonchalant look on his face. But he won't be staying in the New World, or even the Grand Line, if he wants to not be found by Dad. He will probably go to one of the blues, concludes Escanor, already predicting what Naruto would do. He knows his brother way too well. Also, he will be the brawn, as Dead Cat will be the brains. He took him to go on his journey. Ja shrugs at this. Well, it doesn't matter. He will be safe. I have hundreds of children and the world government doesn't even know about Naruto due to his absence during his 3 years of training in Rusukana Island. His children nod at this. They know that his father doesn't keep them prisoner here after all. But they stay with family because they want to. Ja's smile widens even more as he sees Naruto get on a small rowing boat. Also, he is my son after all. I know that he will return once his adventure is over. Ha 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 ha. 1 year later and one East Blue, a young man wearing a straw hat set sail. He has already had multiple adventures and the most recent one was saving Usopp's village from the Kuro pirates. Okay, so we will need a pirate flag, says Usopp, and he shows Luffy his flag. After many joke ones, he made the pirate skull with a straw hat. Whoa, that is so cool, exclaims Luffy in happiness. Nami just looks at them with a look of annoyance on her eyes. Luffy and Usopp have been arguing about such things for quite a while. Zoro is sleeping and doing nothing too. That is when out of the corner of her eye she sees a young blonde-haired young man face down in the water. Someone in the water, says Nami as she points at the blonde-haired young man. Luffy and Usopp look at it and due to their naturally good eyesight, they can see that it is a spiky-haired young man. Gomu Gomu no catch. Luffy's arm extends and catches the young man by his shirt and pulls him towards the boat. Bomb! The blonde-haired man crashes into Luffy, which puts them both on the ground. Zoro has woken up now too. He looks at the newcomer and menacingly says, he is probably dead. As soon as he says that, the blonde-haired young man opens his eyes. He has strange scars on his cheek that look like whiskers. A zombie, yells out Usopp as he sees the newcomer's tired look on his eyes. Yawn. The newcomer just yawns and asks, wait, where am I? At sea, answers Zoro. He is fully on guard against the man in front of him. In the battle before, he got his sword taken from him by 2 Kuro pirate officials, Butchie and Sham. So he is on guard now. He won't allow himself to ever be humiliated like that, a swordsman getting his swords taken from him. Anyway, who are you? The blonde-haired man smiles at them and does a silly pose. I am Naruto, the great calamity of the 6 seas. Whoa. Luffy gets stars in his eyes as he hears Naruto introduce himself. That is so cool. Wanna join my crew? Okay, answers Naruto casually, surprising the other crew members. After all, Naruto literally knows nothing about Luffy. Welcome to the crew, Naruto, says Luffy casually as he and Naruto shake hands. Thanks for having me. What's your name again? Asks Naruto confused. You joined his crew and don't even know his name. Usopp is even more shocked at how casually Naruto accepted the offer to join Luffy's crew. Unlike Luffy and Naruto, who were now talking casually, he and the rest were still in shock. Oh, my name is Luffy. I am gonna be king of the pirates, exclaims Luffy with a happy smile on his face. Oh, that's cool, says Naruto, completely unimpressed by this. Got any food in here? Sniff sniff. He sniffs the air a couple of times and looks at a barrel. You have fruits. Do you have any meat? Luffy falls on the ground as the mood around him turns depressing. No, we don't. Nami becomes more annoyed when she hears that. That's because you ate it, Luffy. But Naruto smiles triumphantly at them all. I have some meat with me. He then sticks his own hand down his throat to the elbow and he pulls it out. There is a black cat who seems too bored to even mew. Instead, the cat just opens its mouth and, "Sup hairless animals," comes a deep masculine voice from the cat. It immediately freezes everyone in their place. What you looking at? Wanna bow before me or something? Cool, yells Luffy out loud and goes towards the cat. How can you talk? I am talking, cat, don't ask too many questions, says the cat in its mesmerizing seep voice. We can cook him, says Naruto with a smile on his face. The cat doesn't seem bothered by this as it just looks at Luffy who is poking the cat. Swish, it is one of its claws and scratches Luffy on the face, which makes Luffy roll on the ground yelling in pain. Know your place, trash, says the cat as it jumps out of Naruto's grasp and lands on the ground. I can go and hunt us some fish if ya want. The cat goes to the edge of the ship and looks at the sea. Come to me, fish, says the cat. Its strange deep voice vibrates in the water and fish suddenly start jumping on the boat. Whoa, the cat is so dependable, exclaims Usopp in surprise. Too many shocking things have been happening during the last minute that he hasn't even had the time to react to them. The cat then looks around and asks, anyone got a cigarette? Zoro and Nami shake their heads at this. The cat sighs in disappointment. I just have to do everything myself, don't I? Oi, Naruto, do you have any cigarettes? Asks the cat. No, answers Naruto simply as he is currently explaining how he assumes dead cat has learned how to talk. Like you checked and didn't find any, or did you just assume that you don't have any? Asks the cat in annoyance. Naruto sighs at this and runs his finger along his abdomen. A zipper appears and Naruto opens it, showing a dark space. Naruto puts his hand inside and checks around. He pulls something out and it's dynamite. What about this, you stupid cat? You can have this. Chapter 77. Title, Barati. The crew, except Luffy, are surprised by the actions of Naruto and his talking cat. To them, this all happened under a minute. Their brains still haven't come to terms with what they are seeing. How did you do that? Questions Usopp. To him, this is something that he thought impossible. Did you eat a devil fruit like Luffy too? Asks Nami too, but she is calmer than Usopp. Zoro on the other hand just lost interest in this and he lied down leaning on the rail of the ship. Though he seemed relaxed look on his face, he was still fully on guard against Naruto. Naruto on the other hand is completely relaxed as he puts the dynamite in his personal storage. The zipper fruit can be used as a storage container too, though Naruto has filled it with a lot of junk so he usually can't find the things that he needs quickly. Well yeah, I did eat a devil fruit, more specifically the zipper fruit, and I can do a lot of cool sh*t with it, boasted Naruto with a prideful look on his face. Also I can even store a lot of things, like this. He opens the zipper in his abdomen again. He was only wearing orange pants and no shirt so he used his abdomen as an opening point. He takes out a hammer, pencil, and a broken dish plate. Whoa, that's cool, exclaim Luffy and Usopp, while Nami has an unimpressed look on her face. Useful ability, but it seems like you have filled the storage with just trash, guesses Nami. You are a hoarder. While she says that she sees that Naruto is not paying attention to her at all as he had pulled out a deck of cards and was playing with Usopp and Luffy, the latter had a terrible poker face as every time someone asked him if he had good or bad cards he would just lie, but his face just tells it all as he starts whistling. Naruto was actually winning, which surprised Naruto a little. He never won any card game against his siblings, but he also didn't know that his siblings were playing their own game of cheating and not getting caught. Nami just looked at this annoyed, but she suddenly feels something touch her foot. She looks down and sees the black cat with a fish in its mouth. Can you cook this for me? Asks dead cat. Nami smiles at the cat as a certain glint appears on her eyes. It will cost you 10,000 berry. Dead cat just nudges his head to the side cutely. I am a cat. I have no money. Nami in the end just smiles mischievously and says, oh, then you will owe me one cat. After saying that she walks towards the kitchen on the ship. Dead cat narrows his eyes at this. She seems to be desperate, concludes the strangely observing cat. It doesn't take long for Naruto to easily befriend the crew, his natural naive charisma working in his favor, making even someone like Zoro trust Naruto as he saw him playing around and playing petty tricks with Luffy, so the conclusion that Zoro came to was that yes, Naruto was just a simpleton. The cat was smarter than him. So how can you talk? Asks Usopp out of curiosity. Dead cat just licks his paws once he hears this. Why do you have such a long nose? Usopp looks at the cat confused. Naruto and Luffy were messing around as Luffy's head became like a giant balloon and Naruto had separated Luffy's head with this fruit and was playing around with it like a football. Due to them messing around, Usopp never attempted to shoot the cannon at a rock as they passed by, so they never even know of the people in it. But after being done messing around, Naruto looks at the fish that Nami cooked and asks Luffy, so, we are gonna go to the Grand Line, right? Luffy nods his head and with his mouth full he says something that sounds like a yes. Naruto swallows the fish whole and says, okay, then we are gonna need a cook. Yeah, I can't just continue cooking for you guys, says Nami with an annoyed look in her eyes. Plus I am not gonna be around you for much longer too. I know a place where we can get a cook, says dead cat as he uses his tail to grab a knife to cut the fish. Naruto, remember that place where we ate? Naruto is confused by this. He and Dead Cat had eaten in a lot of places since they came to East Blue. The one with the rude waiter with the swirly eyebrow, clarifies Dead Cat. He finally cut the fish, he lets go of the knife and grabs a fork with his tail. Naruto is still unsure what Dead Cat is even talking about. The cat sighs at this. Damn it Naruto, you foo asterisk king dumbass which doesn't have even 2 brain cells to rub together. Naruto and Luffy look at Dead Cat, not understanding that Dead Cat just insulted Naruto. In the end, the cat gets even more annoyed at this. But still, he doesn't explain his insult because that would make him seem ridiculous. So he just starts explaining to the crew what baratai is. After explaining what baratai to everyone, the cat tells them that they can find some of the best chefs in East Blue at that place. But as the cat was explaining this, Naruto fell asleep halfway through it. As Naruto was sleeping, the Straw Hats are confronted by Full Body and in the end, Luffy had to work in order to pay for the damages. Once Naruto sees Luffy in a waiter's uniform he just laughs out loud. Gahahahahaha. Luffy, you are gonna become the king of the waiters by doing this. Gahahahahaha. Naruto can't help it, he didn't feel any sympathy for him as he could tell that he was faking it. But at the same time, he didn't think that Krieg was pathetic or anything like that. Bowing in front of an enemy to gain an advantage is a valid move while fighting, they are pirates after all. As soon as he eats his food, Krieg punches Sanji in the face and Jin immediately looks surprised at this. D-Don, this is not what you promised me? This man is our savior, you promised me that you would not do anything to the restaurant. Yelled Jin, infuriated by this situation that he is in. But Krieg is different, he just stands up and grabs Jin by the shoulder and he uses all of his strength to grip it, causing Jin to scream out in pain. Ah, now I feel like I am back to my normal self, exclaims Krieg, breathing out a sigh. He then looks around, he sees the fancy restaurant and says, nice restaurant that you got here. I will take it. I told you, this is the real Krieg, exclaims one of the chefs who warned Sanji before. Immediately as this happens the customers and some of the staff run away and get on some boats outside. Get on the boat, exclaimed some of the passengers as they escaped. We need to get out of here before we are surrounded. Krieg looks at this with a nonchalant look. It doesn't matter to him who escapes, he only needs the boat, and fighting with some random civilians will not bring him any benefits, it will only hinder him. Also prepare enough food for my 100 starving men on my ship. The chefs immediately stand up and have a resolute look on their faces. They were determined to fight Krieg before he even had a chance to get his 100 men to back him up. But Sanji on the other hand starts walking towards the kitchen. Immediately, around a dozen chefs pull out guns and point them at Sanji. Oi, Sanji, what the hell do you think you are doing? Exclaims one of the chefs that had decided to stay behind and fight Krieg. I am going to the kitchens to prepare food for 100 men, says Sanji causally. Sanji, are you some hidden agents of Krieg or something? We definitely won't let you go to the kitchen, says one of the other chefs. Sanji lights up a cigarette and looks at his fellow chefs resolutely. Then shoot me. He starts walking towards the kitchens, but at this time Patty just clutches his fists together and hits Sanji to the back of his head. Bam! Immediately that knocks Sanji down on the ground. Luffy is on the stairs and looks at his future chef with a look of surprise. Patty on the other hand just tells the other chefs to hold Sanji down as he takes a bazooka from a box close to the stairs and points it at Krieg and immediately shoots while yelling out loudly. This is Baratai, the restaurant that deals with pirates on a daily basis. We are more than prepared for any rowdy situation that might appear. Boom! The shot lands as Krieg is engulfed by the explosion and thrown out of the door. The chefs cheer for Patty, but that is when Krieg gets up, he is unhurt and all over his suit guns appear and they are aimed at the chefs. That was the worst dessert that I have eaten in a restaurant. Pow, 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 pow. At this time both Luffy and Naruto move at the same time, appearing in front of the bullets and stopping them. Tekai. While Luffy's body stretches when the bullets land, Naruto is a whole other deal. The bullets simply bounce off his body like they were hitting a steel wall. Chapter 79. Title, Where Are You From Naruto? Once Krieg sees that both Naruto and Luffy can take on his bullets he immediately changes his strategy and out of his frontal armor tiny guns shot some balls and once they make contact with Luffy and Naruto. Boom! They are both engulfed in an explosion like they were hit by a bazooka. Luffy stands his ground and doesn't move but he is still hurt. Naruto on the other hand it pushed back as he using Tekai he can't move his body, but he took way less damage than Luffy. That hurts a little. Contemplates Naruto, he can feel slight internal pain. Though Tekai helps him deal and nullify a lot of damage, he is still made out of flesh and blood so heat and other things still affect him. Plus his Tekai isn't strong like the rest of his siblings, even a female like Mikoto who has less physical strength than if she was a man has a stronger Tekai than Naruto. But in comparison, Mikoto is a physical monster too due to jaw training his children ridiculously. For his age, Naruto is almost the strongest amongst his siblings. Krieg sees that Luffy isn't that hurt so he immediately charges him and uses his diamond knuckles to punch Luffy. Bam! The punch hits Luffy on the head, but he doesn't take that damage from it due to his body having the properties of rubber so blunt force is almost useless to him. Gum Gum Pistol. Bam! Luffy punches Krieg on the face, sending him flying backward. Nami and Usopp look at Naruto who was blasted away from the explosion, but once they see him getting up unharmed. Except his waiter's attire was destroyed. Naruto has an annoyed look on his face as he mumbles. Hope I don't have to pay for these clothes. That's what you are worried about, screams Usopp in annoyance. He and Naruto could be considered good friends, so he was worried for him when he saw him fly off from the explosion. Krieg gets up and looks at Luffy. He is about to attack again, but that is when Zeph comes out of the kitchen and lays a stack of food in front of Krieg. "Owner Zeph!" screamed the other chefs in shock. They could smell that the giant sack was filled with food. "There is enough food for 100 people. So hurry up and bring it to your men," says Zeph with a calm look on his face. Krieg on the other hand was more concerned with the name. Did they just call you Zeph? Sir, how could you do that? Asks one of the chefs bewildered while seeing Zeph feed the enemy. Once the pirates on that ship recover, they will take over Baratai. Naruto is the one to answer that question as he walks forward. His eyes are shadowed by his hair as he says, "That is if they have any fighting spirit left." He then looks at Krieg and with a mocking smile on his face he asks, "Isn't that right, loser of the Grand Line?" Immediately the people around look at Naruto in surprise. To them, Krieg is undefeatable in East Blue and even he was still defeated in the Grand Line. Once Krieg heard this, he was angry, veins were popping in his forehead. But he was able to stop himself from attacking. He knows best that he needs to go and fed his men before he can even think of taking the Baratai. No matter how strong, one can't manage a ship all by himself. Concludes Krieg as he just takes the sack of food and turns his back walking away. Red Leg Zeph, prepare your journal log of the Grand Line, give it to me, and then I will let you live. As Krieg says that, the others let him walk away, but Naruto sees that Krieg has his back and smirks slightly. He remembers what his father taught him. The best time to attack a man is when his back is turned. Sorrow. Fwish. Naruto disappears from his previous position and kicks at Krieg towards his head. Bam! As the hit lands, Krieg flies towards his ship and crashed into it together with his sack of food. Naruto is about to give chase. Since now Krieg is most likely dazed, he can use this moment to attack and take him out. But as he is about to do so, Zeph kicks Naruto on the head. "Oi, chore boy, don't go beating people I give food to. Wait till all of the starving members of the Krieg pirates are fed, then we can obliterate them." Naruto on the other hand just looks at Luffy and asks, "Captain, can I fight this one?" Luffy seems to think about this a little and Zoro looks at Naruto and asks, "You need help?" "Nope, not really," answers Naruto casually. I wanted to fight him myself, Naruto, but since you want to, you can fight him, Naruto," says Luffy. He was a little disappointed, but Krieg isn't even that strong, so it doesn't matter anyway. Naruto nods at this, but he notices that Nami isn't there with them anymore. She probably went to the bathroom. Jin on the other hand is lying on the ground, clutching his arm as tears of regret run down his face. He regrets endangering his savior's life. He regrets repaying Sanji's kindness with such cruelty. He couldn't help it as he asked forgiveness from Sanji. "Sanji, please forgive me. I had no idea this would happen. There is no need for you to apologize," says Zeph. The cooks of this restaurant acted out of their own will and that is the result of that. The cooks argue and ask Zeph why he did it. Zeph answers simply that they wouldn't understand what starving in this ocean meant. As a chef, it was his duty to feed the hungry, after that they can kill them all. He also said that anyone who wants to leave can leave. Sanji also takes his stance and tells Jin that even if Jin himself decided to tail Baratai he would kill him too. Patty takes this time to criticize Sanji by saying, "What kind of cook even are you? Killing a man after saving his life?" Sanji gets annoyed at this and says to Patty, "Shut up, you *tty cook." Naruto on the other hand is bored and asks Zeph if he has really been in the Grand Line before. Zeph confirms this and admits that now he is just a simple chef and nothing more. Naruto is again bored and looks at Jin. "So how did you guys even get destroyed in the Grand Line?" Jin immediately gains a terrified look on his face. Those 7 days in that place, they were more like a nightmare. I am still struggling to even believe it myself. All 50 of our ships and 5,000 pirates were all defeated by a single man. I can remember his eyes so vividly, even though everything else feels like a dream, those hawk-like eyes. What? The entire Krieg pirate fleet was all defeated by a single man, exclaims one of the cooks in shock. Even Zoro was startled at the mention of Hawkeye. Naruto immediately has a realization of whom they are talking about. "Oh, you mean Hawkeye? You probably disturbed his nap or something." Also, ever since Shanks lost his arm, the guy hasn't fought any swordsman that can give him a challenge anymore. He could fight Dad, but Dad would win if he fought Mihawk. As Naruto says that, everyone looks at him with a strange look in their eyes. Even Zeph is a little curious. "Who and where you from, kid?" Naruto smiles at them brightly before doing a pose and saying, "My name is Naruto, and I am from the Grand Line." Chapter 80, Bonus Chapter, Daily Chapter, Ming Soon 2. Title, World's Greatest Swordsman. When Naruto says that he is from the Grand Line, everyone looks at him with surprised looks and shock on their faces. They didn't know what to say to this. They just heard that someone like Don Krieg was absolutely destroyed by someone like Hawkeye, but that is when everyone looked at Naruto even more strangely. He also didn't seem like the type who would lie, as he also didn't even seem surprised that one man defeated a fleet with 50 ships and 5,000 men. But what was currently on everyone's mind was, who the hell is Naruto's father? Everyone wanted to know that, and Jin beat everyone to the punch by asking first, "Naruto, who is your father?" Jin, a man who had been broken by the Grand Line and looking at Mihawk, wanted to at least know the name of a man greater than that. His mind never even had the thought that Naruto might be lying. Naruto smiles at that. "Oh, my dad is Dash. He was about to say more but Dead Cat jumped up and scratched Naruto's eyes and face with a stray cat growl. "Ah, you stupid cat, you are scratching my eyes," yells Naruto in pain as he tries to pull away from the cat from him. Dead Cat didn't say anything and acted like a normal cat by scratching Naruto and holding onto his hair with her teeth. Everyone just looks at this strangely, not knowing what to even say on this occasion. They didn't even question why a seemingly normal black cat would interfere just when Naruto was about to spill some big secret. But at this moment suddenly, boom! A loud explosion sings about and some yells are heard on the outside coming from Krieg's men. "Captain, our ship has been cut." The cooks and even Luffy, Naruto, Zoro, and Usopp go outside and see the giant galleon that Krieg came in have been cut in two. Usopp and the others look for their ship but they can't find it. **T, did the ship sink? Questions Zoro as he sees the giant galleon start sinking and creating giant waves. Zeph sees this and orders out loud, "Put down the anchor or this ship is gonna be dragged under." The waves created were gigantic like a tsunami, but as it settles down Naruto looks towards the horizon and sees the ship. "Oi, Luffy, isn't that the Going Merry? Our ship," yells Luffy out loud panicked. Zoro and Usopp seemed unsure of what to do. That is when Dead Cat lands on top of Luffy's head and narrows its eyes. "I can see that girl Nami on the ship. Seems like she stole it," says Dead Cat with a calm voice while Zoro is blaming himself for letting his guard down and Usopp is blaming Nami. Naruto and Luffy have a calm look on their faces. Dead Cat on the other hand just looks at them like they are all fools. "Well, she did say that she used to steal from pirates and it seems like she still does too." Naruto then grabs Dead Cat by the fur on his back and looks at him with an annoyed face. "Why are so smug? You are just a cat, admit it, you got fooled by her too." "No, I actually saw this coming from a mile away," answers the cat with a nonchalant look on his face. "I am not a loser like you guys." Naruto narrows his eyes again. "I am gonna eat you one day, you stupid cat. Also don't even know where she is going. Don't make yourself look cool by making it seem like it was all part of your plan." "But it was," says the cat. Zoro also heard the cat say that and it looked at the cat curiously. The cat notices this and elaborates. "It seems like she still had some problems to take care of. Also, she is going east so it would be safe to Kokoyashi Island." Dead Cat had the whole map of East Blue memorized so he knows where the general direction of places is. Also, Naruto can't navigate **T, so the cat did all of the navigating and route planning while Naruto did the brawn work. "I want her to be our navigator no matter what," says Luffy as he looks at the rest of his crew. "Don't worry Luffy, I will finish this fight quickly, and then we can chase after her," says Naruto and that is when some members of the Krieg pirates call out. "Don Krieg? It's him? The one who destroyed our fleet. He has followed us all the way here. He has come to kill us." Zoro has a shocked look on his face. He can't believe that he will meet the world's greatest swordsman so soon. I can't believe it, the hawk-eyed man. Don Krieg on the other hand is covered in cold sweat as he looks at Hawkeye, his worst nightmare just appeared in front of him. "Damn bastard. We are done," says one of Don Krieg's men, his face full of terror. He couldn't believe it that they had met someone like Hawkeye like this. "Damn it, what the hell did we do to you? Why are you following us all the way here?" Hawkeye doesn't even look at the man who asked him that and he answers simply by casually saying, "Just to kill some time." "That's bullshit," yells Krieg's man out loudly as he pulls out two double-barrel pistols and shoots. Pow, pow. Before any one of them can even see anything Hawkeye pulls his giant sword out and uses the tip of the sword to redirect the bullet's trajectory. Zoro sees this and he has a calm look on his face as he decides to address Mihawk. "I have never seen such graceful movements. A sword without grace is no strong sword at all," answers Mihawk. His face is still calm as he puts his giant on his back. "Did you cut this ship as well with that sword?" asks Zoro. He wants to know for sure. "Yes, indeed," says Mihawk. "I see, then I would like to challenge you into a duel for the title of the world's strongest swordsman," concludes Zoro. He knows that in no way can he beat a man like Mihawk at the moment. But he feels that if he didn't challenge him now then he will be breaking his promise to Kuna and never again would he have the courage to challenge Mihawk. Mihawk accepts the challenge and Naruto frowns at this. He knows just how much the difference can be between someone like Zoro and someone like Mihawk. Out of all the current Shishibukai, Mihawk is the strongest and even his father respects Mihawk and wouldn't cross him needlessly. Naruto gets ready to use Zoro at any moment and go save Zoro. But Luffy notices this and puts a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, let Zoro fight his own battles. It's his dream to become the world's best swordsman. He is our Nakama so we can't stop him from that." Naruto sighs a little and nods. He knows that no matter what Mihawk will not kill Zoro if he mentions his father's name to threaten him. But at the same time, he knows that if he does something like that, then his adventure will be over as the world government will hunt him down. As Zoro's fight with Mihawk goes along, Zoro is defeated by Mihawk using a small dagger. But in the end, Mihawk uses his swerve as he is impressed by Zoro and him saying that wounds on the back are a swordsman's shame and fwish, he cuts Zoro from his collarbone to his midsection. Naruto has an angry look on his face as he uses Zoro and appears behind Mihawk, one of his arms extending towards him. "With my zipper fruit, I can destroy his sword and paralyze his body by separating his head," thinks Naruto, but that is when, fwish, an arm flies in the air. Huh, wonders Naruto as he confusingly looks at his bleeding stump. Chapter 81. Title, Imprint. Naruto is surprised as he looks at his stump, as his arm flies into the air. Mihawk looks at the child who attacked him. Do not worry, young man, your comrade is not dead. As he says that, he just puts his sword on his back. Why you? But Luffy wouldn't allow that as he extended his arm and caught into the railing of the ship Naruto and Mihawk were standing on. He propels himself forward as he prepares to punch Mihawk. But before he can meet Mihawk, pow! A hand grabs Luffy by the face. It's Naruto. Luffy seemed surprised as he saw Naruto actually stopped him with an arm that is supposed to be separated from his body. Don't get angry, Luffy, stretch your hand, and grab Zoro as he has fallen into the water. Luffy nods at this and does so, grabbing Zoro and pulling him out of the salty waters. Naruto moved his hand a little and smiled. At the place where his arm was supposed to be cut, there was a zipper connecting the two sides. I see, so my fruit can also be used this way. Ponders Naruto as he lays a distraught Zoro on the floating debris and runs his finger along Zoro's wound. Zip. The sound of a zipper closing is heard as a zipper appears along Zoro's wound and closes it. Naruto smiles at this. He never thought of using his fruit like this to close wounds and only got the idea when he saw his arm fly away. I can even move my arm perfectly. Hopefully, it attaches back naturally and I don't have to keep this zipper on my arm forever. Mihawk just looks at Luffy, Naruto, and Zoro. He looks at Luffy and asks, "What about you? What is your goal?" "To become Pirate King," answers Luffy with a cold look on his face that seems very unusual on his face. "Ha, that is a goal even harder than surpassing me," says Mihawk as he then addresses Naruto. "You? Not telling you," answers Naruto with a childish look on his face. Fwish! Mihawk immediately points his sword at Naruto. "You have a way of getting under my nerves, kid." Ha! Naruto just smiles again, unrelentingly. Hawkeye decides to injure the kid a little to teach him that acting like that wouldn't help him survive. But suddenly a voice says, "I wouldn't do that if I was you, Hawkeye." Hawkeye looks at where the voice came and he sees a black cat looking at him intensively and wiggling its tail behind it. "And why would that be?" asks Hawkeye, a little amused by this situation. "Because when you enter the Grand Line you won't leave it alive if his father catches wind of what went on here," explained the cat. Mihawk looks at the cat searching for any sign of deceiving. But to him, the cat seemed to 100% believe its own words. In the end, he just put his sword on his back again and started walking away. Don Krieg sees this and calls out, "Hey!" Mihawk did dash. Fwoosh! Boom! Before Don Krieg could even finish what he was saying, the ship wreckage he was standing on got cut and a giant tsunami engulfed Don Krieg as Mihawk jumps back to his small boat and disappears into the mist created by his slash. But not before he heard Zoro's declension of never losing again. After that, Don Krieg swims back upon his ship. He has an angry look on his face. He now thinks that he has figured out Hawkeye's tricks. He must have eaten a legendary devil fruit. No way can a normal man cut a ship in two like that. His mind simply couldn't comprehend power like that existed. He was what one would call a frog in a well. Because of his arrogance, he even assumes himself to be the world's strongest man, but that is all nothing. Naruto looks at Krieg and charges him, but Pearl, a man with many shields, appears in front of him. Naruto didn't even try to maneuver as he just uses Zoro and in a blink of speed disappears from everyone's vision, and the next thing they see is bomb! Pearl's giant shield crack and break as Naruto's fist sank into the man's abdomen, making him spew out 2 hands full of blood. "I don't have time for you now, Zoro." Naruto's voice is up in the air as he just appears next to Don Krieg, and before the man could react, Naruto runs a finger along the man's neck, and it immediately flies off. Zipper zipper, decapitation. Naruto announces the name of his attack as Krieg's body falls on the ground, immobile while his head could still talk. "Zeph, I don't owe you anymore, do I?" "No, ya don't, kid," smiles Zeph. Naruto then looks at the other Krieg pirates and asks, "Do any of you want to challenge me?" They immediately shake their heads and jump off board. He also throws away Don Krieg's head as he also had used a zipper to close Krieg's mouth. Naruto then looks at Don Krieg's body and a malicious smile appears on his face. He goes and uses his zipper ability to pull away Don Krieg's legs and arms apart. He also takes away his golden armor, weapons, and diamond knuckles. "Bahahaha, I am gonna be rich," exclaims Naruto as he takes anything of value from Krieg. When Usopp sees Naruto's look on his face as he steals from Krieg and separated his body, he yells out loudly, "Ah!" Naruto is chopping someone up. Oh wait, there is no blood actually. "Oi, Naruto, what are you doing?" Naruto smiles. "I am immobilizing him so the Marines can take him away. Also, I am gonna actually need some money too as I don't want to always run away from my tabs." Jin sees this and is about to act. He might never be able to repay the favor to Sanji, but he also respects Don Krieg, so he can't allow the man that he respects be captured like that. "Sorry, but..." Suddenly Dead Cat jumps in front of and while licking its paws says, "When a black cat crosses your path then you are bound to have bad luck." Jin looks at the talking cat and in the end, he attempts to walk forward, but the cat swings its tail slightly and suddenly Jin slips falling on his back. "I told ya if you keep walking that way you would have BD luck," says the cat smugly. Jin just lies on the floor thinking about what he should do next. He could go and try to save Krieg, even if he knows that he will fail as Naruto would easily take him down. "Hey, cat, what do you think I should do?" asks Jin while looking at the sky. "Why the hell would I know what you want to do? Chose for yourself, dumbass," says Dead Cat as he starts walking towards the restaurant. Hey, does anyone have any well-cooked food? Jin is left on the ground thinking what he should do with his life now. Around 1 hour passes and while Naruto, Luffy and Sanji go to get some food, the chefs look at Sanji and say, "Are you the one who made this soup?" "Yeah," says Sanji. "Horrible," says Patty and he spills it on the ground. "Did you put sh*t in it or something?" Immediately Sanji gets angry at this even as the rest of the chefs do the same, calling his soup horrible. Even Zeph joins in, insulting Sanji's food and saying that if he continued working here this restaurant would go under for serving such horrible food. Sanji can't take that anymore and walks out of the door, but he is still just sitting on the ground as he hears everything going on inside. Naruto takes one of the plates and tastes the soup. "Whoa, this is actually pretty good." "We know," says one of the cooks. "But if we didn't say that Sanji would never leave this place to accomplish his dreams." Luffy is a little surprised by that. Sanji on the outside could hear everything that they were saying and quietly mumbled, "I can hear you, you bastards. Hey, can you get me a second serving? This soup is so good," says one of the cooks who had insulted the food before. After a little while, Sanji comes back to the kitchen and says to Luffy, "I will join your crew, Luffy. I will accompany till you become king of the pirates." "Yeah," screams Luffy in joy. Naruto is happy at this too as he says, "Thankfully we didn't have to kidnap you." "What?" questions Sanji as he looks at Naruto, but the latter just gives him some friendly slaps on the back. "Nothing, nothing, no need to worry about it." Bahahaha. Dead Cat was using his tail to grab a spoon and drink some of the soup. "This is really nice. Glad a good cook like him joined our crew." Dead Cat then looks at them and says, "Okay, now we need to go get Nami and we will be set and ready to go to the Grand Line." After a while later and some tearful goodbyes, Sanji and the rest of the Straw Hat crew set sail. Jin on the other hand is now wearing a waiter's uniform as he says to Sanji, "Sanji, don't worry, I will keep this place safe for you, so don't worry about anything happening to this place while you are on the Grand Line." Jin had made his decision and has decided to protect Baratai in Sanji's place so he doesn't have to worry about it while he sails the Grand Line. While they were saying that, in Kokoyasi Island, inside Arlong Park, the Fishman himself was sleeping while laying on his chair on the sun. Arlong had a red sun tattoo on the left side of his chest, and a nasty handprint scar on his chest. Suddenly Arlong's body is covered in cold sweat and he clutches his chest where the handprint scar is. In his dream, he saw a giant Kisame looking down on him with terrifying red eyes. The Gisnat Kisame opens his mouth and says in a terrifying voice, "Run, run away. Never show your face ever again in these seas." Ah! Arlong wakes up with a loud scream as his body is covered in cold sweat. His old wound still aching as if it was made yesterday. Kisame, damn him. Chapter 82. Title, Naruto's Father. After they set sail, Naruto was crying as he bit onto the sails of the small ship that was given to them by the Baratai cooks. "Cheer up already. How long are you gonna cry for?" says Zoro as he looks at Naruto with an annoyed look on his face. He had been crying for over an hour now. But I am so touched," says Naruto as he gets even more emotional. "It was such a beautiful goodbye." "Okay, that's enough of this," says Dead Cat as it was using a map and compass to navigate, but Naruto's whining just made it way too difficult. He jumps on top of Naruto's head and grabbed his hair. "Ow, ow, ow. Stop it, Dead Cat. That foo asterisk king hurts," complains Naruto as he tries to get the cat off his head. "Well, stop your whining already, you are annoying everyone," complains the cat as it bites Naruto on the head. "Ow, okay, just stop it, you stupid stray cat," concedes Naruto. In the end, he stops whining and asks Dead Cat as it jumps off him and back to looking at the map and compass. "By the way, what will we do once we find Nami?" Everyone looks at Dead Cat and pays attention to this. "It is clear what we have to do," says Dead Cat. "We must defeat Arlong. Nami is most likely holding something dear to Nami hostage. We gotta go and save her. I will be her knight in shining armor," says Sanji as he has a calm look on his face. He hates someone like Arlong who does something so despicable. Even Luffy is angry at this as he grinds his teeth. Usopp and Zoro are riled up too. They thought that Nami was just some thief, but it seems her situation is more complicated than that. But Zoro is still a little skeptical at this and asks Dead Cat, "Are you sure the situation is like that or are we just overthinking it?" Dead Cat nods at that. Yes, Arlong is someone from the Grand Line. He used to be Jinbe's second in command. Jinbe is a Shishibukai. Everyone looks at Dead Cat confused, not knowing what that means, even Naruto. "Oi, Naruto, I understand the others but you grew up in the Grand Line, why do you look so confused?" "Oh, you mean the cool group of people that Jinbe and Mihawk are a part of," realizes Naruto. "You have lived in the Grand Line your whole life and didn't even know some basic things like this," mumbles Dead Cat in annoyance. "Okay, I will explain it to you only once, so pay attention, ask questions at the end of the explanation, and don't interrupt. The first half of the Grand Line is ruled by one of the three powers, the Marines. Also in the world, there are three big powers. One is the Marines/world government. The second is the Shishibukai, which Mihawk and Jinbe consist of. The Shishibukai are pirates allowed to operate by the world government as long as they pay the government a part of their loot. Now comes the second part of the Grand Line, which is rules by the emperors of the sea, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Ja, Kaido, and Shanks dash. "Oh, so Shanks is one of these emperors of the sea," exclaims Luffy. This pisses of dead cat which just jumps at Luffy's face and starts scratching him. You dumb foo *k? I especially told you to not interrupt me. Affirmed dead cat. To him Luffy is like a second Naruto and he is already annoyed with one. After the beating, dead cat continues explaining again. As I was saying, those are the current emperors. Now, this is where the situation with Erlong is and how we estimate his strength. First, he is physically stronger than Krieg, and he is a fishman so he can breathe underwater and his level of fishman karate is unknown. Fishman karate is a type of fighting style for fishmen who use the water in their surroundings to attack. Anyway, Arlong and Jinbe were comrades. But now their relationship is a little sour, but also we don't have to worry about any retaliation from the fishmen once we enter the Grand Line because of Naruto's dad. Jinbe also won't dare to act because while he technically works for the world government, he is Emperor Jaws' dog. The others are surprised by this and are a little curious about Naruto's parentage. Oh, I remember now, exclaims Naruto. Jinbe is that guy who Kisame and I beat. Zoro imagines Mihawk and someone who seems to be a Shishibukai like him got beaten by Naruto's brother, but what shocks him, even more, is someone can actually have under him someone at what he assumes to be at Mihawk's level. The world is truly a big place. Zoro can't help it and wants to ask some questions, but Usopp beats him to the punch. So who is your father, Naruto? Naruto shows a sign of reluctance as he looks at dead cat. The cat nods and says, as long as they don't spill it to someone outside of this group then it shouldn't be a big deal to say who your father is. As dead cat says that it makes the rest of the crew swallow in anticipation. Naruto nods too and has a serious look on his face as he says, my father is Emperor of the Sea, Jaws. Everyone's faces are filled with shock at this. While that was happening, in the Grand Line, Mihawk was sitting on his boat as he crossed the calm belt to enter the Grand Line. Puro puro puro. Suddenly he hears a ringing and he pulls out a transponder snail from a hidden compartment of his small boat. He is a little surprised at this, as the people who know his number are quite few. He can count the people who have his number with one hand and still have fingers left. Catcha. He answers the dendenmushi and a familiar voice comes from the other side. Oi, Mihawk, I heard that you hurt one of my children. You wouldn't do that, would you? Once he hears who it is, a bead of sweat rolls down his face. He knows that if it's true his chance of survival is almost zero if he decides to not run away. He knows that in swordsmanship he is better than Jaw, but at anything else and Jaw hugely outshines him. Damn, when did I ever hurt one of his kids? I am not dumb enough to do that, and Big Mom is a Yonko and she still barely survived the encounter. I do not recall ever husting or ever fighting any of your kids, says Mihawk. He knows that he will have to take a break from piracy if it is true, because Jaw is the worst emperor of the sea that you want angry at you. He is the type of person who would go all out even against a rabbit. He would poison his enemies and weaken them as much as he can before even attempting to fight them. Oh, I think you did. He is a blonde kid, with cat-like whiskers and a black cat that follows him everywhere he goes, explains Jaw with a calm voice. I see. That is all Mihawk can say as a nervous expression appears on his face. It's no use saying anything since Jaw already knows what happened. I advise that you don't come to the new world. Stay as far away as you can, that in the event that I can't control my anger, I will only rip out your arms by the time I find you, because maybe by then my anger has subsided a little, says Jaw, and after that, he closes the call. Kasha, shit, exclaims Mihawk nervously. Jaw being after you is the worst, especially at sea, because the next thing you know your boat will be sunk out of nowhere and your body will be ripped to shreds. Seems like I will need to go on a small vacation in North Blue. The meeting with Shanks to tell him about the kid with the straw hat will have to wait. Chapter 83. Title, Newspaper. Jaw POV. After that little threat against Mihawk, I couldn't help but smile a little. By now, not even someone like Mihawk would like challenging me. To be a Yonko, it doesn't necessarily mean to be strong. Yonko is just a given title, that is all there is to it, though it is a common trait amongst the Yonko to have personal power and their crew to be strong too. I think back during the canon timeline of how Luffy was recognized as a Yonko. Blackbeard, Big Mom, and Kaido can be *tch about it as much as they want. They don't decide who gets to become a Yonko anyway, so their opinion doesn't matter. I mean, Blackbeard had some impressive feats and all that, but was Luffy any less? At least from the perspective of the public he wasn't. He destroyed Enies lobby, of course, it was because of the Buster Call, but the world government will never admit to that. He is the only person to ever create such a massive breakout from Impel Down. He is also the person who stood next to Whitebeard, freed Ace, and even took a hit from Sengoku. He even confronted the Tree Admirals by himself and lived to tell the tale. He also defeated most of the Shishibukai and even has one of them join his crew. He even has a loyal armada of 5,000 members under him. The whole thing in Whole Cake Island is also a perspective thing, as he truly did go and wreak havoc in Big Mom's territory, and he also suffered no losses, so to say. From the view of the public, this is absolutely terrifying, and Luffy already has the deeds needed to become an Emperor of the Sea. After all, the damn thing is a title, not some level of power. I used to make this assumption in my first life too. This world doesn't have such a thing as Yonko level. It's like saying someone is president level of smart. Also, even the Yonko can be defeated by some normal, in comparison, people. For example, if the circumstances were right, someone like Magellan could defeat Big Mom. Why? Because of his poison, it isn't as if his poison will stop working just because Big Mom has a title or something like that. That is why I have understood when living in this world for 30 years, fighting is more like a game of rock paper scissors than anything else. That is why I can be everyone's worst counter because I am strong and I am a fishman. Even against someone like Shanks who hasn't eaten a devil fruit, I would have an advantage against him in almost everywhere in the world. I can drown him the same way I would drown any other human. But anyway, I stop my mind from wandering to things like this. I am gonna be meeting the man who makes Yonko and Pirate Kings. I would call him the most powerful man in the world, in a way. But while Ja was doing that and meeting important people and discussing certain things with them, Naruto and the rest of the Straw Hat crew were close to Kokoyasi Island and were eating some food made by Sanji. You are a really good cook, Sanji, says Naruto as he grabs some meat and eats it. Except for Sanji and Dead Cat, the other members all don't have table manners. Dead Cat uses its tail by grabbing a knife to delicately cut the meat. Currently, their boat was kind of small but Naruto was able to find a table inside his personal storage and used some nails to tail it to the boat and they were all eating. The shock from Naruto's parentage already passed over and Dead Cat did tell them that Naruto had actually ran away from home and his father doesn't know about it. He will most likely bring back Naruto if he figures out where Naruto is. But Naruto reassured them that his dad will let him do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't go around telling people that he is Ja-san. They all agreed that this is a secret that must be kept between them. So Naruto, do Fishman poop? Asks Luffy out of nowhere. Sanji is immediately ticked off by that and kicks Luffy in the head. Oi, don't ask questions like that when we are eating. Yes, they do. You too, don't answer so casually. Screams Sanji at Naruto who answers the question so casually. Sanji was about to yell at them some more but suddenly a giant creature breaks through the water surface. Boom! It creates a wave as it does so and it splashes water around. Naruto, Zoro, and Sanji just turn their heads and look at the creature calmly. Usopp is absolutely terrified of this and even started screaming things like we are all gonna die and such. Also while the others were distracted Luffy ate everyone's food except Dead Cat's as the cat almost stabbed Luffy's hand with a knife when he attempted to take his food. Naruto smiles at this and happily says, "Whoa, that looks like a sea monster from the Grand Line, kinda on the small side though." The creature is a giant sea cow with a seal-like structure. He has a big round nose with a gold nose ring, cowisk face, horns, and green spots throughout his body. "Small," exclaims Usopp. His fear evident on his face he looks back at Luffy and is about to beg him if they maybe don't have to go to the Grand Line, but he notices that there is NOS food on the table and Luffy's mouth is full of food as he looks around innocently. Ah! Luffy ate all of our food. Everyone looks back once again and sees Luffy. He is about to swallow his food but Naruto appears and grabs him by the throat. "Luffy, you bastard! How could you do this?" But as Naruto says that in the end he still adds, "Damn it, I should have been the one stealing everyone's food. Why didn't I think of that?" Momo, the sea monster, looks at this all awkwardly too, not knowing what to say. In the end, since it doesn't know what to do it attacks the small ship. But before it can do so, the others notice this, and Naruto suddenly has an idea. "Let me handle this guys," says Naruto as he jumps of the ship and lands on top of Momo's head. "Well, little guy, you will make a nice pet." As he says that he does an axe kick down on the creature's head. Bam! Momo starts falling down immediately and Naruto jumps off its head and back into the ship with a smile on his face. Luffy clapped for him. He told Naruto that it was a pretty cool landing that he just did. Dead Cat just looks at Naruto and asks, "So you intended to tame that sea monster by force and make it drag our ship back to Kokoyasi Island, right?" "Yeah," says Naruto, confused by where Dead Cat is going with this. The cat just points its paw at the creature and says, "You just knocked it out, you stupid." "So?" asks Naruto back, but he then suddenly realizes what that means. He scratches the back of his head and says, "Oh right, sorry guys, teehee. Don't try to act like a cute girl," yells out Sanji in annoyance. Bahahahaha. Luffy on the other hand laughs at this. But while that was happening in East Blue, in the New World, Ja's guest finally arrived. "Oh, sorry Ja. I was just getting a new scoop for today. Some new rookies have started appearing," said the weird bird-looking man. Ja smiles at that. "No big deal Morgans." The man was Big News Morgans. The man who can make people all around the world dance to his heart's tune. He is the one and only news source around the world. The man who declared Gold Roger Pirate King and so much more. "Power isn't only physical power," concludes Ja. "I could snap this guy's neck like a twig in less than a second. But he is more powerful than I in influencing the world." "So why did you call me for Ja?" asks Morgans. "The last time you called dear old me, you asked me to find Shiki for you." Ja smiles at that. He never would have been able to find Shiki the first time without the help of the man in front of him. Shiki forgot that he was getting a newspaper, and if you are getting one then Morgans knows your location. "Oh, this time I called on you for something bigger," says Ja as a mysterious smile dawns on his face. This makes Morgans even more excited. "Oh, I can feel the smell of the big news. Come on tell me Ja, this curiosity is killing me." Chapter 84. Title, Ja's Plans. So Ja made the deal with Big News Morgans. After that he just lied back on his throne with a satisfied smile on his face. Things are coming along nicely. When the time for the perfect chance comes, I will finally be able to take this world. Right now, if I go to straight out war against the world government, I will lose, it's as simple as that. But my chance will finally come, concludes Zhao, as only a couple more steps and everything will fall into place. Zhao POV. Sitting here in this room, the smile won't go off my face. The world government wouldn't let me even expand on paradise, much less any of the blues. It all comes down to power really. If I was stronger than them, then I wouldn't have to really ask them anything and I would just take it. Sadly, they are stronger. I am not necessarily worried about someone like I'm or something like that. If he was so strong he wouldn't have to hide his existence and even have to get rid of people throughout the history of the world. Even if he was strong, I am pretty sure that with the right strategy he can be dealt with. Plus my children are getting stronger, Kakashi and Kisame can both hold back admirals on their own. They are my official commanders, but still. I am hiding a lot more than that. I have Nagato with his float fruit. He doesn't have any official bounty because he is mostly quiet, and even when he fights he gives the credit to his siblings. He also is strong and should be able to hold back an admiral in the case of a fight. I would leave Akainu to Kisame because that guy is crazy strong. Kisame should be able to hold him back, especially with his future sight. Kakashi would handle Kizuru and Nagato would handle Aokiji. Now that the admirals are being held back, there comes the monsters. Garp and Sengoku. I can take on Sengoku on land, if there is some water around and I have Sea Prism Stone on me. On the other hand Garp, that guy, he will need to either die off or maybe be swarmed by attack as clones. Still, I can stalemate the top combatants for a time. But what about the vice admirals? There are a bunch amongst them who can be considered for the admiral title if one of the admirals dies. Meaning that I am not quite ready to fight the world government, especially since there are still some old monsters like Kong and maybe the Gorosei. All of that is unimportant currently as I have Kaido and even Whitebeard to stand as my allies. Then there is Shanks too. I have no idea where he stands. I am not sure what he asked Roger before he went to Laugh Tale. Was he asking for forgiveness? Is that why he cried after it? Maybe Shanks had been poisoning Roger or something like that. Nah, I doubt that, but I won't deal with fiction. I must deal with reality. I now understand why the Marines stopped fighting when Shanks told them to and they even allowed him to take Ace's and Whitebeard's dead bodies to bury them. I am stronger than Shanks, but if I went to ask the Marines that, they would start attacking me. It's not about power, it's reputation and respect. Sengoku knew that Shanks came to stop the war. He came to stop it and not play petty tricks. Shanks is a pacifist by nature. He would let someone spit on him and he would never hit them back. To me that is dumb, but to him, it makes all the sense in the world. Now the question comes, will I have to kill Shanks or not? The guy is a pacifist and is okay with things being in order. The world government might not be saints, but they keep order around the world. My attack move must be fast when I decide to attack. I must take over all of the blues under 24 hours if I declare war against the government. I must isolate them from the world because then there will be no turning back anymore. Either I win this war or me, my children, and every goddamn fishman on the planet is bound to get slaughtered if we decide to attack. Damn. I haven't even started having full control of the bless. I have alliances with a bunch of kingdoms. But none of them would fight with me in the case of a world war. That ancient country who fought against the world government lost only because it had just Wano as its strong ally. But I also don't want to fight a war that I am unsure of winning. It needs to have at least an 80% chance to succeed or I won't even start the war at all. I will be content with letting someone else weaken the world government and Marines before I attack them. I wonder how my sons on East Blue are doing. I know that Naruto is okay and even seems to have joined the Straw Hats. Well, I guess luck works in strange ways. But about my other son in East Blue, General POV. Naruto and Dead Cat have Momo wake up and they tie their ship to the creature. Momo is pretty obedient as Naruto talks to it and explains to it what to do, surprising the other crew members. After all, as far as they know, fishes shouldn't understand what a human is saying. Arlong looked at the men in front of him and asked, "Are you sure you want to start a rebellion against me?" The whole population of Kokoyashi village had come to fight him as Nami's treasure was taken away by Marine Captain Nezumi. Of course, when Nezumi guessed that Nami was hiding exactly 100 million berries, then everyone knew that this means that Arlong put the marine guy up to this. The fishmen had gathered on one side and the humans on one side. Arlong wasn't really worried about the villagers being able to overthrow him or something like that. He was only sad because he would no longer have any leverage against Nami. Well, that is a shame. Ponders Arlong as he yells out loudly, "My brethren, kill them all." Immediately the fishmen and humans charge against each other, but suddenly out of nowhere, a shadow covers them all. Arlong looks up and he is shocked to see a ship flying towards him. Boom! It crashes into him and the rest of the fishmen look at the crater in worry as some other people come out of the crater. It was the Straw Hat crew. Usopp had a terrified look on his face. Zoro and Sanji had angry ones while Luffy and Naruto were laughing out loud in joy. Bahahahahaha. Oi, Luffy, Naruto, you wanna kill us or something? Yells out Sanji. He could see his life flash past his eyes. I still haven't finished my dream of finding Fishman Island and seeing mermaids. I mean find all blue. Dead Cat then jumps on Naruto's head and points towards Arlong, who rubs his head as he gets out of the wreckage. That is the guy you gotta beat, Luffy. Luffy nods at this and some fishmen mooks try to stop him, but Naruto looks at them and smiles. You are about to taste my new move. He runs his fingers along his body, opening zippers everywhere, and he looks at the Fishman goons. Zipper machine gun. Suddenly, gun barrels appear out of his zipper openings. Or more specifically, the barrels of the weapons Don Krieg used to own. Pow, 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 pow. Countless bullets rain upon the Fishman, and Arlong is angered by this and goes to hit Naruto. Gum pistol. Bam! But a fist hits him in the face and he is thrown away. Your fight is with me, bastard, says Luffy with an angry look on his face. No one messes with my Nakama. Chapter 85, Bonus Chapter. Title, Naruto's Past. Naruto starts shooting at the Fishman as he has an evil smile on his face. Mahahaha, you losers can't handle my machine gun attack. He is able to shoot through many of the Arlong pirates while Luffy is fighting their captain. Zoro also slashes at Hachin, and since Zoro's critical injury has been closed up pretty good by Naruto's zipper fruit, Zoro even did this with the help of the 2 new swords that Naruto gave him. The guy truly has a lot of things in his zipper dimension. Sanji is fighting Kurobe too, since the man used his elbow shins to deflect Naruto's bullets. He is not having an easy fight against the Fishman at all, as Kurobe keeps using moves from Fishman karate to keep Sanji at bay. On the other hand, Chu, a Fishman with very thick lips, looks at Naruto. He is a devil fruit user. As soon as he understands that, he stealthily goes towards the sea close by and dips his head into the water, intaking a huge amount of water as his body bloats up like a balloon. He looks at Naruto and slaps himself in the stomach. Waterfall shot. Spew. A giant torrent of water is thrown at Naruto, whose eyes widen once he sees this. Even as a half-Fishman, his weakness to water is undeniable. He can feel the water surround his body, and as it does so he feels extreme weakness. It feels like his strength is all being drained from his body. Chu smiles at this. As he has spewed all of the water, he actually uses the water torrent as a swimming tool to arrive at a weakened Naruto and punch him in the face. 100 tile punch. Even though the lunge is weak in comparison to the hits Naruto can normally take, he still bleeds a little from his mouth. He is weakened by water and can't use any strength to even defend himself. But as Naruto felt the hit to his face, it brings a tear to his eye as he remembers a certain memory. Flashback/Naruto POV. I look at my mother, as she lays my head on her lap and sweetly smiles at me. How were you today during sparring? As she asks me that question, I can't help it but look away ashamed. I did badly today too. Every one of my other siblings is better than me at everything. I am not good at using a sword, gun, spear, trident. I am also no good at Fishman karate or Ryokushiki either. But even when she sees the expression on my face, my mother has a smile on her face. I can see her blue eyes twinkle in the light as she pushes her long blonde hair away from her face. I see, says mother as she runs her fingers along my hair softly. Don't worry, Naruto, I am sure that one day you will grow strong too. But will I really though? I ask her the question a little forcefully. I see that I made her a little sad when I said that. So I decide to immediately apologize. Sorry mother, I didn't mean it to, it's just that dad is so strong and I thought that I would be strong too. As I say that, I feel something wet land on my face. I look at my mother and see her eyes are filled with tears as she hugs me to her chest. I am sorry Naruto, it's all my fault. I am not strong enough, so my genes weakened your potential. I have always had a weak body. I know that if you were born to another woman you would have been stronger. I am sorry my son. I gave you such a weak body. I can't help it as I feel a little ashamed at this. Don't worry mom, I will work 100x harder than my other siblings so I won't be weak. I want to be able to protect you after all. My mother looks at me and smiles, though tears are still running down her face. But will you still be able to defeat one of your siblings that way? I am unsure of that, but I still end. General POV. As Chu punches Naruto in the head, Naruto asks the question that he has been asking for years now. Mother, why did you leave me? Chapter 86. Title, Luffy's and Naruto's pettiness. As Naruto reminiscences on that memory, his body moves slightly and he punches Chu on the throat. But due to the water weakening him, the punch was too weak and Chu smirks at this. Pathetic dash. But suddenly a zipper appears on his throat and it opens. But this time, unlike normally, which doesn't really cause any harm, blood spews out of Chu's throat like a fountain. Naruto can do this type of critical attack too and attack only the skin and muscle with his zipper fruit. This way the blood can freely flow out of his body as it's not affected by the ability. Chu falls on the ground, dead. Every one of the Kokoyashi villagers screams out in joy. To them, a Fishman dying is the best thing that can happen. A dead Fishman is the best Fishman. Arlong has cruelly managed and suppressed these villages, so they all feel a bunch of hate from it. Naruto takes a deep breath and stumbles a little as he stands up. He can feel his strength return back as he stands up. Damn, I will need to be a little more careful from now on. In the end, he just looks at Luffy and Sanji as they are still fighting their opponents. Zoro is sitting on the ground, so is Usopp. How are your injuries? Asks Naruto, as they look at Sanji fighting Kurobe. Sanji seems to be losing quite badly as he wasn't at all accustomed to Fishman karate, who can send shockwaves with fists and such. Kurobe has been deeply inspired by a certain someone, so he is stronger than he would have been otherwise. Pretty good, except the sharp tingling of pain when I move too much, then I would think that I am perfectly healed, says Zoro as he looks at the zipper where his wound should be. That is good then, acclaims Naruto. But after this, we must have a doctor look at the wound. I am not sure what effect my fruit might have on the wounds. My arm is still being held together by a zipper and I don't feel any pain from it, but I must check with a doctor too. Zoro nods at that, then they are both back and looking at the fight between Sanji and Kurobe. The former releases a barrage of kicks that knocks out Kurobe. Sanji is also injured and he has some blood coming from his head and mouth. He takes out a cigarette and lights it. A damn fish shouldn't try fighting a cook, says Sanji slightly annoyed as he stumbles back to Naruto and the rest are. Naruto laughs when he hears Sanji say that. Sanji is actually way more injured than he seems. Fishman karate has been for making damage that appears on the outside. Naruto's opinion of Sanji went up from him being just a perverted cook to a perverted cook who can back up his promises of chivalry because he has the power to. Suddenly Naruto remembers something and runs his finger along his stomach and a zipper appears along his stomach. He opens it and a dark blur jumps out. It was dead cat. Cough cough. What the hell, Naruto? That place is nasty as hell, says the cat. You are really a hoarder. You will need to organize that place, it's gross. There are molded foods, broken plates, and expired products. Naruto looks at dead cat. Yeah, someone will have to do that. Why are you looking at me like that? Asks dead cat confusedly as it narrows its eyes at Naruto. Suddenly he understands what he is saying. Oh hell no, I am not cleaning that gross place. Naruto just shrugs at that. Well, I can't enter that place and you know that. Plus dad said that I am not allowed to fight without you inside me. Don't say it like that. Don't say it how? Asks Naruto confusedly. Sigh. Dead cat sighs at this. He knows that Ja said that Naruto must never fight if dead cat isn't inside Naruto's dimension. Fighting Krieg was different as dead cat was still within the vicinity. But even dead cat doesn't dare to not follow Ja's requests. Well, they are more like orders, but it doesn't matter. Ja didn't let Naruto leave without countermeasures that will help Naruto survive. Dead cat wasn't just a simple cat and it obviously is here to protect Naruto. Ja will have my head on a plate if something happens to Naruto. Dead cat looks and can't help it but be a little jealous of the family Naruto has. The boy doesn't even know the enormous lengths his father has gone to just so he can have this little adventure of his. Though I might not agree with Ja on some of the things he does, I can respect that the man is an amazing father to his children. Okay, I will do it if you give me the diamonds from Krieg, says dead cat. Naruto is ready to try and negotiate that price down a little, but dead cat cuts him off by saying, it's non-negotiable. Naruto is a little put down by that, but in the end, he just says, sure, for organizing my stuff 10 times. The cat nods at that with a smile on his face, but he can see Naruto have a smug look on his face. He probably thinks that he can make me organize the stuff in there when they get messy as hell. But I also said that I will organize, not how good of a job I will do. He is 100 years too early to try and trick me. As dead cat contemplates that, she sees Luffy do a gum-gum gatling against Arlong. Every time it hit the palm-shaped scar on Arlong's chest, the Fishman would wince in pain. Arlong didn't have access to his sword and most of the damage he did against Luffy wasn't anything too big to Luffy. Only a couple of bite injuries and Luffy was pretty okay and no other injuries. Arlong never was too good at Fishman karate, and blunt force was almost useless against Luffy. The people scream in happiness, Naruto screams in joy and even goes to put Luffy on his shoulders, parading him around the villagers who are crying out of happiness. The people that saw this went and notified the whole island. The marine captain tried to interrupt the fun but he was beaten by Naruto and Luffy half to death. He did a bunch of empty threats and ran away. As night came about, the people had started crazily celebrating. The children were all looking at dead cat mostly as he was eating a steak with impeccable table manners. Whoa, he can talk. He even chews with elegance and even drinks wine. You think that it's some prince that was turned into a cat and can only be turned back to human with a kiss. Dead cat hears this and looks at the kid. Oi kid, bring me some steak and your mom here. Dead cat was evidently drunk as he said something like that. At the same time, Zoro is drinking some steak and Sanji sits down and exclaims, whoa, I am full already. As soon as he sits down, Naruto and Luffy are seen running at Sanji. As they arrive there, Luffy asks, Sanji, do you know where the melons with ham inside are being served? Luffy was holding the meat food while Naruto too had his mouth full, so he asked Sanji the same thing as Luffy, but his question was unintelligible. Sanji just looks at them and says, haven't you two been eating ever since the feast started? You never feel full or something? They both nod at this and take a bite of the meat sticks that they have in their hands. Sigh. There is food being laid around by the villagers everywhere, but I think I saw that dish on the outskirts, says Sanji. Thank Y dash. Luffy is about to thank Sanji, but then he sees that Naruto is already running to the outskirts of the festival. Ah. Naruto, don't run ahead, that is cheating. Ha 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 ha, we are pirates. So of course I am gonna cheat? Baka. Mocks Naruto. Luffy gets angry at this and stretches his arm, catching Naruto on the shoulder and pulling him back as he himself runs ahead. As Naruto is pulled back, he isn't quite as he uses his zipper fruit to temporarily separate one of Luffy's feet and it stops him from running while Naruto charges on ahead. Luffy then attaches his leg back and closes the zipper, allowing him to use his limb again and chase after Naruto. Chapter 87. Title, Roger's Will? Who cares about that? While Naruto was celebrating, his father in the new world was talking to a certain someone in his transponder snail. Ja has a smirk as he talks on the transponder snail. So how are things in East Blue going? Everything is going accordingly. I have gathered the money that is not at all associated with you. I have at the moment 80 million. I will need some more to be able to purchase a deserted island and start my mercenary company in East Blue, says the man from the other side. Ja would never be able to gather an army big enough to take over East Blue with his name behind it. The world government would never allow something like that to develop. But if the army was under the name of a random person from East Blue who seems to have no connection with Ja whatsoever, then it will be just another mercenary company built by a bounty hunter. How much time do you predict that you will need to gather funds for the project? Asks Ja, his eyes intensely staring at the transponder snail. 2 years at a minimum, says the man from the other side. East Blue doesn't have high bounties and the average bounty for a criminal is 3 million. I was gonna hunt Straw Hate but, you know, Naruto is in that crew now too and as his brother, I would be pulling what is considered a D***CK move if I did that. Ja chuckles amusedly at that. Yeah, that wouldn't be a good idea. Plus you will get Garp after you. Why? Asks the voice from the other side. He is surprised at why the marine hero would hunt him down if he killed Luffy. Well, Luffy is his grandson. Shanks might go after you too, but I will easily stop him from even leaving the New World. Concluded Ja, he is a fishman who has control over the seas of the Grand Line. By the way, where are you now? Oh, I am in Logetown. This place is always full of criminals trying to enter the Grand Line, so a lot of bounties to collect in here. Explains Ja's son. Say hello to Naruto for me then. Says Ja, his smirk becomes even wider as he says that. He closes his transponder snail and as he does so Ja's body shakes in excitement as a smile appears on his face. Soon, so soon, just a little bit more. As he thinks that he looks at the red poneglyph in front of him as his smile widens even more. I am not the one Roger is waiting for. Who gives SHT? I am a pirate. I don't give a fouquet about Roger's will. In East Blue, after the feast the Straw Hats set sail. Of course, Nami had her own goodbye by stealing everyone's wallets before leaving. Of course, she left 100 million SS behind so it doesn't matter really. Later on, Naruto and Luffy stare at the newly planted orange trees, and Sanji protecting them on Nami's orders. Naruto looks at Luffy and asks, so, what is our plan? You be the distraction and I will be the one who grabs the oranges, suggests Luffy. Naruto just narrows his eyes as he looks at Luffy suspiciously. Yeah, how about you be the distraction and I get the oranges? What? Exclaims Luffy. No way, you will just take the oranges and eat them yourself. Well, you were gonna do the same anyway, argues back Naruto. Then their argument evolves into a brawl as they start fighting. Nami sees this and just glances at them from the corner of her eye. They are at it again, this the third time in the last hour that they have fought. She then looks at the map in front of her and the compass. Dead Cat comes forward too and jumps on the table. You will need some better equipment before going to the Grand Line. Really? Questions Nami. She already knows that Dead Cat and Naruto are from the Grand Line so they are bound to know more about it. Can we get them at Logetown? Dead Cat nods. Yeah, we will need a log pose and some new charted maps. Also inks and such other things in case of a deadly storm. Nami hums slightly as she looks at the Grand Line map that she got from Buggy. So which islands should we plan to visit first? Dead Cat looks at the islands on the map and immediately notices a couple of islands that were uncharted. It uses its tail to wrap it around a pencil before he starts writing something on the map. These are some uncharted islands that I can pull off memory, like Little Garden and such. Extremely dangerous and deadly islands, explains the cat as it draws the rough shape of the islands that it can remember. Nami looks at the map and nods as Dead Cat starts explaining a little bit about the Grand Line and how its weather works. Nami wouldn't believe Dead Cat about some things, but she knows that the cat would never lie nor joke around about something like this. After Luffy and Naruto's brawl both of them were on the ground. Sanji. Hungry. Moans Luffy as his stomach gurgles. Naruto on the other hand just opens a zipper on his body and takes out a bunch of food, and he eats it all for himself. Luffy looks at him and whines. Naruto, food. Munch Naruto takes a bite out of his food and looks at Luffy on the ground. No way, this is my food, says Naruto with an annoyed look on his face as he gulps down all the food in his hand. Ah, yells out Luffy as he grabs Naruto by the neck and shakes him around. You are so selfish. Come on, I am your captain. Naruto just pushes Luffy off him as he yells back. Ah, Luffy, this is my food, you bastard. Then they start fighting again for something's useless. Luffy dodges Naruto's hits and uses his elastic body to put Naruto on a hold. Naruto on the other hand just bites down on Luffy's hand. Ah! Luffy yells out loudly. Nami sigs once again at this as she sees Naruto and Luffy back to brawling again. They never stop, do they? She then takes out her newspaper as the news bird looks at her and explains to her by using hand signs that the price of the newspaper has raised. What? Questions Nami. Raised it again? Hey, if you keep doing this I will stop buying from you guys. The newsku scratches his head at this uncomfortably as it makes some bird noises. After the bird flies away Usopp looks at Nami and asks her, why are you doing that now? You don't need to save any more money. Nami looks back at Usopp and sees that he seems to be working in a strange chemical concoction. Yeah, but I don't want to be a poor pirate. Also, daily expenses like this add up, explains Nami, but she sees that Usopp seems to be creating something. Anyway, what are you making? Huh. As Usopp hears Nami's question he smiles in pride and explains. This is my Super Tomoko Bashi. If this gets in anyone's eyes it will feel like they are on fire and dash. Crash as he is saying that Naruto's body crashes into the concoction and it splashes into Usopp's eyes. Gay! Screams Usopp as fire cones out of his eyes. Nami looks at Naruto and Luffy annoyed as they keep on fighting. Oi, You two stop fighting, we are almost at Logetown. As soon as she says that, Luffy and Naruto go to the rails of the ship and look at the island who can barely be seen at their current distance. Hell yeah! Yells Naruto in joy and he looks at Luffy. Where are you gonna visit first? The execution stand, says Luffy without even having to give a second thought to the question. Naruto's smile widens even more. Hell yeah, I am coming too. Ha 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 ha, we are gonna see what Gold Roger saw when he was being executed, declares Luffy as he and Naruto make plans on what they will visit. Nami looks at them weirdly as she sees them act so friendly as if they haven't been fighting most of the time on the ship. And now they are back to being the best of friends once again. Chapter 88. Title, Logetown and Meeting a Sibling. As the Straw Hats arrive in Logetown, everyone goes their own way. Luffy went to the execution platform. Naruto wanted to go there but Dead Cat dragged him to go with it and Zoro as the cat lent Zoro some money for swords. It doesn't want Zoro to be scammed. Each other Straw Hat goes his own way. While Zoro was walking he had an annoyed look on his face as he had to drag Naruto by the back of his shirt as tears came out of his eyes. Ugh. I wanted to go with Luffy to the execution, this sucks. I have to go with Marimo head here to buy some sh*TTY sword. This sucks. I am stuck with the sh*TTY swordsman and lame cat that should get experimented on by scientists on how it can talk. Dead cat uses its tail to slap Naruto on the face. Stop whining like a kid. Naruto just mumbles something unintelligible at this. As they walk along, Naruto finally grumpily walks for himself so Zoro doesn't have to drag him. As they are walking they see a girl with short hair up to her neck and she is wearing glasses. She is being threatened by two ruffians who seem to be holding a grudge against her. Hey, you need to tell your captain that he should release our friends. The girl shakes her head at this. No, that is improbable to ever happen. Maybe if we ruffle you up then Smoker might change his mind, says the other ruffian. Zoro is about to pull out his sword and teach these guys a lesson but suddenly out of nowhere. Bang bang. A giant sword hits them in the head, knocking them out. Zoro immediately tenses as he feels his bones tingle like the time when he met Mihawk. The people around look at the person with the giant sword. Is that Demon Hunter Zabuza? Yeah, he has been staying in Logetown for 2 months now. He and Smoker have been hunting pirates whenever they can. In the last year, no pirate from East Blue has left to go to the Grand Line because of these 2 years, explains another pedestrian. At this time Naruto's eyes almost pop out of his sockets as he sees a tall man with the lower part of his face covered in bandages. Zabuza then crouches down and asks, Oi, silly Tashigi, you need to get some straps with those glasses so they don't keep falling on the ground every time you fight. Zoro sees that the woman named Tashigi seems a lot like his childhood friend Kuna. So in the end he is surprised but walks away from the scene. Naruto also walks along with Zoro and Dead Cat. Zoro notices that something seems wrong with Naruto as he isn't complaining or anything like that. This was extremely strange and once he looks at Naruto he sees that he has sweat along his face. His eyes seemed unfocused and he seemed rigid and nervous. What's wrong with you? Asks Zoro with a questioning look on his face. Naruto just shakes his head and says, No, nothing is wrong. What Zoro didn't notice was that even the usually calm Dead Cat was a little nervous. They arrive at the sword shop and Naruto tries to make himself invisible. Zoro had 300,000 SS that he had borrowed from Dead Cat. He could get 2 decent swords. He got them and was ready to go outside of the shop when a tall man entered through the door and looked around. His eyes landed on Naruto and he seemed to have a smile under that bandage that he uses to cover the lower part of his face. He is the demon hunter Zabuza. Hello, their little brother, says Zabuza as his eyes land on Naruto. Zoro's eyes widen at this as he understands what this means. Long time no see. Naruto sweats even more and extends a shaky handshake towards his brother. Hello there Zabuza. Zabuza's smile seemed to widen once he heard that. He knows that Naruto has no idea Ja already let him go. In contrast, Naruto thinks that he ran away without anyone noticing his escape. Zabuza notices this but he puts a hand on Naruto's shoulder and says, Don't worry brother, Dad isn't mad at this. But he did say that you must impress him by the time you want to enter the new world. Naruto's body relaxes as he looks at Zabuza, who looks back at him like he was dumb. You thought that Dad didn't know your location. Zabuza notices his embarrassed expression and laughs out loud even more. Zazazazaza, anyway, I will be waiting to hear about your adventure brother. As he says that Zabuza walks past Naruto, leaving the blonde dumbfounded. But he stops and turns at Naruto once again. He then pulls 2 swords wrapped in bandages and throws them at Naruto. Little brother, hang on to these. You might need them one day. Naruto nods and puts the swords in his storage space absent-mindedly, not even looking at what swords they were. Later on, the rest of the crew except Luffy meet up together coincidentally. Usopp and Sanji were carrying a giant fish together. Nami had a giant bag of clothes with her too. She looks at the rest of them and says, Hey guys, go and get Luffy. The humidity in the air is rising so there will be a storm soon. Naruto you come with me and store my bag and fish in your storage dimension. Dead Cat, you enter in there too and make sure that the fish doesn't touch my clothes bag. The cat nods and jumps in as Naruto opens a zipper in his abdomen. He then almost splits his body in half as he had to fit in the fish. The clothes were easy as he just pushed them in. Naruto can only store things that are less heavy and have less mass than him. But there are loopholes. For example, if he couldn't store the fish, he would just cut the fish in 2 and store it that way, one by one. Later on, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji come back to the ship and they all set sail in the storm. Apparently, they had fought Tashigi and Smoker. As they set sail, they see the reverse mountain, and they all smile. They each announce their dream by putting their foot on a barrel. Even Dead Cat jumped on the barrel and said, "I want to protect a certain someone from his stupidity." Naruto puts his foot on the barrel too and says, "I want to live a life that when I am on my deathbed dying, I will think, wow, this life of mine has been quite something." The others laugh at this too and Dead Cat looks at Naruto with a curious look in its eyes. On the new world, on an unspecified island, Jaw was sitting on the beach and hearing a transmission of what the Straw Hats said. He smirks at this. Zabuza had a spy device put on the ship as soon as he noticed that Naruto had landed. Now they enter the Grand Line. Chapter 89. Title, I Wouldn't Mind Dying by Your Hand. While the Straw Hats enter the Grand Line through the reverse mountain, they are all amazed by it. They accidentally almost go to the comm belt, but Dead Cat keeps them on track. With great difficulty they pass the entrance to the Grand Line and they see a mountain. No, it's a giant whale. While that was all happening, in the new world, Jaw was simply relaxing on a desolate tropical island. He took a sip from his coconut while contemplating if he should kill Big Mom now that she is weakened. Boom! But suddenly out of nowhere the whole island shakes and Jaw's coconut drink spills into the ground. J-A-I-V. A loud yell that shakes the whole island. Jaw immediately recognizes this voice as it belongs to Kaido. "Oi, Kaido, I don't want to fight you, madman," says Jaw. There is truly no benefit to fighting Kaido now. They would just ruin this island where Jaw likes to take vacations, plus the Marines might come to interfere. Plus Jaw knows that since he is close to water he will be able to defeat Kaido. But still, the battle will take a couple of dozen hours or even days before a victor is decided. Fights at their levels last days upon days. Jaw kinda doesn't want to waste his time in that. Not only would he lose some of the things he likes, he will even gain nothing from it, except maybe a couple of new scars. Kaido has a smile on his face as he gets out of the crater he fell into and walks towards Jaw, who is still sitting on his summer chair drinking some coconut water. Thankfully it wasn't all spilled away. "Oi, Jaw," calls out Kaido. Jaw looks at Kaido but all he sees is a spiked club going for his head. Thunder Bagua. Bomb! Jaw's head rockets backward and he is thrown backward. Boom! His body is thrown backward and bounces off the ground a couple of times before it stops. Jaw still has the now empty coconut in his hand. He clutches his hand, breaking it, and he gets up. He dusts off his short pants. Jaw has some blood coming from his nose too as Kaido smashes him on his face. He snorts the blood out of his nose and he can breathe from his nose once again. "Damn, that hurt," complains Jaw as he massages his nose. Kaido looks at Jaw and smirks. "Come on now, Jaw, you have gonna give it your all to try and kill me now. I wouldn't mind dying against you now." Jaw sighs at this and he walks towards Kaido casually. He walks past him and picks up his sword Raijin from the ground where he was lying on his chair previously. The sword crackles with electricity and Jaw pulls it out. The electricity shines brightly and he looks at Kaido. "Oi, go and drown yourself or something, you bastard. I don't have the time to deal with you." BZZZZT. Fwoosh. They both disappear. Jaw tries to pierce Kaido, but the beast uses his hand to block Jaw's sword. Jaw easily pierces his hand, but Kaido smiles as he still clutches on Jaw's katana and swings his spiked club and Jaw's head again. Bam! Jaw almost feels like he is gonna pass out, but he uses haki to protect his head so his skull isn't split like a watermelon. But he still spits out blood from his mouth and blood comes out of his head. "You are asking for it now, you foo asterisk king annoying lizard," warns Jaw as he brings back his fist and punches forward with all his power. Bam! 100,000 tile punch. The shockwave travels to Kaido's head and it makes him spit some blood out too. But contrary to feeling pain, on Kaido's face, there is a wide smile. "This is what I am talking about." Pow! Kaido punches Jaw in the head, and the Fishman flies back and crashes into the sand. "Damn, this is annoying," ponders Jaw. He really doesn't feel like fighting at all. A fight with no benefits is the same as getting mugged. "My head hurts too as I got hit 2 times by Kaido. This sucks, but I will have to get serious now." Jaw gets up and he lets the lightning from his sword run through his body. Fwish! He moves so fast that not even Kaido can follow his moves. Thunder sword style, 9 god-killing slashes. Jaw appears behind Kaido and he sheaths his katana. Kaido looks a little confused by this until burst. Suddenly 9 large and deep cuts appear along his body. They spew out blood like a fountain and he even falls on his knees. "Come on now, Kaido, you don't want to fight me," says Jaw as the lightning in his katana settles down as he uses haki to stop it from overflowing. "Wererera," laughs Kaido out loudly. "Jaw, this is a place to die as well as any. A man's death should be glorious. This is a place as good as any to die. TCH, you suicidal madman," winces Jaw. He wonders why Kaido has to come and fight him. Why doesn't he go and fight Whitebeard if he wants to die? Actually, Whitebeard might not be able to kill Kaido now that he is old and has heart problems. I wouldn't let Kaido fight Whitebeard as he might kill the old man. "Can't you just go and fight Shanks or Big Mom now? You always come to annoy only me," complains Jaw as he starts walking towards Kaido, as he now gets up and looks at Jaw. "Big Mom? The old hag is too weak now. Shanks? The same reason. The man's haki is pretty good though, but it's hard to find him as he always moves around." Explain Kaido. Usually, he wouldn't talk so much when fighting someone at Jaw's caliber. But he and Jaw don't have a bad relationship, they are kinda not really friends. Kaido will come every now and then to fight Jaw, while Jaw will oblige and fight Kaido to get rid of his boredom. Kaido's body then starts morphing into his giant dragon form. Jaw yawns once again and goes to the shore of the beach and crouch down, putting his hand on the water. Heat breath. Kaido sends a huge blast of heat at Jaw, who swings his arm underwater. Giant shark. Boom! A giant shark made out of water comes out of the sea as Jaw swings his hand. At the heat blast. Boom! The water and fire attack clash together and cancel each other out. Jeppo. Jaw kicks off the air and flies off to fight Kaido once again. Kaido breathes some wind blades from his mouth. Jaw looks into the future and dodges all of the wind blades. While Jaw and Kaido were fighting, Kakashi, Kisame, and Nagato were in a ship not far away from the shore where their father was fighting Kaido. Shouldn't we go and kill Kaido? Asks Kisame. Kakashi shakes his head. No need to, Dad has this under control. Also, he hasn't said anything about this being the right time to kill Kaido yet. We must wait till the time is right, says Nagato as his finger twitches a little and the ship moves, floating off the sea and going above clouds. Anyway, the Marines will be coming soon to break up this fight. Chapter 90. Title, Fighting by My Side. As Kaido and Jaw were clashing, after a couple of hours, Kaido had dozens of deep cuts along his body and countless thin ones. Jaw on the other hand looked quite not injured when compared to Kaido, though he was still breathing a little heavily and some slash marks and a little burnt skin was there amongst his body. That is when both of them are about to clash once again as Kaido swings his tail at Jaw and the latter throws a wind slash at Kaido's eyes. But the latter blows a breath at the slash and disperses it. But that is when marine ships start to appear. Kaido looks at Jaw and says, "We should get rid of those bugs before we should resume our fight." Jaw just gives the marine fleet a side glance. Yeah, sure. Jaw just swings his sword and the air in front of him disfigures as it creates a giant blue slash. Thunder sword style, flying thunder slash. Faush, boom. The slash goes towards the ships but a giant tsunami of magma stops the slash from landing. Kaido at this time also breathes out his flame blast. Heat breath. Like a beam blast, it goes towards the ships and this blast breaks through the magma wall, causing a giant explosion. Boom! It destroys all of the ships within the vicinity. Pow! Then Kaido immediately turns back and hits Jaw with his tail. Jaw is thrown into the water roughly. He took almost no damage from this hit, as he immediately just threw a couple of giant sharks made out of water at Kaido. The sharks are about half as big as Kaido's body, but in his dragon form, Kaido easily blows away the water with his heat breath. But still, the water splashes around and like a giant tsunami, it hits Kaido, weakening him considerably. Ryukazan. Bomb! That is when a giant magma fist appears and it hits Kaido, burning his skin roughly and even making him scream in pain as he is thrown away. Gah! Kaido crashes into the island and is covered in lava, all over his giant dragon body. Kaido was taken off guard by this attack and couldn't counter at all. The true damage was dealt by the lava seeping into the wounds that Jaw had inflicted onto him. The Fishman doesn't pay attention to him anymore. He looks at the man in front of him. He smiles as he sees Akainu looking at him with a calm look on his face. "Admiral Akainu, how can I help you?" asks Jaw with a mockingly polite voice. "By dying," says Akainu simply as he throws a giant magma fist at Jaw. "Well, I am afraid I am not gonna be that much help in that regard," says Jaw as he clenches his fist, imbuing it with haki and turning it dark. Bomb! He clashes with the giant magma fist as he uses high-level armament haki to have the magma not even touch his fist as he punches. Jaw winces slightly as he can feel the heat dry up his skin extremely. Another fist of magma tries to get him from the side too, but Jaw uses his other hand with his sword in it. Fwish! He throws a slash that obliterates the magma fist. But in that split second, the initial magma fist that Jaw clashed against explodes like an egg and it covers Jaw. That was the future that Jaw saw, so before the fist did something like that, he jumped backward and threw a slash at Akainu, which didn't injure the Admiral at all, except splash some magma around. He is tough, concludes Jaw. He knows that he can be killed by this man in front of him. Just one wrong move and magma will cover his body, killing him. Kaido might survive something like this with only heavy injuries, but I will be killed. Akainu's devil fruit has terrifying attack power. Plus my Fishman karate shockwaves are pretty much nullified by him as the water boils as it gets close to him to transfer the shock. Jaw also knows that Akainu is monstrously tough. The man took 2 of Whitebeard's powered punches and came out of it okay. One was even when he wasn't on guard against the old man. Jaw doesn't have any move in his arsenal that can even come to the attack power of that. He could go underwater and attack that way, but then Akainu would use his awakening of his devil fruit. Nothing is stopping him from doing that. Still, Jaw isn't nervous at all. He knows that he has a high chance of winning, though he will have to sacrifice a couple of limbs to win the fight so he won't come out of it unscathed. Akainu is no joke. The man almost single-handedly killed Whitebeard. In the end, Jaw just looks at Akainu and smirks. "You can start escaping now," says Jaw simply. Akainu is confused about what he means by that. Bzzzt. Elthor? Boom! A giant beam of lightning hits him. Kisame appears behind Akainu and swings his sword at the Admiral. But the man catches Kisame's giant sword with his hand and melts it. But suddenly his eyes widen once more as he sees a giant dragon head made out of water is about to swallow him. He creates a huge amount of magma around himself. Volcanic eruption. Boom! A giant pillar of magma is thrown at the giant dragon head that is bigger than can be created with simple Fishman karate. Akainu can stop the attack, but he suddenly feels a presence behind him. He doesn't have time to even react when 100,000 tile punch. Baam! Jaw hits Akainu in the kidney. A ripple passes through the admiral's body as it flies away at breakneck speed. Pow! Akainu spits out a mouthful of blood as Jaw's armament haki wrecks his internal organs. Jaw smiles at this. He looks at Kakashi, Nagato, and Kisame. They helped one-shot an admiral. Should we chase after him? Asks Nagato. Jaw shakes his head. No, we won't be able to stop him from running away. He has a head start from my punch. Kakashi will be able to catch up, but that would put him in unnecessary danger. Kisame smiles at that. I would like to see an admiral run away. You will be the one running away if you were alone, says Kakashi as he points to a scrap of metal that Kisame's sword has now become. Kisame smiles at this. What is there to worry about? I know that you guys will have my back. Kakaiki. Jaw just looks at his children with a smile on his face. They have come quite far, they can now largely influence battles at high levels. Akainu is no danger to me as long as I have my children with me. Just as I planned, I can no longer be challenged by even Whitebeard. My crew would destroy him. Jaw and his children then board the flying ship. None of them paid attention to a heavily injured Kaido. Jaw just gives the fellow emperor a side glance before he leaves him there. If he dies, I am taking over Wano. If he doesn't, then he will most likely be angry at the world government. It's a win-win situation for me. If I kill him, I will get the least benefits. He can overlook Wano for me until I decide to take it over. Chapter 91. Title: Baroque Works. General POV. As the battle between Kaido and Jaw caused a wave through the New World, even the involvement of an admiral as the Marines tried to stop the battle spread through the news. While that was happening, Naruto and the rest of the Straw Hats were having a grand old time of being inside a whale, and Luffy fighting the whale to stop it from banging himself against the red line. Crocus smiles as he sees the Straw Hats sail away. Roger, do you think that they are the ones that you are waiting for? Ponders Crocus. He also looks at Naruto as he sees the kid waving at him as they sail away. Who would have thought that Jaw would let one of his kids out of his sight? Wasn't he super protective of them when they were young? Hehehehe. I guess Jaw is no longer that kid back in the day who used to train all day long and ask me for medical tips and tricks. Crocus can't help it as a melancholic smile appears on his face. Time really passes by so fast. It feels like it was yesterday when Jaw would act like he was sick and scheme with Odin on how to scam people out of money at every island we visited. Naruto looks at the strange weather and the blue-haired woman in front of him. Hums Naruto as he looks at Miss Wednesday. I feel like I have seen you somewhere before. And no, I don't think you have, says Vivi, visibly nervous. Why is a guy like him so perceptive at times like this? Naruto has a silly look on his face as his face gets closer to Vivi's. Yeah, you are right. No idea who you are, never saw you in my life. He then casually walks away and helps the crew with the sails as it suddenly starts snowing. Vivi wants to punch him so badly, but she stops herself from doing so. She then breathes a sigh of relief until she sees Dead Cat licking its paws and looking at her. She knows that the talking cat is quite intelligent. Possibly the smartest member of the Straw Hats. You are hiding something, says the cat casually as it jumps towards the snowman that Usopp made, destroying it in the process. Oi, Dead Cat, what the hell? Yells Usopp at Dead Cat, though the latter doesn't pay any attention to the yelling Usopp. The storm passes and everyone is tired and laying on the ground. The least tired though was Naruto as he is playing cards against Dead Cat, and losing horribly. Compared to staying up days without sleep during his stay in Rusukana Island, that place is filled with animals so dangerous that no rookie pirate would be able to defeat them. Also with almost no food due to the dangerous animals wandering around, and Naruto has a high endurance as he barely survived in that place. At least until he got his devil fruit. Then it didn't matter how tough the animal, he easily defeated them all. Naruto looks around confused. Oh, it seemed like we arrived at an island. As he says that, the rest of the crew is re-energized and gets up. They see giant cactus-like structures and the town light greeting them. As they get closer they see that it is actually people welcoming them to the island. Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine jumped overboard and swam back to Whiskey Peak before the Straw Hats reached it. They celebrate all of the night away and the Straw Hats eat and drink as much as they can. Having a merry time, but that is when the Straw Hats start falling asleep. Of course, some were faking it. Except for Naruto, he looks around at the others and says, oh, they must be tired from the changing weather from before. Munch he eats a huge steak and swallows it. His stomach is puffed up like a balloon, but as it seems like it's about to burst his body releases some steam and he is back to normal. Munch 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 munch. An hour after everyone had fallen asleep Naruto was still eating, and the people of Whiskey Peak looked at him with shocked looks on their faces. How can someone eat so much? Wonder the people as they start sweating a little. They have spent food that would have fed the whole town for days in Naruto only. Half an hour later and Naruto sees that there is no more food around. He looks at the town mayor Igaram and asks, did you guys run out of food? And no, stuttered Igaram. His face is slightly sweating as he is not sure if Luffy's bounty will even cover the expenses of Naruto's bill if they let him eat anymore. I welcome you to another restaurant as this one has run dry. Naruto nods. Sure, take me there. After a while, Igaram takes Naruto to an abandoned warehouse. Once Naruto enters inside it, weapon muzzles come out of Igaram's curly hair and shoot at Naruto. Pow, 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 pow. Igaram winces in annoyance at this. I should have done this earlier and saved a couple 100,000 berry instead of letting him eat as much as he wanted. But as the dust clears out, he sees Naruto just standing there casually. Though due to the bullets, his shirt was ripped apart. Naruto had used Tekai as soon as he had heard the sound of gunfire. It's more like instinct than anything else truly. Naruto is gullible enough to be tricked by the residents of Whiskey Peak. Zoro. Fwoosh. Naruto disappears from Igaram's view and moves at such speeds that before Igaram can even react, Naruto grabs him by the face and smashes his head on the ground. Bam! Cough. Igaram coughs blood as his eyes roll on the back of his head and he is unconscious. Naruto walks out and as he does so, he sees dozens of people have surrounded him and are pointing guns at him. Even amongst the roofs of the buildings there are people pointing guns at him. Damn, I am in quite a pinch ain't I? Says Naruto casually, not truly worried. They would need a cannonball to even injure him. Even then, with his Tekai the injury wouldn't be anything too dangerous. Pow, 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 pow. The gunshots ring out and Naruto uses Zoro to move out of the way of the gunfire. He walks on walls and first goes to take out the people who have the high ground as he knows that those guys will always be the most dangerous during a fight. Zipper decapitation. Fwoosh. Naruto moves at incredible speeds and people's heads start flying like fireworks. In another high building, Zoro has a bird's view of the town and he sees Naruto fighting like that. Damn, with him fighting like that, the others won't even notice me. That is true, says a voice behind him and Zoro almost slashes at the voice, but he recognizes it to be the voice of Dead Cat. Oi, don't surprise me like that, yells Zoro in annoyance as he sees Dead Cat just acting like a cat and playing with his tail. Zoro suddenly pales as he looks down and sees Baroque agents pointing at him. There he is, he must have escaped, let's kill him, yells one of the Baroque agents. Damn it. Zoro seems annoyed at this, but in the end, he just sighs and says, well, I better test my new swords I guess. Chapter 92. Title, A Little Garden. Naruto goes amongst the Baroque agents like they are nothing, either immobilizing or killing them. He would use Tekai on any attacks that he couldn't dodge and he was still unscathed by any of the attacks. His fighting style was most suited when fighting a group of enemies. Zoro was fighting his own battles too, but he had a little blood coming out of his forehead as he was punched by Igaram's partner. Damn, this is troublesome, thinks Zoro out loud. Pow, 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 pow. A gale of bullets comes at him once more so he has to hide behind a building. Unlike Naruto, he isn't bullet resistant. Bullets will hurt him just like other humans. But while Naruto was doing that, a certain rather tall and fat man with big lips, and wears a green shirt that covers most of his body with black pants and grey running shoes. He is Mr. 4 and he had been sent to deal with Vivi. He was upon one of the hills as he looks at Naruto going through enemies like paper. He is strong, says Mr. 4 in a slow and dim-witted manner. That is when a middle-aged woman with a stout and red hair comes from underground. She wears a necktie that resembles a Christmas tree, which goes with her codename. Other notable attire includes a large pair of purple-lensed sunglasses, a basket strapped to her back, and sandals. She is Mr. 4's partner, codename, Miss Merry Christmas. He is dangerous, his devil fruit ability is even more dangerous than him. He just needs to touch something and it will separate, either making them immobile or killing them. So we must deal with him at a long-range distance. That is when a dog cannon thing appears next to them. Well, the kid should be taken out at a long distance. Then we can go and deal with Princess Nefertari Vivi, says Miss Merry Christmas. Mr. 4 nods at this and gets ready to shoot a baseball. Naruto at the same time just separates another head from a Baroque agent, but suddenly a chill descends upon his spine. His observation haki had never been too advanced like that of his siblings, but when an attack has even the chance of being a danger to his life, he can sense it. That is one of those times when something is truly a danger, so he jumps back as much as he can. Not even a second later and in the place where he stood before. Boom! It's engulfed by a giant explosion. *T, that was a big explosion, exclaims Naruto, that would have definitely injured him if it hit. His eyes look towards where the explosion came from and he narrows his eyes. He can see the figure of two people and a moving weapon. Wonders Naruto, he hasn't seen one of those in quite a while. Ever since his dad kept some around for the younger children to play with and learn how to handle weapons. That way, the weapons have some intelligence and the children won't be hurt by it. Still, Naruto uses Jeppo to fly off and go towards Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas. Wah, he flying? Questions Mr. 4 in his usual dim-witted manner. Prepare to attack him again. If he gets close we are done, says Miss Merry Christmas. Pow! Another cannon baseball is thrown at Naruto who sees it coming towards him and his body moves strangely as if it's made of rubber. Kami. He dodges the attacks that are thrown at him and blitzes use his devil fruit. Zipper bloody decapitation. Two heads fly in the air as Naruto just looks at the cute dog below him. Naruto puts his foot on the dog's head and bursts it like a watermelon. He wouldn't trust anything that was made by an enemy. The dog might seem like an animal, but animals and weapons always have a loyalty to a certain person. When Naruto returns back, he sees that Zoro and Luffy are fighting. but Nami interrupts them by punching them in the face. She then shows them Vivi and explains to them the situation that they are in, and how she plans to save Vivi. They sit down and talk about a deal, but at that time Vivi accidentally tells them the names of Baroque Works boss, Mr. Zero, or also known as Crocodile. That is when a strange bird and raccoon-looking thing show up. They draw the faces of the Straw Hats. They try to fly away, but Naruto casually kills them both as he uses Geppo to fly, in tandem with his devil fruit. This should keep us in the unknown for a while, says Naruto with a serious look on his face. He knows just how dangerous a Shishibukai can be. True, for his stronger siblings, most of the Shishibukai are nothing but a rabble, but to him, they are all dangerous. Later on, they set sail. Igarashi tries to be a decoy, but his ship immediately explodes. Naruto and the others board and go forth to Little Garden. During the encounter with Nico Robin, Naruto is asleep and so is Dead Cat. They didn't sleep at all during the last night as they fought/stole from Baroque Works. As they arrive in Little Garden, Naruto is told of the encounter, but he seemed bored by it. He is a man of action. He doesn't care about such silly things. Whoa, this looks pretty cool, exclaims Naruto as he sees a T-Rex growling at the ship. Naruto then opens a zipper in his abdomen and Dead Cat jumps inside. I am going, guys, see ya later, exclaims Naruto as he jumps to the T-Rex that was growling at him. Bam! He kicks the T-Rex in the face, knocking him out. Bahahahahaha, you are all weaklings. I am gonna beat every cool dinosaur on this island and eat them. He then grabs the T-Rex by his tail and starts dragging the creature. I have never eaten a T-Rex before. Let's see how you taste. While Naruto is cooking the T-Rex, he is confronted by a man with his hair having the form of a number 3. He looks at the man and he sees the number on top of his head. Oh, so you must be number 3 then? Asks Naruto as he tilts his head to the side. Hey, of Kodash. Soru. Bam! Naruto just knocks him out with a punch to the head and goes back to eating T-Rex meat. Well, that is that now. These Baroque agents are weak. Munch. Miss Valentine saw this and her face paled as she saw Naruto easily take out NR.3. She didn't even approach. Due to a certain event in the past, where she and her partner arrogantly attacked a marine warship, she has been careful when she picks her opponents. Her partner died, and she was only able to survive due to luck. I need to fake my death and run away, at least then Baroque work won't chase me, contemplates Miss Valentine. Chapter 93. A/N, bonus chapter because I feel like it. Title, The Conflict of the End. While the Straw Hats were in Little Garden, and Naruto was doing his own thing. In the new world, Ja and all of his older children who can fight are in a giant table meeting. Ja looks at them and smiles, showing his razor-sharp teeth. We have to go and kill Big Mom. One of you will get her fruit too. We will be gathering a bunch of devil fruits today as we slaughter all of the Big Mom pirates, up to the last child. Once they kidnapped my son, I don't like letting people who do that live. The piece that we brokered together is that Pudding and Naruto were gonna marry in the future. That was never gonna happen. Today the Big Mom pirates will cease to be all together. It doesn't matter anymore if the Marines appear once more. We can slaughter the admiral they sent too. We will destroy their ships as they approach. Once tomorrow comes around, no one with Charlotte's last name will be left alive to see the bright dawn tomorrow. The children nod at that. They understand that their father never planned to let Big Mom live for too long after she kidnapped Kisame. Also, Ja had another thought in his head. Plus Big Mom is a thorn to my side. She is someone who has become an unstable factor. If she goes against me at a critical point in my plan, then it will all come crumbling down. Ja would be lying if he said that he was 100% sure that everything will work out in the end. His goal of world domination is a risk in itself. It could have him and his children slaughtered. But a man is as big as his ambition. I must do this, or I will always have to live with that fear of uncertainty, thinks Joe resolutely. He knows that at the end of the day, he isn't that much different from the world government. But at least he will allow this civilization to advance and stop always looking in the past. What is the use of the Void Century? What is the use of learning about an ancient kingdom where there are hundreds of kingdoms who have fallen along history? What is the use of trying to complete the promise of a man already dead? Nothing. This world needs to start looking into the future, contemplates Ja as he looks towards the sky. Space, that is where the goal should be. 1 hour later and a fleet of flying ships set off. Nagato's ability is perfect for something like this as he can easily keep islands afloat. Some ships are nothing to him. Ja smiles at this. Big Mom won't even know what hit her. As the fleet flies high in the air, every single one of Big Mom's islands has some ships standing above them. Ja is currently above Whole Cake Island. The attack will commence in 3, 2, 1. Gua. He jumps off the ship, and so do many of the children. They all know Geppo, so they let themselves free fall. His children will be attacking some other islands too. Currently, with him, there are only some of the kids like Surtsk and such. The strong kids like Kakashi and such are all attacking islands on their own. They all have their own opponents. I have my opponent too, thinks Ja as he sees Big Mom come out of her castle. Her eyes were scared. She had one normal looking eye and the other was a blinded eye. Ja, yells Big Mom in anger. You dare break our agreement. Ja smiles at that. Why should I keep an agreement with a weak old hag? Big Mom becomes angry at that. I will show you weak, you stupid shark. A Koka sovereignty. Boom. A giant blast of air comes towards Ja. He would compare these attacks to have about the same attack power as Kaido's heat breath. But this is nothing. It doesn't have the burning element into it. so I don't even have to use my sword for it. Ponders Jaw as he imbues his fist with haki, hardening it. As Big Mom's attack got closer he just punched forward. Shocker. Boom! His punch and Big Mom's attack clashed, but the strange thing is that his fist is not touching her attack at all. Bam! Big Mom's attack disperses harmlessly like fireworks. Jaw smiles at this, though he might not be physically as strong as Big Mom, his haki is leagues above hers. Her haki isn't bad either as she can use advanced armament haki, but Jaw has trained this skill of his for a whole decade almost non-stop. You seem to have gotten weaker, Big Mom, says Jaw, his face still on his iconic smile. Big Mom looks calmly at Jaw, he is a little confused by that. Usually, Big Mom is a rage monster through and through, she would never be able to keep calm after an insult. Seems like she has grown a little. Ponders Jaw as he can say that Big Mom doesn't seem to be as rash as she used to be before. He wouldn't go and call her a calm and collected person, but at least now she isn't rushing headfirst into battle. As Jaw can see that insults aren't gonna be effective anymore. He charges Big Mom and he draws his katana, lightning crackling all around him. Big Mom has Prometheus like a cloak of fire around her, the fire is so hot that it would melt any normal sword before it even reached her. But Jaw isn't the normal guy, and as he gets close, he and Big Mom clash swords. Clang! He suddenly takes out another sword and slashes at Big Mom. Fwish! A small cut appears on her hand, but she doesn't mind any of that. She has fought Jaw many times now and knows how to deal with him. She knows that Jaw makes small wounds on someone until they add up. So she immediately burns the wound shut. Big Mom has countless scars along her arms courtesy of Jaw, adding another one to that is no big deal to her. Jaw and Big Mom, they both know that this fight will be a long one between them. Even as Jaw secretly plans to end this duel between them faster than most people would anticipate. On another island, Kisame was fighting against Katakuri. They were both clashing, and both were looking at the future, trying to find a blind spot on the other's prediction and defense. Katakuri had landed some hits at Kisame, but they were all ineffective. This, it feels like hitting mother. Contemplates Katakuri, as his hits all seem to do no real damage to Kisame. It's almost as if his skin was made of diamonds. He is familiar with something like that as he has seen Big Mom have something similar. I need to kill him now or he will grow beyond what any of us will be able to handle. Kisame on the other was a little annoyed too, though he couldn't let himself be influenced by his emotions or he would lose sight of the future. He is not taking damage, but Katakuri is not taking damage either, as every time Kisame is about to hit him, he morphs his body into Machi and dodges. Chapter 94. Title, Fight Fairly? What is that? While Jaw and Kisame were fighting their opponents and were in a kind of stalemate. Amongst the other islands, a slaughter was happening. Ichigo is currently fighting against Deifuku when suddenly he disappears from the man's view by using Soro and appears behind his back. The genie wasn't fast enough to return to his master as Ichigo swings his sword. Fwish! And Deifuku's head flies off. Ichigo looks around at the fruits that were thrown from the ships. One if the fruits changes into a blue pear with spirals in it. Ichigo smiles at this. Our family will experience a dramatical power increase now. At the same time, Kakashi was midair with his eyes closed as he concentrated on his observation haki. He sensed Deidara fighting against Pero. Though Deidara seemed to be winning, the battle wouldn't be over anytime soon. Bzzzt. Kakashi appears behind Pero and pierces his brain with his spear, instantly killing him. That is when Kakashi picks up that some of his siblings seem to be having a hard time against Oven. Bzzzt. In a blink, he appears behind Oven too and kills him instantly. Kakashi has his spear covered in armament haki as he does all this. His eyes are cold and his demeanor is even colder. He knows just how dangerous this battle will be, and he must not let any of his siblings die during this conflict. He immediately goes to interfere in the battle between Kisame and Katakuri. His brother was too headstrong on beating Katakuri on the ground. He knows that he can beat him at sea, but he wanted to show that he was superior on the ground too. That stupid Kisame, complains Kakashi, as he turns into lighting and goes to attack Katakuri. This war must be quickly finished. The Marines will most likely send 2 admirals to deal with it and stop Dad from killing Big Mom like last time. Well, this time it won't play out like that at all. Jaw is still clashing against Big Mom. There are no wounds on his body. But Big Mom has some new wounds which were burned shut. They are midair clashing repetitively against each other. That is when Jaw starts counting on his head. 3, 2, 1. Now, under the sea, Jinbe and a bunch of another 100 Fishman karate users look at the ticking clock in Jinbe's hand. Now, yells Jinbe, as he and hundreds of other fishmen grab the water around them and throw it at Big Mom. Fishman karate, God-killing wave. Boom! Like the eruption of a volcano, a giant pillar of water covered both Jaw and Big Mom. This immediately weakens Big Mom as it almost destroys Prometheus and Zeus is weakened too. But to Jaw, this helped him tremendously, as while Big Mom couldn't move, he could move even inside the pillar of water. He went towards Big Mom and she had her mouth open. He took a coin made out of sea stone and threw the coin in her mouth, immediately paralyzing her, and weakening her tremendously. Jaw doesn't wait anymore as he goes towards Big Mom, his sword drawn and, fwish, Big Mom's giant head with pink hair separates from her thick neck. Her defense and haki were both weakened extremely from the water and sea stone coin inside her body. Jaw POV. I can't help it as I celebrate a little seeing Big Mom finally die. Honestly, now that I am strong like this, I can handle swallowing Big Mom's territories. The world government will have to send all the King admirals they have if they even want to try fighting me. Even then, they will get 3 admiral corpses in return for their troubles. Boom! Big Mom's body falls on the ground, creating a crater below her. My eyes immediately wander around the island as I fall down from the sky. Hajajajajajajajajaja. I laugh out loud as I descend upon the children of Big Mom. The young kids and babies have already been killed. We also should have the memory fruit in our hands now that Mikoto killed the young kids. This world is cruel, and letting Big Mom's children grow enough to become thorns on my side isn't something I would allow to ever happen. Boom! I land on the ground and a crater is made all around me. Within my observation haki range, I can see some long neck people. They must be some of Big Mom's kids. Soru. I don't even bother anymore with preliminaries, I just rip out their heads and cut their necks. Sometime later, and I have already massacred every enemy around me. Whole Cake Island is completely free of enemies. I smile slightly as I see some of my soldiers walk amongst the island. General POV. Amongst those soldiers was Jinbe, and he had a shocked look on his face. Dead bodies were all around, a lot of them being Big Mom's children. Still, Jinbe doesn't say anything as he sees Jaw's terrifying smile. The man just destroyed one of his rivals, so he is happy and others can understand that too. At the same time, Katakuri's body falls on the ground too, as he has a giant sword sticking out of his chest, and a spear pierced his heart. Kisame and Kakashi were only breathing a little heavily, seemingly tired, as neither of them even had a scratch on their bodies. They had both fought against Katakuri at the same time, and they killed him using tricks and deception. I guess fighting fairly really isn't a good idea amongst pirates, says Kisame as he lies down on the ground. Kakashi looks at Kisame and uses a small lightning bolt from his fingertip. He shocks Kisame's body slightly. Ow, what the hell, Kakashi? We have more work to do. The battle is over, but we must win the war now. Yeah, just keep being cryptic *T. A couple of hours later and a marine fleet comes towards Tado Land, where Big Mom's territories used to be. There were over 20 battleships, and what was scarier wasn't the number of men, but instead, the 3 men who have serious looks on their faces as they look at the islands that start appearing in front of them. Aokiji and Akainu were there, but there was another man too. He is a vice admiral, but no one would dare say that he was any weaker than the admirals. Even with his old appearance, he is the marine hero Monkey D. Garp. Who would have thought that the little fishman in Roger's ship would end up being a Yonko? Complains Garp. At least this one is nicer than that bastard red hair. Aokiji smiles slightly at this. Well, I think that his opinion might be a little biased on that. He probably just hates red hair for the things he said to his grandson. Akainu on the other hand doesn't care about any of this, because this time, the Gorosei have given the order to actually kill Jaw if they can. The man has shown that his ambition is too dangerous, even more dangerous than the other emperors of the sea. Chapter 95. Title, Jaw, the man too dangerous to live. As the marine warships are about to continue forward, they see something that they can't believe. Even Garp and the admirals are surprised by that. An island descends from the sky. In front of it are Jaw, Nagato, Kakashi, Kisame, Ichigo, and Mikoto, together with many children behind him. Well, hello there, says Jaw with a smile on his face. How can I help you, marine men? While they have a reluctant look on their faces. Fwish! Garp disappears from his previous place and charges towards Jaw, Althor. But suddenly above the clouds lightning gathers. BZZZT. And it hits Garp in less than a second. Boom! But Garp just punches upward and with his fist covered in haki, he dispels the lightning. He has an annoyed look on his face. He is about to go and attack Jaw once more, but then a giant tsunami arises from the water. Boom! Garp grinds his teeth in annoyance at this. He turns around and sees that the admirals have nervous looks on their faces and are not making a move. Damn brats, says Garp as he immediately decides to give chase to Jaw again, and the fishman smiles at this slightly and jumps up to go and meet Garp midair. But as they are about to clash on the air once again, pow! Jaw is punched in the ocean by Garp. No one saw what exactly happened as the exchange of hits was too fast. But suddenly a little blood down Garp's lip. That damn brat, he kicked me as soon as I punched him. Jaw immediately comes out of the ocean and he has a bloody smile on his face. You are still as strong as ever, Garp, but I think that the Marines should retreat now. Big Mom is dead, the Marines shouldn't interfere in the new world. This is our playground now. Garp looks at Jaw with a trace of anger in his eyes. You think that the new world is your playground? Well, I will show you, brat. Jaw shrugs at this and sighs. Yeah, I know that our playground is not as big as the world government's, but we make do with what we have. Garp gets a calm look on his face as he hears Jaw say that. So that is what he is after. Garp smiles slightly, but his smile disappears as he turns around and gives the order retreat. We are going back, there is no use for us fighting the Jaw pirates. Jaw's smile widens at this and turns around too. He gave Garp a hidden message, and turning around means that he won't interfere. That old man isn't as dumb as he seems. Ponders Jaw, as he goes back to his kids and says, let's organize the population of Tado Land. After that happened, in Little Garden, Naruto and the rest of the Straw Hats spent their time having a feast with the two giants. After the feast, in the morning, suddenly the news crew drops a newspaper in front of Naruto. He sleepily opens the newspaper and reads the headline. Wayayayot! Exclaims Naruto, surprised at the headlines. Underscore 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 underscore. Emperor Jaw kill ex-Emperor Big Mom. Now officially, out of the Yonko, Jaw is the strongest? Some are criticizing the marine retreat that occurred after the battle, calling it cowardly. Underscore 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 underscore. What the hell, Dad just officially swallowed Big Mom's territory, didn't he fight against Kaido just recently? Damn, he is pulling some big moves and even cased the likes of Garp, Aokiji, and even Akainu. Contemplates Naruto, he swallows hard at this. Now that they are just playing with Shishibukai, it seems like a kid's play in comparison. At this rate, there is no way that Luffy will ever even have a chance of becoming the Pirate King. Naruto of course had not been informed of this situation at all. After all, he isn't known to be very smart and strong to really help. But he knows one thing for sure. Dad is preparing for something big. In the Marine headquarters, Itachi reads the newspaper and narrows his eyes a little. Soon, our final move will be played. After that, we will start taking over this world. He puts the newspaper down and goes outside to continue training. This is what must be done. I must be useful when the time comes. A small, almost unnoticeable smile appears on Itachi's face as he contemplates situations like this. His wish is to one day see his siblings in an untouchable position. He is a simple man. He just wants to protect his siblings. They are his everything after all. The residents of Tado Land got easily accustomed to their new leader. It wasn't truly that different from before. There were still even homies who took lifespan away. One of Jaw's children had already eaten the soul fruit and has now put Tado Land into working order once more. In Sengoku's office, there were 3 admirals, Garp, and even the Garosei were here. We need to get rid of Jaw at all costs, says one of the elders with a thick mustache. It's no longer a fight just between us and the Yonko. Only he or the world government survives. Even back in the day, Rox was better than this. Rox was reckless and there was no working together within his crew. Jaw on the other hand has all of his children under control and they will listen to any of his orders. He has to die immediately. There is no other outcome. Sengoku nods at this. That is true. We must keep quiet and give one all-out attack against Jaw. This is the only thing we can do at the moment. Garp on the other hand frowns at this. He doesn't like even looking at the Garosei's scummy faces, much less be in the same room as them for long periods of time. We won't need to go to him, he will come at us, says Garp suddenly, surprising everyone in the room. He usually doesn't talk or give a lot of input during these meetings. He said to me to not interfere and his emotions moved a certain way as he said that, leading me to believe that he wants me to not interfere during the attack, whenever that will be. Everyone in the room frowns at that. They are confused about why Jaw would say something like that. Even though not everyone in the room currently likes Garp, they all know that he won't betray the Marines or the world government. What is that bastard thinking? Wonders the elder with a sword in his hand and with an angry look on his face. Though none of them want to admit it, Jaw's terrifying strategies and mind are what is even more terrifying than his personal strength in their eyes. Well, we know that he must at least have a plan at least. The others nod at this. Kizaru has a strange look in his eyes as he sees this happening. This has become quite the complicated situation, but Jaw at the moment is unlikely to attack. His children are weak and he doesn't seem like the guy who is willing to sacrifice any of them. Sengoku suddenly smiles. I know now what must be done. The next day, Jaw got a bounty raise. He is now worth 5,500,000,000 SS, higher than Whitebeard and almost at Roger's level. His threat to the world government is higher than any of the Yonko now. Chapter 96. Title, Dead Cat's Devil Fruit. While Naruto and the rest of the Straw Hats left Little Garden due to already getting an eternal log post to Alabasta. But suddenly Nami falls sick and they have to find a doctor. Dead Cat observes the situation and he can't help but contemplate the things that are happening. He himself has gotten closer to the Straw Hats, and if he said that he didn't care about them, then he would be lying. He will follow Jaw's orders to always protect Naruto. He sighs a little at this. He hasn't used the full power of his fruit in a long time. He has been using the passive effect of his fruit ever since he has eaten it. But now he must use its full power. Suddenly the cat who is sitting on the ground starts to change as its paws turn into small human hands. Its legs change into short human feet. In a puff of smoke a green outfit appears around him, a red beard grows on him. He is about a dwarf's size and he is currently in his hybrid form. This fruit doesn't really increase strength, endurance, it has only a very slight increase in agility. What this fruit enhances is something else. Mythical Zoan. Human fruit model, Leprechaun. It increases the user's luck, it gives the user no real fighting abilities. But it still gives them some nifty abilities. One of them is the ability to have 2 pouches. One is full of silver coins that return back to the pouch after they have been paid out. The other pouch has only 1 gold coin in it that can be used to get out of a perilous situation. Though it still takes some time before it can be used again, Dead Cat feels like this would be the right situation. He takes out the golden coin and he says out loud, "Let Nami, of the Straw Hat Pirates, find a way to be healed." The golden coin turns to steam and disappears. Dead Cat only hopes that this is enough. He hopes that at least now his passive luck glow affecting the crew, and him using the golden coin should increase their chances of success tremendously. But even he knows that this ability is limited and it can't make something impossible happen. Now I can only hope for the best, thinks Dead Cat as he returns back to his cat form. He doesn't tell anyone about this, because he doesn't want to be thanked for it and such. I also have a scummy reputation to uphold. In Marineford, inside the office of Vice Admiral Itake, he is sitting as he looks at the new report that was just handed to him. The report read, Jaws Spawn Extermination Plan. It's a thick pile of pages explaining the Marines' plans to capture and exterminate Jaws children one by one. Itake has a calm look on the outside as he sees this. He knows that even if his dad predicted something like this, then he wouldn't be able to protect his siblings. After all, even his father is not omnipotent. But with this detailed report, ponders Itake, a small almost unnoticeable smirk appears on his face. It truly was the right decision to join the Marines. A couple of days later and Itake's report had already reached them. Currently, on the training side of the York New Island, Kisame has an angry look on his face as he punches another machine. Bomb! He destroys the punching machine without even truly trying at all. He didn't even use haki at all. His raw physical power had long since surpassed 10,000 Doriki, so no machine can handle his power anymore. In raw strength amongst the Fishman, he is only second to his father. Damn it! Exclaims Kisame. He hates to admit it, but he is not the strongest amongst his siblings anymore. Not only has Kakashi surpassed him, lately so has Nagato with his float fruit. Why am I so weak? Though he is happy that his family is getting stronger, he hasn't felt this powerless in a long time. No, he has never felt this powerless in his life. He can't beat his siblings even with his observation haki which he uses to see the future. True, the battles last dozens of hours, but he still loses in the end. Dad was able to defeat people who have had both of these fruits for decades longer than my siblings and he did so easily both times. The battles didn't even last minutes. Thinks Kisame out loud as he sits down and contemplates. Some of his siblings just look at Kisame acting like that. They are quite far away so Kisame doesn't notice them. Kakashi shrugs at this. You know Kisame, he likes to act dramatic during situations like this. He will get over it, just like he always does. Urza looks at this and shrugs. What is he up to it again? He is probably angry now that he got the news from Itake. Escanor is also amongst them and says, well, his physical power matches mine and I have a devil fruit that especially helps with that. When he does sh*t like this makes me seem even weaker. Kakashi sighs at this. Welp, I am gonna go and put some common sense on his head. Bzzzzzzzzzt. He disappears in a lightning bolt. Kisame was thinking when Kakashi appears next to him and says, dumb *ss, use your advantages against any devil fruit user, sea stone and water work also. That is true, exclaims Kisame suddenly. Kakashi just looks at him in annoyance. The siblings look at this and Urza snorts at that. Tch Kakashi is such a tsundere. A small zap of lightning hits Urza as Kakashi can still hear what she is saying due to his observation haki and devil fruit. Tchow? He is annoying as hell, exclaims Urza in annoyance, that gets her another zap in return. Her siblings smile slightly at this. On the other hand, the Straw Hats don't meet Wapol at all at sea. Actually, Wapol has an accident out of nowhere and almost drowns. The Straw Hats arrive at Drum Island and as they do so, they are stoked by some people protecting the country. Since Blackbeard had just recently attacked, they were on guard. Though Vivi doesn't get shot on the arm accidentally and Naruto does the talking, he is surprisingly able to convince the people to let them on the island. Luckily Dr. Kurha was in town and she took a look at Nami. The situation went well as it was expected and the Straw Hats didn't have to go through any unnecessary trouble. Kurha looks at Naruto and with one look she figures something out as she smiles. Hey kid, let me experiment on your body. That is all the payment you will need to have for me for healing your friend. Gah! Naruto yells out loudly and uses his hands to cover his body. I am about to be weirdly touched by an old woman. Kurha smiles at that and throws a knife at Naruto. I am only 140 years old brat. I am in the spring of my youth. Naruto stops and looks at her. Nah, you are an old hag. Swish! Another knife flies at his head, but Naruto dodges and runs away. The old hag is gonna kill me because I resisted her advances. Chapter 97. Title, Lady Luck, she is a loose lady. As Naruto runs away, Kurha just frowns at him. Dead Cat sighs at this. He looks at the reindeer wearing a red hat and clothes. Can you talk too? Asks Dead Cat. He already noticed the deer acting strangely. Is this somehow of the luck working on my favor? Dead Cat might be the user of the leprechaun fruit, but it is a very strange fruit and it works in mysterious ways. Some would say that it doesn't have the power to manipulate luck as they don't have any way to prove it. And the good things happening could all just be coincidences. Chopper looks at the strange cat and his eyes widen in surprise. He had never met a monster like himself so he was more than a little surprised. Kurha is also a little surprised and looks at the black cat, but she doesn't bother too much and turns to look back to Nami who is lying down on a bed. The girl will need to rest for a couple of days before you can start your voyage once again, says Kurha as he takes a swing of her bottle of beer. She then narrows her eyes as she looks at the door that Naruto walked off. That kid, he looks like someone I know, don't tell me, he. Naruto runs for a little bit and then stops and breathes heavily. Damn, that pedo grandma, hope I never see her again. That was creepy as hell. As Naruto has run so much, he sees that he has reached the shore. He sits down on the snow and sighs. Thankfully everything worked out for us. We were extremely fortunate for things to work out this way. As he is wondering that, he sees a ship in the distance. It seemed like a pirate ship. He narrows his eyes slightly at this. Who are they? Wonder Naruto as he uses Jeppo and kicks off the air. As he gets close he just jumps on the ship and sees some strange people. One of them has a weird mouth and he seems to be eating a cannon. Oi, who are you guys? Asks Naruto curiously. He looks around and sees that they are all looking at him with surprised looks on their faces as they saw him previously fly on their ship. The overly obese purple-haired man finishes eating the cannon. He looks at Naruto. Oi, who are you, stupid brat? Naruto blinks at the man a couple of times and he uses Soro, kicking off the ground over 10 times and disappearing from everyone's sight. Fwoosh, zipper decapitation. Wapple's head flies off and he has a shocked look on his face. Naruto then grabs Wapple's head and says out loud as the muscles in his arm expand. Baseball. Armstrong pitch. Fwoosh. Wapple's head flies off, and Naruto without a care in the world walks away. Chess and Kuromarimo go to attack Naruto, who just decapitates them with his fruit and throws their heads away too. He sees the people look at him in shocks. What y'all looking at? I am not gonna let anyone insult me like that, says Naruto casually. He then looks at the people around him confused. By the way, who are you guys? You come here and kill all of our strongest fighters without even knowing who we are, exclaims the people on the ship. As Naruto hears that he cracks his fingers and a scary look in his eyes says, "Did you just call me stupid?" The people are all intimidated and yell out, "No, we didn't." Naruto narrows his eyes at this. The only people who he will allow to call him stupid are his family. Anyone else says that and they will beat them up. Even the Straw Hats don't call him stupid. The people in the ship are scared and don't know what Naruto will do next. They swallow in nervousness as Naruto in the end just says, "Oh, okay then, CYA." He kicks off the air and starts flying away. The people on the ship look at each other and one of them says, "So what do we do now?" "I dunno, we go back home." Then the 20 doctors named the assigned 20 come forward and say, "We will be returning to the Drum Kingdom and be under the people's service. Now that Wapol is no longer here, we are free." Naruto did all of this without having any idea who he even attacked. He was truly lucky doing this. It was almost as if the mistress of luck had spread her legs for him. Ja POV. I look at Itaka's latest report and frown a little. It seems like the world government has finally seen my true colors and wants to get rid of me. I must also be trying to delete me and my family from the history of the world or something like that. Well, in the end, it doesn't matter. I am so close to the climax of my plan, the phase where everything will fall into place, and by then it will be too late for the world government to even do anything. They can crawl in their little castles as I smash the Grand Line. It doesn't matter how strong I thinks he is or how strong he really is. When I sink Mary Geoase to the bottom of the ocean, we will see how pretty his little throne will be. Still, though, I hope the Marines send an admiral to kill. That would be such a helpful thing. It would actually raise the chances of me winning quite exponentially. Thankfully luck is on my side at least. I have 3 luck manipulating/enhancing devil fruit users. One of them is Dead Cat, and he went with Naruto, so he doesn't count. But I still have 2 of them now, and they have been using their abilities. One has accumulated as much luck as they could, so when the time comes, all that luck will flow into me and raise my chances of succeeding. Having these devil fruits on my side is like I am doing it with Lady Luck. Still, just having luck on my side means nothing, and if word gets out that I have this thing on my side, luck-enhancing abilities are easy to counter. So only my closest confidants know of this. General POV. Chopper finally decides to join the Straw Hats. Even Kurha was okay with it as Chopper met someone like him. Another talking animal. And so, the Straw Hats all set sail once again, this time directly to Alabasta. The Straw Hats finally reached the port town of Nanohana in the desert kingdom of Alabasta. Their journey was uneventful and they didn't truly meet anyone. Luffy, hungry from the long journey, storms off into town without waiting for his crew. Naruto also follows him along. At a bar, he interrupts a confrontation between a man named Porgas D. Ace and Captain Smoker of the Marines, knocking both through the wall without his noticing. Luffy grabs a lot of meat but flees when Smoker stands back up and gives chase. During this whole time, Naruto just goes to the restaurant and eats like he has no care in the world. "Damn, that looks bad," says Naruto as he munches down on some food. When he sees that people are distracted by Ace and Smoker fighting, he opens a zipper in his abdomen and steals a bunch of water and food. "Hey, what are you doing?" exclaims a female voice. Naruto cringes as he looks at the side and sees a girl with glasses and a short bowl haircut. She is Tashigi, and she yelled at Naruto as she saw him stealing. Munch munch munch. He just eats as he looks at her casually. He is trying to remember as he feels like he has seen her from somewhere. Munch munch munch. "Will you stop eating?" yells Tashigi, annoyed at Naruto. Have I met you somewhere before?" questions Naruto, confused by this. Suddenly a look of realization draws on Tashigi. Chapter 98. Title, Mikato. Naruto looks at the woman in front of him with calm eyes. He then suddenly realizes, "Oh, I remember now, you are that woman who fought against Zoro and horribly lost in a sword fight." Tashiji blushed at this slightly and pulls out her sword and pointed it at Naruto. By the way you are addressing pirate hunter Zoro so familiarly, it would be safe to assume that you are familiar with him. It would be safe to assume that you are one of the Straw Hats due to you being here in Alabasta. Though Tashiji is saying all that, Naruto is not truly paying attention to her at all. Instead, he has a wandering look on his face as he says, "Well, I guess if you could have even called that a fight. It was shameful as hell. Will you stop talking about the fight already? And give up now," exclaims Tashiji. She is tempted to swing her sword. But she isn't quite reckless to do that, as Naruto could be just a simple associate of the pirates, and that technically isn't illegal. Especially considering that selling/buying and generally having such deals with pirates is not considered illegal. Sure, the Marines could pursue that claim to criminal activity, but it's only in rare cases. Naruto just looks at her again. "Are you okay? Huh? Why wouldn't I be okay?" asks Tashiji back, confused by Naruto's out-of-nowhere question. "No, you just seem flustered and angry," says Naruto. He has a worried look on his face that instinctively puts Tashiji off guard. "That means that you must be tired from your work and too stressed out about something. You can talk to me about it if you want." "Huh. I guess the work has been too stressful as of late. Hey, don't change the subject. You are under arrest for suspicion of collusion with the Straw Hats." Yells out Tashiji, and she points her sword at Naruto, who had now eaten all his food. He put a thoughtful look on his face and in the end, he put his hands up. "I see, so I am put in quite the hard situation now." As Naruto says that, he clenches his hand and a zipper appears on his palm. He takes a small smoke bomb and throws it on the ground. "Poof. Smoke bomb escape," says Naruto mysteriously. But he bangs his head twice and stumbles 3 times before he can leave the restaurant and run away. In the end, he uses Jeppo to fly off. He sees the Going Merry and a giant fire fist obliterates some of the Baroque workships. In the end, Naruto just went to the Going Merry and told the rest of the crew members, "Okay guys, I will be taking Dead Cat with me as I found something really interesting, so CYA." The other Straw Hats don't even have time to react as Naruto takes Dead Cat and forcefully shoves the creature in his dimension. It doesn't take long for Naruto to arrive at a suspiciously familiar scene. He just enters another restaurant on the outskirts of the city and he looked at the person in front of him and blinked a couple of times. "Mikato?" questions Naruto. "How could his sister be here?" She smiles at him and clenches her fist. Bam! She hits him in the head and Naruto crouches down in pain as he can feel the hit hurt quite badly due to his sister using quite some power behind her attack. "You just disappear out of nowhere, never call, never write, never anything. I was worried about you, little brother," says Mikato with a fake sad look in her eyes. "I almost killed your whole crew because I thought that you no longer cared about your family." "And no sis, it's not like that at all," says Naruto. He knows that Mikato is a kind sister. She could be joking about this, or she could be telling the truth. He knows that Mikato can go from happy to murderous in a split second. He wouldn't like to take the chance of his crew being killed. He knows that if Mikato decided to kill the Straw Hats, there was nothing any of them could do. Mikato might not be some Kisame or Kakashi, but she is monstrous too. He knows just how scarily good the control over her fruit is. "So, why did you decide to contact me, sis?" asks Naruto, out of nervousness as he didn't actually know what else to say. "Well," says Mikato, she leaves the answer lingering around a little. "You know that next there is a chance you will arrive at Jaya. That place is under Dad's control. So don't cause a ruckus there, don't let your crew even insinuate anything bad about Dad, because then we will have to kill your crewmates sadly." Naruto swallows and nods at that. He knows that it's a bad idea to do something like that. He might not be the smartest guy around, but he isn't mentally challenged. "Is that it?" questions Naruto, unsure of what to do in this awkward situation. After all, his sister did just threaten to kill his whole crew like it was nothing. "Yep," says Mikato. "Oi, bring me some ice cream." Naruto sighs at that and gets up. Sorry, but I will have to go." Mikato nods. "I understand, they are currently walking in a desert and have just been tricked by some birds that stole their food." "Oh," draws on Naruto. His sister knew where his crewmates were too. As Naruto walks outside, Mikato smiles at this slightly. She looks to the side as another girl wearing a maid outfit appears. She has her hair on a long ponytail and a smile on her face. She is Ino, 15 years old, and one of Ja's daughters. Of course, they were not here to just warn Naruto. They had a poneglyph to get, and Ino has the memory fruit now, and they have a mission to complete. Nico Robin, a woman who has betrayed every organization she has been in, contemplates Mikato as a waitress delivers her ice cream. She takes a huge bite and cringes slightly as she gets a brain freeze. No one else in this world can read the poneglyphs except her. Now, Dad doesn't trust someone like Nico Robin at all, only a fool would trust her. Crocodile is a fool too, as he has let her be his close confidant. She has already betrayed him multiple times. Mikato looks at Ino and the sweet smile on her face. She can't help but sigh at her little sister. "You can't kill the Straw Hats, Ino," says Mikato suddenly. This jolts Ino slightly as she looks at her sister. "Oh sorry, did my bloodlust give it away?" "No, I just assumed that you would plan to do that," says Mikato. Ino shrugs at this. "Well, this monkey D. Luffy, he is Dragon's son, Garp's grandson, and even Shanks has given up an arm for him. I wonder if we should take him hostage, that way we can keep Garp neutral, and have Dragon and Shanks come to our side." Chapter 99. Title, Killing. Naruto after that goes to the rain base, he uses a boat and then Jeppo to go to the place where Crocodile's casino lies. Once he saw that he swallowed hard as greed settled on his eyes. I wanna rob this place so bad, says Naruto out loud. Cat kick. Bam! Naruto is hit on the face by dead cat. Oi, you dumbass, don't say stuff like that in public. Naruto looks around and sees that a bunch of people is looking at him. He gets up and smiles. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I have no plans to rob that place. After all, it belongs to Crocodile, the guy who controls the country from the shadows. I would be dumb to mess with someone like that. Dead cat's face pales as he looks at Naruto. You dumb sh*t, you can never keep your mouth shut. Cat kick, cat kick, cat kick. Dead cat kicks Naruto so much that he is thrown into an alley and beaten some more. Why can't you ever learn some common sense? Even with all the luck in the world you would get us killed. 1 hour later and Naruto exchanges some of the gold and diamond from Krieg for money. He only got 3 million SS, he didn't need any more money. He went to a restaurant and started eating, and so does Dead Cat. But the latter stops as it looks at two specific people in the restaurant. It's Tashigi and Smoker talking about the straw hats. Does my fruit really raise luck or does it actually worsen it? Damn it, this fruit of mine is a scam. Complains Dead Cat internally. He nudges Naruto and says, Oi, Naruto, we need to get out of here. Naruto has his cheeks puffed up and his mouth is full of food. Ogu ajis gen ajisho. What do you mean? Dead Cat looks at him weirdly and nervously he sees that Smoker hadn't noticed him at all. Naruto. Dead Cat clears its throat. We need to get out of here, don't turn to look. But Smoker and that subordinate of his are here. Gulp. Naruto swallows his food and almost chokes as he hears Dead Cat say that. But he drinks some water to swallow down his food. Wait, really? Smoker and Tashigi are here? Where? Questions Naruto as he looks around. Dead Cat has a dead look on his face as he looks at Naruto. This kid, he is gonna be my death one day. How the foo *k did some of it hitting him, the sand goes right through. The lower part of Naruto's body turns dry and mummy-like. Bam! Naruto falls on the ground at this, he can feel the lower part of his organs getting their liquids drained. Oh, *t, this is bad. I can't feel my lower body. Ponders Naruto as he looks at Crocodile. Just because you got hacky and could hit me means nothing as you became an arrogant little brat. Says Crocodile, mocking Naruto for thinking that just because he has hacky, he started thinking that he could easily beat Crocodile. Naruto, yells Luffy inside the cage as Nami's eyes widen in shock, her face pale, so are Usopp's and Vivi's. Zoro on the other hand has another thing to say. Oi, you bastard, don't die here. Chapter 100. Title, Meeting Naruto's Siblings. As Luffy yells at that, a zipper opens in Naruto's stomach and Dead Cat comes out. Crocodile just looks at the cat, he knows better than to underestimate it. He had the unlucky says animals, but the cat just looks at him and in the end, it looks at Naruto and says, you definitely won't have a happy ending to your life. You have just messed with the worst person you could have messed with. As Dead Cat says that, he has a serious look on his face. Crocodile on the other hand doesn't believe the cat. For all he knows, the damn animal could be lying. He extends his hand to finish off Naruto. Fwish! Suddenly Naruto's hand moves and he grabs a hold of Crocodile's wrist. Crack! A loud crack is heard as Crocodile winces a little. He looks at Naruto and sees that the young man has his eyes opened and they are looking at him with unprecedented rage. They had turned completely red as if countless blood vessels in the eyes had ruptured. Growling Naruto gives the vibe of a wild animal now. He immediately punches towards Crocodile, his fist infused with haki. But Crocodile casually dodges the attack and touches Naruto's face, drawing all of the water from his body, making him appear mummy-like. Dumbass, says Crocodile. You think being angry and acting like a rabid dog will help you win a fight? No, you act like a mad dog and you get put down like one. Luffy, on the other hand, was grinding his teeth as his hands touched the cage, so they immediately weakened him and he fell down. And Naruto, says Nami as she has an unsure look on her eyes as she looks at Naruto all dried up and such. He can't be dead. Tears come out of Usopp's eyes as he says, Oi, Naruto, you can't die like this. Remember, we are gonna have an adventure on the Grand Line together. But even with everyone's pleas, Naruto did not move a muscle. Dead Cat was getting nervous as hell too. In the end, the tip of Dead Cat's tail moves and reveals a barrel inside. Pow! A gunshot is heard as it hits the glass towards where the banana crocodiles were. But the glass didn't even crack at that. Crocodile just snorts at this mockingly. Trash. With that he walks away. But as he does so, he stops and turns around. He goes back to Naruto's mummy-like body and takes off his hook, revealing a thinner hook with leaking poison inside it. Oi, please stop, begs Luffy as he sees his friend about to be hurt. Swish! Crocodile stabs his hook on Naruto's stomach. Just to be sure, one can never be safe with these things, says Crocodile as he starts walking away. Robin looks at this uncomfortably, but in the end, she follows Crocodile. Dead Cat immediately goes into action, transforming into his leprechaun form and taking out his golden coin. Let Naruto survive this ordeal. As soon as he says that, crack, boom, the glass is broken and water gushes into the room. Immediately it covers Naruto and Dead Cat. Nami Swan, Vivi Chuan. I have come to save you comes a voice. It is Sanji pacing around with his love-struck eyes. Oi, Sanji check on Naruto. Yells at Naruto and then at Mikato. They have no real resemblance. But then she looks at Ino and she sees almost a female Naruto, except the whiskers, and Ino is a pretty female. So how are you gonna get us across from here? Asks Luffy curiously. Mikoto smiles at that and she touches the crab that they are riding on as they get closer to the water. Mark travel. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, the crab starts flying at breakneck speeds toward the capital of Alabasta. Hold on, says Mikoto with a smile on her face. You should have told us that from the beginning. Yell the others as they hold into the crab as if their life depends on it. All this time Mikoto has a gentle and elegant smile on her face as she easily sits on top of the crab.